Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російські танкісти сховались в кущі, щоб лаптем посьорбати довбані щі, та трохи у чах перегрівся навар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Приперли зі сходу до нас барани для восстановлення
великої страни.
Найкращий пастух баранячий хотар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Їх доводи всяке озброєння різне, потужні ракети, машини залізні, у нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, а ми зачаїли на орків образу з російських бандитів, робить примар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російська поліція справи заводить, там пихцю рашистів ніяк не знаходить, хто винен, що в нашому полі глухар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Веде пропаганду кремлівський урод, слова пропаганди ковтає народ, тепер нове слово знає цар.
Байрактар.
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 Setting sun is a smoking gun, is a four-letter word, I hope it hurts. Love is a fatal flaw, is a broken jaw, is a burning bridge, move your hips. And the ghosts of the boulevard, littered with lonely hearts. City like a graveyard, once was a postcard. When you lose your wonder, and you can't remember where we were living in the days of thunder. 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 Living in the days of love was a dream to have, was a king-size bed, was an escape plan, was an open hand. Now it's a dog from hell, it's a dream you sell, it's an epitaph, it's a photograph. And the ghosts of the boulevard, littered with lonely hearts. City like a graveyard, once was a postcard. When you lose your wonder, and you can't remember
We're told we're not taking sides. I'm here to take sides. Mladic is a war criminal, the leader of the Bosnian Serbs. He is no better than Himmler. He is no better than Goebbels. He is a war criminal.
I was suggesting we bomb Belgrade.
What's so important about the Western Alliance? NATO for NATO's sake, so we can beat our breath? What I'm about to say is going to cause me great difficulty if I'm re-elected and come back here as the ranking member or chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. There is no moral center in Europe.
I was suggesting that we send American pilots in and blow up all the bridges on the Drina.
When in the last 2 centuries have the French, or the British, or the Germans, the Belgians, the Italians?
I was suggesting we take out his oil supply.
Moved in a way to unify that continent, to stand up to this kind of genocide. When have they done this?
I was suggesting very specific action.
The only reason anything is happening now is because the United States of America finally is understanding her role. The 21st century is going to be the American century. Because we never bow, we never bend, we never break. We are America, second to none, and we own the finish line. Don't forget it.
Hello, everybody. Damn, I wish we could have that Biden, or I wish we could have had him when we were, when Ukraine first started getting hit. That sure would have been nice. Anyway, how we all doing? I've been reading over the first of several UN reports. Oh wait, I don't want to move this entire thing. I've been reading over the first of several UN human rights reports about Ukraine. Jesus Christ. America's Moral Center is in Sacramento. Yeah, right now, apparently it is. Wait, is Sacramento the... God, I feel so stupid. Is Sacramento the capital of California? I'm going to assume that it is. I can't believe that I do not know this. You always assume that it's like either LA or San Francisco. But, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it definitely is right now. Especially, you know, given all the training that they gave those Ukrainians and stuff. Oh, speaking of which, so I've been informed that the before on this channel we talked about the Rusty Dagger, which is a low-cost missile that the United States has been developing, and they're going to be sending it off to Ukraine. Now, apparently the ETA for this delivery is going to be October 2026, so October of this year. Ukraine is paying for it. The entire thing is, I think it's going to be like $85 million. I was actually surprised. Actually, hold on. Let me see. What's the actual cost? It's in here. It's in the Ukraine-Russia thing. Epic Fail posted a bunch of stuff. Exactly the amount of money that it was going to cost. Set goal. Oh, you want me to make a goal? This was the same one that they tested on January 21st, which was less than 16 months from the program's initial contract award, which is pretty cool. All right, sure. I will. So as far as I understand it, the live and learn thing is still happening unless like Hutch says something different. But I mean, like, I guess we'll see when the podcast starts, which it's supposed to start in like at like 7 o'clock. So that's not very long from now. Like less than 10 minutes. So we'll see if they say anything. Hutch was saying that he suspected that they were going to do a Sam Cedar and that they were going to like pull somebody in or have somebody secretly join them or something, which I think seems somewhat silly to me. Because who the hell would they bring in who'd actually want to talk? It would literally, like, the only person I can think of is Bad Empanada. And I think Hutch erroneously mentioned that he was banned on YouTube. I don't think he's banned on YouTube. I wish he was, but alas. Oh, it was $825 million is the estimated total cost of the number of ERAMs, the extended range attack munition, which is what the Rusty Dagger missiles are. Ukraine is asking for 3,350 ERAMs and 3,350 embedded global positioning systems, which I'm assuming is what they're going to be using for targeting. With selective availability anti-spoof module, Y code or M code. I don't know what any of this means. But you know. But yeah, Ukraine's going to pay for it. Or rather, Europe is going to help Ukraine pay for it. Anyway, I've set that goal. Funding is coming from the Netherlands, Belgium, Ukraine, and USA. Not USAID, but US Foreign Direct Arms Sales based. Vadim connects and Kathy starts speaking instead. That would, I mean, that would be kind of weird because nobody knows who that is. Like, I'm not even sure if Vadim or OgreBoy are aware of either of those two people. Because I think they're in separate spheres from the spheres that they run in, but... Oh, him? Yeah, I mean, maybe they might, I don't know. Wait, Kathy has a server? Jesus fucking Christ, okay. Also, is there another name that we can call this Kathy person by? Because they want us to call them, like, Kathy. Because they name themselves that to mock Ogre or to mock Lonerbox. So I'm actually genuinely curious if there's like another name that they go by. I mean, we could call them Candy, I suppose. Or Cheddar. Yeah, he kind of is. I'm kind of surprised. Okay. I want to watch this Preston Stewart video, which I watched earlier. Guinea Pig Man. And the reason why I want to watch this is because it looks like Russia's not doing well as a result of the Starlink stuff. But I think that Preston does a good job of breaking it down. If I can, I'd love to like start finding where all these mill bloggers are that all these people are reading. Although I'm guessing that most of the Russian mill bloggers are on Telegram. But yeah. Of course. Okay.
Russians panicking as Ukrainian forces. So today we've got some Russians panicking as Ukrainian forces go on the attack. With one saying, quote, "The front line in the Zaporizhia region began to collapse. It can now be definitively said that the disconnection of Starlink indeed led to a complete loss of coordination on the ground." Now, collapse is probably a bit strong of a word to describe what's happening here, but by all accounts, Ukrainian forces are certainly on the move in that direction. Now, starting with a look at the map to give you an idea of the area we're talking about, as we zoom in here, Zaporizhia front in the southern portion. A lot of operations in recent weeks have been in the Dobropilye and Pokrovsk area here. If we move southwest, we get into the area where the operations in the last...
Hello, Alex. We're watching Preston's latest video about how Russia's getting fucked by Elon shutting off their Starlink access.
last couple days have taken place.
Incredibly rare Elon W, by the way. I have ice cream Sammy envy. I just got these when I went to the store. I love them. They are delicious.
Specifically this pocket here, and this is notable, it's probably not going to come through on the screen all that well, but this little pocket right here is territory inside the Dnipro that is currently held by Russia. So down here you've got Zaporizhia, over here you've got Donetsk. This is the Dnipro, and there is an argument that this offensive is focused on clearing Russian forces out of this little pocket of the oblast right here. Either way, Russian media Rybar says, quote, "The enemy is launching counterattacks, seeking to buy time to strengthen their defensive line between Pokrovsk and Velkonovoselka." So zooming up or moving up a little bit here, they're talking about Ukraine conducting attacks in this region to try to reinforce this line here. They say on the northern flank of the direction, battles continued in the vicinity of Ternov. So we'll zoom in a little bit to give you an idea of the area.
So they don't, this deep state map hasn't been updated to reflect this yet, because this is all like very new, I think. Basically, it looks like Ukraine is taking advantage of Russia's lack of Starlink access and the fact that it's fucked up their logistics. It's sad that this could have happened years ago, but Elon didn't want to shut off Russian access. Yeah, I wonder what changed his mind, honestly. Because that, yeah, if I recall, like that became an issue, is that like Russians were using Starlink. I don't know how they got it. I don't know if they stole it from Ukrainian forces, like the Starlink terminals, or if they just bought them. And I don't know what they're going to replace it with, which is a question that I'm curious about.
They're talking about here. So Ternov right here. And we are starting to see a bit of an update on Deep State map showing a change of territorial control in the gray zone. They say some time ago, the enemy launched an attack with armored vehicles through the gray zone in the fields west of the village. Ukrainian forces managed to land and plant a flag, but later the group was hit by drones and artillery. Currently, the western outskirts of the settlement remain in the gray zone. The enemy retains the ability to transfer small infantry groups here, which, despite losses, slow down the Russian armed forces' advance. So when we're looking on the map, again, this is kind of the key area that we're seeing a couple different Russian accounts talk about. Ternov, Berezov, and then a bit of a push here from the west. So this is kind of the focus of operations in the area. Again, I think it's a bit of a stretch, but some Ukrainian or some Russian accounts starting to panic about a collapse at the front. I don't think that's exactly what we're seeing here. Russian analyst 2 Majors says the enemy is making suicidal attempts to break through to the depths of the defense at the...
Maybe Putin stopped returning Elon's calls. Maybe it's something that simple. I don't know. Some said they're going to ask China for their satellite internet now, so even more China vassalization from mighty Russia. I mean, like, they might, but that's not going to be as good as Starlink. I don't think China has... I don't think there's anything really comparable to Starlink. Starlink's, like, fast and pretty reliable. Regular satellite internet is pretty garbo.
The junction of the Zaporizhia and Dnipro regions. The enemy concentrated assault and airborne units, and they list off a bunch here, saying the 1st, 5th, 33rd, 210th, 215th, and 425th Assault Regiments, as well as the 92nd Assault Brigade, 82nd, and 95th Airborne Assault Brigades. I haven't seen evidence of any of these units yet being utilized. You kind of got to dig through a couple channels to find any pictures or videos coming out from the Ukrainian side, but certainly nothing showing every one of those units being used in this direction, but maybe. They say over the past few days, these fire brigades made several attempts to break through our rear in 2 conditional directions. They call out again Ternov and Berezov right here. And something I want to point out when we go over to the Syriac map, again, this is a map that tends to be much more favorable.
I'm curious though, like what Epic's thoughts on all this might be, because I'm sure there's something. Like I believe a while ago he said that there is nothing. Like China does not have anything comparable to Starlink. I know that Starlink is powered by satellites or whatever. Do the caged work? What? Oh, are you talking about? Oh, are you talking about the fucking cages that they put on the tanks to try to protect them from drones?
For Russian reports. And when we zoom into the area here,
Hello, Scooter Gecko. Oh yeah. I don't know if those work or not. The impression that I'm getting is not really. They don't have anything like Starlink, but they intend to in the future. Okay. So that means that Russia is going to get downgraded to like whatever, I guess, garbage Chinese satellite internet. China's still the youngest military power in the space domain. Okay. Actually, one of the things that I'm wondering is because I know that satellite internet, and I know this because that I've had customers who have called in and they've been on absolute garbage satellite internet. And their remote access connection to me, because when I was at my job, I used to do remote access technical support, which means that they would like I would be remoting into their computer, and the connection was so terrible that like the lag was unbelievable when they were on satellite internet. And I believe that satellite internet is limited by shit like fucking cloud cover. Um So it's like dependent on the weather as to whether or not your satellite internet is going to be like is going to work or not. So I don't know whether or not but I don't know if apparently Starlink is like literally the best satellite internet ever, you know? Great use of history degree. Oh no, I mean no, only fee, it's fine. I just don't know. I mean, I guess I'm using my history degree now to some degree because it's certainly been helpful to me in terms of being able to do research and stuff. Uh, it's kind of baffling that Russia doesn't have the capability to build cellular towers across the front lines as it moves. Oh yeah, couldn't you do that? Couldn't you like get like mobile cell towers or whatever that you could pack up and then put up or whatever? What makes Starlink unique is two primary factors. One, the low altitude of the satellites, and two, it is the high quality of satellites. It provides 24/7 line of sight to receivers in almost all weather conditions and almost all latitudes. Oh, you can't. That's a hilariously bad idea. You know what? That's totally fair. I feel like if they did that, the Ukrainian drones would have a lot of fun with that. That would they would make easy targets. Oh, that's what Israel does when fighting in Gaza and Lebanon. I mean, yeah, that seems reasonable though, but I mean like Hezbollah and Hamas aren't like using drones, right? Ah, yeah, I know. Yeah, Israel does not fight peer-to-peer wars. Oh, it's because that Funky served in the IDF tear gas. He's Israeli, and so that's why he had that thought. But obviously, like because these are like Russia and Ukraine are both like two conventional armies. It's probably fair to say that they are peers, at least in terms of their armies. Although nobody used to think that, but I guess that's true now. Yeah, they're very different kinds of wars. But I mean, I don't necessarily blame Funky for thinking that because that's his experience. But um, Russia does. Wait, Russia does what? Oh, you mean like Russia and Ukraine's armies are like Russia and Ukraine are peers now in terms of armies or whatever. I don't think anybody used to think that that was the case. Oh, AutoMod. Okay. No one used to think that that was the case, but apparently it is. Russia has the world's second largest, we will say, sky power. Oh, okay. Because AutoMod might like that. I'm sorry about AutoMod.
here, you'll see that Ternov and Berezov are down here. They have the Russian line of control all the way up to the river. So if we use I don't think this one has a ruler, does it? No. If we go over to Deep State Map, where we do have a ruler, according to that map, then you're talking about a 9 to 10 kilometer push through Russia.
Okay. Jesus. All these people, they're all going live.
So, you know, while here it might look like a relatively short distance, according to Russian sources, this would be a 10-kilometer push into Russian-controlled territory.
Guest today.
They say the sole
Vadim!
Oh my god, they actually did it.
Also known as
They're
Vadim.
coming.
Thanks for having
They're
me.
here.
Appreciate you. It's a pleasure and a sheer sensation to be here.
And I will make no secret that I am a huge Vadim fan, formerly creationist cat. So you guys, he's still still there. His
Oh,
YouTube still exists,
God.
and videos are coming out soon. Also with us
Soon, yeah,
is
as in a few weeks. Absolutely. Finally.
yeah, soon
taking
TM
a fucking
asterisk.
long-
Really? Soon? Does this mean that he's that he's finally woken up and he's not gonna be tired anymore? He's gonna be awake enough to finish. Okay, I should
But
stop.
here we are.
Also with us is OgreBoy. OgreBoy, tell us about yourself.
Hey, so I stream on Twitch most nights at 7 p.m. Pacific. Usually talk about Gaza, Dem leadership, crazy shit that Trump's up to. Mostly politics, a little bit of other
Liberal.
topics.
Very liberal.
Yes, usually Hutch or usually Ogre shits on Democrats and is obsessed with Gaza. And
Very liberal.
I'm sure he talks about Trump.
Yes, incredibly liberal.
Of course.
One of the most perfect guests you could have for the show. Other stuff thrown in too, but yeah, it's a lot of genre-breaking content where a middle-aged white guy with no hair yaps into a
The fact Russia and Ukraine have both been denied air supremacy makes it a fundamentally different type of war. I mean, yeah, it is. It's really good that Ukraine has managed to keep them out of that. But yeah, before Starlink aircraft like RC-135 are used historically as signal support aircraft. Oh, I want to say I guess Russia's just going to use fucking Chinese shit now. But then obviously it's still, I'm assuming it's still going to take time for them to get all that shit hooked up and then like get it all, if they have to have equipment or whatever, get it there at all their units, or I mean, unless that's not how any of this works. I mean, I don't fucking know. Oh yeah, Israel does always have air supremacy. Centrist versus leftist infighting, stream number 704. No, only P. Liberals versus leftists. Please don't say centrist.
microphone and a camera. Yeah.
Happy to have you.
I highly recommend it. I think he's pretty entertaining to watch, quite honestly.
Right on. Well, that remains to be
went
seen.
ahead for the
We'll
ball cap.
be the judge of this.
I went ahead for the ball cap tonight to kind of keep the baldness on the screen down to a minimum.
Right.
We have Bernie in the back. Is he technically bald? What do you think about Bernie? Does
He's
he
bald
get the
in.
pass?
In the past? No.
Does he get the
no.
pass?
Oh, does he get the bald pass?
Yeah.
I think he's still rocking a partial comb over. So
Yeah, I think if he had that hair like in his 50s or something, that would pass as bald. But like, good lord, he's what, in his 80s now? Give the man a break. That man
he doesn't look a day past 69.
Now, before we get started, I want to ask Ogre a question. How did you feel when Hutch joined your illustrious ranks? Did that feel like appropriation? Did that feel like solidarity?
I'm very bald inclusive, so you know it's usually just a net neutral. You know, if it feels good, do it, kind of a thing.
They will probably have to accept that they have less ability to coordinate units at the line of contact and go back to laying cables to connect forward positions to rear C2 nodes like they operated before 2023. Well, this would be a great idea to surge more aid into Ukraine. Too bad Trump doesn't care about that. True. Like that, yeah. It would be a great time to do that. But that they're gonna get those rusty daggers, hopefully, as long as Trump forgets about his fucking June deadline or is happy because Europe is paying for it. And as long as he doesn't decide to throw a fit or whatever before October and deny Ukraine those weapons, then they'll get them. But I mean, yeah, it kind of sucks. It sucks that Germany will not give any of their that Germany can't send those missiles that they were going to send to Ukraine because the fucking AfD is blocking it. Congress would need to approve more funding for Ukraine aid, not have it. Yeah, I know it's not.
Yeah.
It's a good life. It's a good life. I wake up in the morning and I just fucking just go, I don't do my hair. I just start going.
I mean,
I-
I get my
I-
shit
I
up
would
every
say
day.
two
That's,
things.
that's just a personal choice.
I want to say two things about that. Okay, one is I like your baldness took me by surprise. I thought you were doing kind of like just fine hair wise, and then all of a sudden, like one day, just whoosh, gone. And I think it looks
Yeah.
good for you too. That's the other thing I want to say. I think it does kind of.
Oh yeah, it would take 4 to 6 months. Yeah, that's So I mean, I don't know. Ukraine basically just needs to right. It's good that they're trying to take advantage of this now, even if they don't have as much stuff. But good luck to them.
Compliment your
How's-
fetish.
Hutch, your Twitch donation animation where it's like you with the hair going, like
Yeah, yeah,
that
yeah.
looks great there. How
Oh
old is
yeah,
that?
that was good. That was good.
Well, that I had my hair long enough to do a strategic comb over. Like I have some male pattern baldness, like not crazy, but like some. It's noticeable. And I had enough hair to hide it. And then I went to a barber and I fucking showed him like a picture of like fucking David Beckham or something. I was like, make me look like this. And
Whoa.
because he has like the high fade. And I said, but I told him, I was like, don't do it if you don't think you can still give me enough hair to hide the fucking baldness. And he's like, no, I got you. And he didn't get me. It was like, I went home and I tried for 45 minutes to find a way to make it work. And I was like, I have to shave my head. There's like nothing else I can do here. And then
I didn't know.
The Bundestag is not sending those. I think they're called Taurus missiles to Ukraine. Like that shit's being held up by parties in the Bundestag that don't want to send them. They were supposed to, but then it just never. But yeah, like that, they just haven't done it. And I don't know if that's ever going to go anywhere. It would probably get there faster because obviously Germany is closer to Ukraine than the United States or whatever. And like, although I don't think it's just shipping time, there's probably a bunch of other shit. So Taurus missile, yes. German high performance extended range cruise missile. Yeah, they got a whole bunch of them. They were going to send some of them to Ukraine, but then they didn't. Yeah, it's being blocked by the AfD, Die Linke, and half of the SPD. Yeah, it's shitty. Yes, part of the SPD is blocking it, not all of them, because the SPD is split on this, unfortunately.
This backstory. This is tragic.
no, I like being bald, so it's fine. No.
I think that there's something admirable about just like knowing when it's your time and just going for it. Like seriously,
All right.
I mean, like
I think
You don't like that he spoke Spanish?
No, just the whole time. I was like, yeah, like I can't get. It's a combination of I don't listen to this music, and also I don't know what he's saying, so I can't even get into the
my
lyrics.
God.
So I
think
just
for
didn't
this-
love it.
I think for this specific political moment, though.
Oh yeah, Hutch is rocking that beard. I mean, I would guess, Epic, that the SPD probably has something to do with like I get them not wanting to that probably some fears about escalation or some bullshit, and like people being like really and being some amount of the SPD being like anti-war or something, the usual kind of shit.
It is a really wonderful thing to see.
Oh yeah,
someone,
definitely.
like
Yeah, probably escalation cockery, but I'm not a German. Hello, Insomniac. Yes, this debate is live. We're just listening. And I'll try not to pause Annie too much. Maybe I should play a video game or something. But I mean, then again, that's what you guys are here for, right? Otherwise, you just go watch it if you didn't want to like listen to me comment. Aren't the SPD also the party that hates nuclear power? Probably. Although I don't know for sure. All I know is that there was like a ginormous, insane amount of fear-mongering about nuclear power after the Fukushima thing. And Germany basically were like, fuck nuclear power. And then they cucked themselves to Russia for that sweet, sweet Russian oil or sweet, sweet Russian natural gas that they could use to heat all of their shit.
because I sort of like would agree maybe if we had like several years in a row or a few years.
Fukushima, which killed 2 people, by the way. Yeah, it's Kalinda, you make a good live and learn addition, to be honest. Oh, thank you. Maybe one day. That would be cool. Never go full German. After the plant was hit by a tsunami that killed hundreds. Yeah. I remember asking my dad about that, and he did say that like it looked like they just that whole thing happened, or that the big issue there was like where the power plant was built was not a good place to build a power plant, and that there was probably like some shit going on there with regards to maybe like corners were cut or something. But I mean, yeah, that whole thing, like that's not, oh my god, nuclear power is bad. That's just like somebody fucked up with where they put the power plants.
years in a row where that was just a thing. But each year kind of is its like they try and make it its own unique thing, and yeah, just because of all the ice bullshit and whatnot, it's
What
a
ice
good
bullshit?
statement for the NFL to make, who are not always like extremely.
That's technically true, but if a gas or coal plant was in the same spot, a few people would have died there as well, most likely. Yeah, I like it's true that imagine if a LNG terminal was there and it blew up. Oof. Yeah, I know. It was the German Green Party who opposed nuclear energy. Yeah, were they the only ones though? Because I could have swore that was like a huge thing, or maybe that was just my impression because that when they started doing that was around the time that I visited Germany because I went there for a month in 2011, and I remember seeing the stickers on all the cars or whatever that were like against nuclear energy and all this shit. But yeah, it sucks because then they cuck themselves off to and then they became addicted to Russian natural gas. I think it was natural gas. Once again, a Green Party ruins everything. True. The Greens started it and then all parties took it. Of course they did.
Cool when it comes to racial matters in the past, at least,
Yeah. No, for the moment, I like it a lot.
I was just gonna say, I think I got a little emotional watching it. I mentioned on my stream when I was live just a little bit ago, but I have people in my life that
my dad doesn't work in nuclear anymore. He's retired, but my dad worked at a nuclear power plant. Yeah, I think he did something to do with welding. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, he worked there. He told me a story multiple times actually about one of his coworkers who actually worked at a power plant in Russia, and like the insane amount of or like the corner cutting and the lying that they basically would do there about like the amount of radiation that they were exposed to and shit like that in order to meet the norms, So yeah. Is your dad Homer Simpson? No, he wasn't, but I actually went when Take Your Kids to Work Day was still a thing in Ontario. I actually went to the power plant that my dad worked at, which was really cool. And I got to see the room where all the Homer Simpsons hang out. Or like where they were. So the control room basically, But that's not where my dad worked.
have a Hispanic background, and they feel very like black-pilled about America right now. And so it wasn't just like it was the fact that the performance was so like joyful, like
Hello, Short Stack Goblin. It is very late for you.
the whole thing. Like I've never seen a halftime show like that before. Like it was just nothing but smiles, dancing, like not just smiles and grins, but like big
And also, yes, hello, Dante. Salam alaikum.
smiles. And it felt like that was the exact, to piggyback off of what Vadim was saying, it felt like in the current moment, that was like the perfect antidote. And I think it's, I know that meant a lot to some people in my life, like a lot. Like they were crying.
Thank
they
you,
got,
Hutch, yes.
they got, yeah, also peace.
It was meaningful. Yes, we need more joyful warriors in the movement, and I totally relate to that.
Yeah.
I want to say I was disappointed. I wanted it to be more queer, more Hispanic. I wanted it to go way further. There was only two dudes like rubbing on each other. I needed way more than that to trigger the right. If we're gonna go for it, let's go all in.
Yeah, Guy, they had a bunch of people calling it gay before I watched all the Republicans like, oh, this halftime show's gay, and all.
Wow, is your sleep just fucked, Short Stack? Did I watch what, the halftime show? No, I don't care about sports or about football. Yeah, I don't care. Chernobyl proves that the communists cannot be trusted to boil water.
All I saw was big booty Latinas gyrating, and I didn't see any gay guys. And I
Some
was
people
really
speculate.
upset. I agree.
Some people speculate Pedro Pascal might be gay.
Yeah.
No, of course I didn't watch the pregame. You think I don't have cable? I don't even know if is there even a place where you can watch the Super Bowl for free? Like I don't pay for fucking cable. When I watch the World Series, I paid $25 for a month of fucking Sportsnet so that I could watch those games. You could stream it for free on CTV. That's kind of interesting. But whatever, I don't care. Russian pirate sites always got my back. DGG was not watching the Super Bowl. Pretty sure Destiny was live during it. I watched the Super Bowl for... Oh, well, yeah, Tear Gas. Weren't you, like, literally there in the stadium? Didn't you go there? You posted a picture from my Discord of the flyover. Yeah, okay. Were you flying? I was going to ask if you were flying one of the planes, but you obviously weren't because you took that picture. I'm sure the ticket wasn't free, but it was probably free for Epic. Never saying this in front of a Republican, but Bad Bunny sucks. Oh, you got a free ticket based.
Probably.
Is
Wait,
Bad
no,
Bunny
it's-
gay? I know nothing.
No, no, he's not gay. His songs are about getting women.
Okay.
That was the majority of. Not everybody was like that. There were some, the cool.
Some of them, I
weird
assume,
types
were
there.
good people.
But
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 they're
yeah,
not
my
some of the
most
best.
vivid memory was after the show, I was like I was backstage, like we were like all partying, and I was wrecked at this point, and
Oh, I forgot to announce. Hold on.
I was talking with him, and I forget what I was talking about, but just like at a certain point, I mean, like I don't think that like I was that bad, but maybe I was. He basically like looked at me and he's like, man, you're like, he said something like, you're freaking me out, man. And I think the reason why he said that actually is because there were like 5 hot girls around that I was talking to, and I think he just kind of like wanted me away from them. So like the moment that I said that, this
Wait, aren't you? Who is? I don't know who the fuck Vadim is talking about. It sounds like some sort of a dream. Listen, I'm waiting for them to actually start talking about like political shit. I don't care about any of this. The site I was watching the game on had terrible sound quality. It made the halftime show sound like it was in Spanish. Good one, Sans. Hutch's face is cracking me the fuck up.
like big ass
Hutch often has this face sometimes when he's just kind of like.
bouncer came over and was like, excuse me, please step away from Mr. Rock.
Oh shit! So you think he was trying to like fuck with your game?
Yeah, I think he was just like calling in like the big guys to like cock block, basically. And,
Well, just to be clear, the women were not underage, right? Because Kid Rock does have that song.
Oh,
It
no,
says-
no, no.
Some call it statutory, I'll call it mandatory. Is that what the lyric is?
I think they were all of age. They definitely looked at
True, peak degeneracy. Oh, also, apparently fucking Noam Chomsky and Epstein exchanged like weird messages where they joked about their dicks or something. I don't know. They sent me some weird shit. Noam Chomsky is a known communist. True, he actually is. Honestly, Chomsky was like I feel like he's one of those people where I didn't expect him to be in the Epstein files. He just feels so out of place. Like, why are you here, bro? I don't understand. I know that he's like a professor and everything, but just because you're a university professor doesn't necessarily mean that you're like fucking rich as fuck. So it's kind of strange. Because he just doesn't seem like the kind of person who runs in the same circles as all the other people that Epstein was talking to. I mean, he seemed out of place defending the genocide in Serbia too. Yeah, wait, hold on. He was defending the genocide in Serbia? Are you fucking serious? I know that he like was denying the shit that the Khmer Rouge did. Was he defending what Serbia was doing? Or was he just doing it on like a fucking America bad thing? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with this. I didn't realize the tankies were like so disgustingly insane that they would literally like defend like fucking Republika Srpska. Well, he was saying it wasn't happening, not defending it. He said it was Western propaganda. Oh, okay. It'd be like if Hawking was in the Epstein files. Yeah, Matt, exactly. And manufacturing consent for bombing former UK. Oh, okay. So he was just doing the America bad bullshit. I see. Of course.
There was a mutual friend who ended up being there. This like model chick who was on a cover of Rolling Stone with
Jennifer Aniston.
No, ridiculously gorgeous, of course.
Interesting.
But anyway, I didn't know her that well. But
all right,
files are.
Listen, Vadim, we don't care about your weird exploits. Yes, same as every other time. Yeah. It was actually funny learning that like, oh, hey, this America bad shit goes back much further than like the modern online left or whatever. Wake up, Vadim. True. I don't know why I have a hard time believing Vadim. Hello, Con Radical. I have to, yeah, Chomsky famously denied the Bosnian genocide and defended the conditions. That's fucking, yeah. I mean, that's what Epic was just saying. I need to look that up because that's crazy. I know that he was basically, like, he was denying any of the Khmer Rouge shit, and then he blamed it on the US. It goes back to the 1920s in the US. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, I think that it also probably helped somewhat too that the Cambodia genocide. A lot of the weird shit Tanky's propagated comes from defending Milosevic. What the fuck? Why would you? Oh, okay.
This Epstein stuff. Let me tell you, some of the files are really fucking suspicious. And oh wait, is that one of our topics, by the way?
Sure. The Epstein
Get in
files
there.
are always-
Get in there. and make it about
I
Epstein.
do want to have a couple little thoughts here. I think that people are
Chomsky literally pulled out a photo of a fat guy in one of those camps in Bosnia and said that because he was fat, they are clearly being well kept and fed. He literally later met the guy after he escaped, said, Jesus Christ. That's giving people looking at pictures of like people in Gaza who you know happen to be better fed or whatever because they weren't living in the parts that were starving, and saying that Gaza must have not been starving at all ever anywhere. Straight up was like a leading voice on denying the genocide. Yeah, it's just what the fuck.
perhaps drawing the wrong conclusions from these different files. I don't really know what I'm talking about in terms of what conclusions.
Wow, Noam Chomsky has something in common with the worst of the right-wing Zionists. I'm not at all shocked by that.
Those are, but it feels like everyone who's saying that Pizzagate has been corroborated, they're like probably the farthest away from correct. I think that there's some fucked up shit that happened, but I just don't trust. I think that there's a wide scale manipulation happening from everyone right now, and so I'm just on guard right now for a lot of these narratives. And particularly the administration right now, their posture on some of these files has been completely contradictory. And we just had I don't know, Guy, if you saw this, Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey come out after them having access to some of these redacted files that they're straight up like redacted.
Oh, Guy I'm really important, by the way. Zizek keeps winning somehow. Oh. Meanwhile, Finkelstein and Zizek not in the files. Oh yeah. I mean, I wouldn't expect Finkelstein to be in the files, or really Zizek. I don't know that much about him, but you know.
Cookie emoji for the channel.
Oh, thank you for the delicious chocolate chip cookie emoji, which I will totally pretend is a real cookie. But thanks. That means 5 pets for Stuart, which I will give him when he comes out of his little cave thingy. Yeah, even Epstein has standards.
Back in the names of people who are prominent, people who are accused, even though that's not one of the bases of redaction. So I think it's unfortunate Democrats should bounce.
Yeah, they said there's 6 guys who had their photos redacted or something for no reason with no explanation. So clearly something has gone wrong here.
Well, I mean, I think it seems like they were just incredibly fucking careless and sloppy about like who they redacted and who they didn't. And the fact that they just fucked up about like not redacting the names of some of the victims, which is like a huge, huge problem. Yeah, I don't know. It's just...
It's funny you talk about the Pizzagate corroborated, and it's like you read, it's like, see, look, they ordered pizza.
They said
see,
pizza.
Look, they ordered walnuts and almonds, and this is code for like children of this like flavor or whatever. And to be fair, it could be the case. But then you read the emails, and it's like, hi, I really like that 10-year-old you sent me, and it's like, well, okay, like they're not talking in code, like they just had sex with children. Like,
wait, did anyone ever actually say anything that on the nose? Hi, I really like that 10-year-old you sent me. Honestly, I think that the worst one was the fucking Prince Andrew shit. At least that I saw. Wait, they actually did say that? Oh my god. Okay, never mind. Listen, I didn't see every single thing in there, and I don't know why that never came up in the article, or maybe nobody had found it. I read like the CNN article about this that kind of like went through what was in it, but they probably didn't. They probably were still going through it. The one about the one from Prince Andrew where he's like emailing Ghislaine and he's like, do you have any more inappropriate friends for me or whatever? That was just like, ugh. Yeah.
But I mean, also Kash Patel came out. I think the story hit AP today, basically saying like, no, we looked into it and there's no evidence of any kind of sex ring, so it's fine. Like, everybody can go home. It's fine. There's nothing to see here. Move along.
He said there was no evidence that he trafficked minors to other individuals. That's, I think, what Kash Patel said, like, basically on the information that he knew. And a lot of people are looking at that and saying, well, A, did he couch it in enough qualifiers to be free from any kind of perjury charge in the future? Say, well, I didn't see that information. But at a bare minimum,
How do you guys want to guess how much do you guys want to guess that Kash Patel like was way too busy doing like being on Twitter and worrying about his internet shit to actually know everything that was in the Epstein files or to pay enough attention to this. Also, apparently, who was it? I think it was, apparently Hegseth has like a makeup mirror or something in his office. I think it's him and not Patel. Like, these guys are so obsessed with the whole podcast shit. I think people with mustaches should not talk about this subject. Oh no.
Sort of optics, and the PR shit has been disastrous. And yeah, there's blood in the water here, and there's something fucked up about it. I don't know that everything inculpatory is being said on email, but it doesn't seem like everyone has the same level of OPSEC, given some of the suspicious shit that's being sent.
I mean,
Well,
sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, how can we? I'm not necessarily. No, I am very skeptical of what Kash Patel is saying. I'm basically like just asking, like, how on earth can we trust, of all people, that guy and his word?
You can't.
Is like. Are there? Did you say something about how Ro Khanna actually saw unredacted files?
Yeah,
okay,
they saw.
that's news to me. So what has he said, and what exact? I mean, obviously, there's way too many things to go over.
I was also, by the way, if you guys want me to give Stuart catnip again, you can totally donate for it. Although he's kind of chill right now, so I don't know how that would go. Sometimes he has catnip, and I think it either like just makes him go crazy, or it just chills him out. I'm not sure. It's been so long since I've given it to him. That last time I was not expecting him to go nearly as crazy as he did. It was pretty funny though. We have a DEI admin for professional podcast guests. True, we do. That is what America has right now.
He's only, yes. He's only been there for correct. Yes, so there's only like.
I mean, except for Don Bongino, because he left so that he could go back to his cushy podcast life. Because actually working at the FBI was just way too much for him, and he couldn't be bothered.
Limited ways in which they can access it. And someone, I don't know if this is like really good pencil math, but someone's like, it would take 7 years to comb through all these based on the systems that they've given us to do. I don't know if that's true or accurate, but it is true that like the system, according to them, is archaic and odd. And so they're dropping some innuendos that one of the redacted persons is a very prominent person, but we don't have a ton yet. Like, it's taking a lot of time. These are millions of files. We don't understand that like it is a shit ton of work to consistently redact even like 8,000 to 10,000 files. Like, that's a huge fucking job. We are talking about millions of files, and a lot of the redactions are inconsistent, and people are drawing like the wrong conclusions from certain documents. So it's going to take people, if they want to go to the redacted files and find like
Catnip rehab. Wouldn't that imply that I wouldn't be giving him catnip because he has a problem and that he needs to go to rehab? I've seen Albanian MLs defend Enver Hoxha, but I've never seen a leftist defend Milosevic. Dude was pretty unapologetically ultra-nationalist. Yeah, I know, right? You would expect. Like, there are quite a few tankies. There's this one guy who came on and argued with Lonerbox multiple times, and he's also argued with Dylan multiple times. This guy was, like, definitely a tanky. I think he argued with Vosh one time about China. But his main thrust seemed to just be that he fucking hates nationalism. There's quite a few tankies who just hate nationalism. They hate it so much. And so, like, those kinds of people, I find it very surprising that they would like defend someone like Milosevic when ultranationalism was his driving like thing.
some shit. It's going to be a huge fucking job.
And not just that, but like arguably, well, no, ethnic nationalism too, because he wanted to unite all the Serbs, you know, and kick out all the non-Serbs.
To do that. And in the meantime, the unredacted files, people are drawing wild conclusions. Like, for example, the email that came out or the draft document that like announced his death or whatever. It was a day before. Well, sorry. If you work in a law office, if you ever worked in law, whatever, you work off of templates, and it's totally plausible that the person like used a template from the day before, or the template didn't update. And so yeah, it's going to take a lot of work to get through all this shit. And yeah, so they're not sending the best.
Guys, I just go to that note. Like, for any conspiracy, ask yourself, are they this fucking stupid, right? Like, yeah, we killed Epstein, we orchestrated it all, and we had months to redact all the files, but we really forgot about the one that said when he died, the one where we like that completely shows that we killed him. Like, come on, please. Like, the conspiracies happen, but like, if you can ask a question that just completely blows it up in 10 seconds, like, you obviously are stretching, and that one is one of the dumbest ones I've seen.
What do you guys think of the what I would call flowchart bullshit from Mehdi Hassan and the I've Had It podcast lady who complained that Biden and Merrick Garland had this for 4 years and didn't do anything about it? Pisco, I'm curious about your
Oh no.
thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, that's so fucking dumb. I hate it because on the one hand, you have some evidence that they were actively looking into it during that time period, and on the other hand, I think that this is not a matter for the Department of Justice.
Also, apparently they couldn't release the Epstein files. Like, they couldn't just release all this shit without some sort of like act of Congress or whatever, because of some other legal shit. But I don't know if that's true or not. I did see that though, that they were doing that on Twitter, that they were just shitting on the Dems for not releasing this
To handle in the main course.
It took a act of Congress. Yeah, like it did. They hate nationalism unless it's nationalism with communist aesthetics, true. Or unless it's nationalism that's going against America, in which case they can just say fuck nationalism, I guess. Ethnic nationalism, you mean Zionism? Good one, Dante.
Things.
Good
This is a political
one.
decision that needed to be made, and I don't agree that the Biden administration should have tactically like deployed the Department of Justice to, I don't know, get 500 attorneys to do this kind of work, to release documents for a particularly political message. I think it's a disgrace. That would be political interference to the Department of Justice, and it's exactly why I respect Biden's decision to appoint Merrick Garland. And so anyone who's talking about that shit, like, oh, they had the files the whole time, I think they just don't have respect for.
By the way, this is a Pisco L that he continues to defend Merrick Garland. Fuck that. I'm sorry, but Merrick Garland was not good. Yes, nominal communism and nationalism have a lot of syncretic overlap. I mean, Stalin embraced nationalism, or at least Russian, or Soviet nationalism during World War II when they were fighting the Nazis, and he was doing that socialism in one country shit. Like, nationalism ended up being a thing that drove many divisions in the communist world. It still ended up mattering, like Vietnam didn't want China to fuck them over and like assert dominance over them. And as such, that they ended up, I think they ended up getting help from the Soviets because they didn't want China to just come in and take them over. And like also all the shit between China and the Soviet Union too, because that China didn't want to subordinate themselves to the Soviet Union. Yeah. Communism in one country was effectively a type of Soviet nationalism. And Lenin did encourage nationalism in the Soviet republics in a lot of ways. Like, he allowed them, under Lenin, the Ukrainian language was allowed and stuff. And because he wanted them to, he wanted to give those other countries, like, he didn't want them to want to leave. And so that was how he decided to do it. So he allowed them to sort of pursue their own cultural stuff instead of being like, fuck you, no, you're just Russians. It's part of how Ukraine and national identity had a rebirth in the 1920s. Yep. And then Stalin was like, nah, fuck that. You all are just going to be Russians. I mean, Soviets. But yeah. Pan-African Pan-Arabic/African nationalism is also pretty left-leaning in some aspects, mostly just the anti-imperialism/colonialist stuff. Yeah, and the Soviets also supported a lot of that stuff.
The rule of law that I do, where they don't think it matters, and I of course think it matters.
Well, they don't appreciate the president keeping a distance from the DOJ and letting the DOJ speak through indictments only, which is how the public trusts them in the first place. They're completely ignoring what we talked about at the end of the last podcast, that the public.
Listen, Biden could have appointed a fucking bulldog attorney general who was willing to go after and catch all the people who committed crimes, and still he could have absolutely been, but no, it was because it was because of this insane, cowardly, stupid fear about being like, no, we don't want to do political prosecution. The actual reason also was because they all thought Trump was done and that he wasn't going to come back and that there was no way that was going to happen. Yeah. I feel like after all of this, the main lesson that one should take away is just don't underestimate Trump after he won in 2016. Or even just like after he came back and took over the party again, after fucking January 6th, after he tried to coup the government. He should have appointed Doug Jones to be Attorney General, in my opinion. I don't know who Doug Jones is. I should look. Oh wait, no, hold on. You mean Jay Jones? The one who won for for attorney general in Virginia, the guy who was like sending text messages to his kids or to his friends. Melinda, thoughts on Loanerbox unbanning the M word this week? What the fuck are you talking about, Spider?
Needs to trust what the DOJ is saying in the first place.
And also, I'm sorry, and I know I'm speaking a lot. I'll let you guys talk. There just isn't a smoking gun proof.
Oh, the fuck them kids guy? Yeah, that was Jay Jones. Yeah, you know what? He should have done that. That would have been fucking based. Imagine the Republican Party rallying behind fucking dissent. He said that a little bit. Okay, listen, I don't know. I'm sorry. Listen, Spider, I did not listen to the entirety of the stream today, okay? I took a nap, and I missed parts of it, and also I was fucking reading this very depressing UN report, okay?
That shows Trump's criminality and all this. There isn't. And the stuff about his connections to Epstein, we knew about right before the election. Like, it was known that he was generally aware. Like, he gave that comment to the New York Post or New York Magazine or whatever, which, come on, what did that comment mean? We all knew he was best friends with Epstein. And so there's just no smoking gun here in terms of the inculpability of specifically Donald Trump. And so I think it's a gross departure from the standards of the DOJ to do this.
I have to like just interject here because
yeah, it was about Ukraine, Spider. Yes. I have multiple UN reports lined up that I'm going to read. I am about halfway through the first one, which is about conditions in the occupied territories in like basically the eastern part of Ukraine from 2022 to 2024. And then there's another report that I want to read that's going to talk about conditions in the areas around Kyiv, which is where the Bucha massacre happened. And then there's another one about Crimea. And I also want to look at some of the stuff that they wrote about the about occupied Donbass from 2014 to 2022, because I'm curious about that. And I also want to see, obviously, like they will document reports on both sides, or that like human rights issues on both sides. Even this report that I'm reading right now, it brings up issues with Ukraine in the occupied territories, or in like areas where they liberated in the occupied territories, because of like it says that they were too heavy-handed with their prosecution of collaborators, and they swept up like some people who basically were just kind of like doing their jobs, in the sense, like anybody who like worked anything that may have lent any help to the occupation, or really even anybody who was just like working a job or whatever, there was a risk that they could have been prosecuted as being a collaborator. But yeah, the report seems to be suggesting that Ukraine was too heavy-handed in their prosecution of collaborators, because that they went too far with it, basically, which meant that some people who were living under occupation, which was already incredibly brutal and like terrible, and it was like it just incredibly like a incredibly fearful experience, really, that those people then also got turned around and basically became double victimized, because then like Ukraine accused them of being a collaborator. But yeah. The one on the displacement of children in warfare was pretty depressing. Russia argues that they have to move people for their safety, but you can't move people out of occupied territory regardless. I think you might be able to move them to a third country, but that's the problem, right? Like, Russia does not have the right to take those kids. That is illegal under international law. The attacking power, or the power that you're at war with, you can't just go into somebody's territory after you've attacked them, take the fucking children, ship them back into your country, and then brainwash them to think to like be your nationality, which is also a big part of like why what they're doing is not good. Wait, is there a full report just on the kids? Because I know that's going to get mentioned in the report that I'm reading right now. But I've looked into that a whole bunch. I'm pretty confident in that. Like, the Ukrainian line on this is just a whole bunch of or the Russian line on this is a whole bunch of bullshit. Like, all Lactoid's going to do is just go, but they're orphans, bro. Like, that, if that's all you have, he's just wrong.
Just so much is redacted. How can you really make that determination from what we haven't seen?
Well, no. Sorry. Wait, I just want to address that. So the claim is, look at all this shit that Biden had. The claim is being made from these people. We've seen all this stuff. They had it. And the fact that Merrick Garland didn't release it shows their incompetence. But of course, I'm judging that claim, the claim that there was something advantageous for them to drop in that moment and that it wouldn't have been a breach of norms. I'm not speculating as to what's not revealed. I'm speculating on the actual comment made by people on the basis of what has been revealed.
I mean, at a certain point, though, aren't you also talking about a matter of priorities or prioritizing? Yeah. It seems like if you did have a gorillion documents and the potential there to stop like truly bad people, you would think, even if it was just at the DOJ level, there would be something there that you would want to shift into that and persecuted like just a little bit further. Like I haven't heard what I've had it podcast said about this. I understand the general theme of, you know, why didn't they move on it more? It does seem like any leader, you can still essentially be hands off in trying to insist that someone takes that kind of a direction, but at the same time, you know, you can make sure that people are actually looking into criminality, right?
I mean, there's no reason to assume that they weren't looking into all this stuff when they had it, when it was available to them. There's no reason to assume that the FBI under Trump wasn't looking in and trying to see like whatever it was that they could find. I don't know. I also don't know if like there's a statute of limitation there or whatever. Do you think Ukraine can fix their seeping men from the street problem? What? Oh, are you talking about the conscription spider? I'll link it in Discord. It's also a big part of the Children in Armed Conflict report. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably look at that, although I feel like I've got enough about that. I mean, listen, Spider, I don't know what the fuck to tell you about that. Like, they are a country that is under attack, and conscription is how they are going to maintain their army and their manpower. It sucks, but, like, they can't just be like, I feel like Americans, I honestly, Epic, you probably, like, agree with this to some degree. I feel like fucking Americans, are like, that you guys are so privileged over here with your goddamn all volunteer professional military, and you're just look at other countries and you're like, well, why can't you guys all do that too? But that's not how it works. Not every country can just like up and do that. I'm assuming you have already looked into what little info we have on Mariupol. Only a little bit, not very much, but I will look at that, Epic. I don't know if that's going to show up in this report or not, because there's not a lot in there. Yeah, like, oh yeah, the Americans also do that same shit with the election crap, you know? Budanov is supposedly working on military reforms to decrease draft dodging. Okay, well, that would be good. What do European-style militaries give? Conscription is not a problem. It's part of not having a disloyal population. Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing, too. I don't know. I feel like all these reports about like the number of people who are trying to dodge like I'm curious if that's true. If the number of draft dodgers or whatever, or the number of people who are mad about getting drafted or whatnot, I'm curious about like how overblown that is versus how real it is, which is something else that I want to look into. Because I don't know. I'm sure Lactoid probably has a problem with that. But yeah. I mean, I know that I think a lot of European militaries are also like professional, but not all of them. A lot of them also are conscription. Like, what is it? Is it Switzerland where they have mandatory subscription or conscription, where like you have to serve a certain amount of time? Hello, TRC.
Wait, so what does Biden do? Biden says, "Hey, Merrick, go release all the documents that are bad about Trump." Like, what did you want him to do?
Well, it's not. No. It's not a matter of like make sure you're looking specifically into the thing about Trump. But like, if the inverse of that would be to basically say like, you know, don't touch it at all, or something to that extent. I'm just saying.
But you don't have evidence that happened. That's a problem, right? Like,
no, wait.
It's still it's not a matter of no evidence at all. It's still one of the most like notorious international sex criminals, you know, trafficking rings in the history of the modern era. Why would
we're losing the thread here? Hold on. Their complaint was not that Biden refused to investigate Donald Trump or Merrick Garland refused to investigate Donald Trump.
If they didn't tell him to release stuff.
Yes, their complaint was that he didn't just release it to the public for political.
It's systemic, right? Now from the ground, conscription is a necessity in modern military models. Also, like it's systemic from the ground up. Like the entire Ukrainian military and most Eastern militaries are ground up conscription based. Yeah, like you can't just turn that off and change it. It's a long shift to transition to a professional model. They can't exactly do that while they're being fucking invaded. So, you know, I don't know. It's just, I feel like so many Americans have, like such privileged takes on like war shit or whatever, or so much like, well, you know, we did it, so why can't you do it kind of shit, you know? It's also for Mariupol, satellites can see mass graves from space is pretty bad. Yes, that I have heard about. Why doesn't Ukraine just use a draft? Like, why not draft people 18 and older? I mean, they do have a draft, Spider, but they're not 18 and older. Yes, I'm aware that I am from Canada. I believe we also have a professional military here. Holy shit, what an incredibly silly question. Wait, what? Oh, you mean what Spider just asked? Well, no, I already know the answer. Well, yeah, we don't have a conscription-based model. So I'm assuming we have a professional military. But I guess in all the major wars that we've been involved in, or like so basically World War I and World War II, basically. No, Spider or Epic, he's asking he's not asking that. He's asking why don't they draft people 18 and older? But the problem is that so Spider, Ukraine has so far resisted drafting people. I think it's like 18 to 24. Yeah, 24 and older is what they've been doing. And the reason why is because that they don't want to lose an entire generation of young men. Now, that might be something that they might be willing to do, or that like perhaps could be done if they actually like, you know, were able to arm those newly drafted soldiers. If you know if they had enough shit to give them so that like they could have a greater level of survivability. But otherwise, what the fuck's the point? You know, like why would you do that? Ukrainians already have very bleak demographic. The male to female ratio is oh, I see. True, but isn't the main problem manpower? No, yeah, Spider, it is. But what the fuck's the point of like drafting a whole bunch of people if they're basically just going to get sent off to die because they don't have like enough ammunition or equipment? Their 15 to 24 demographic is super narrow because of a collapse of birth rates. Ukraine around 1999. Oof. Oh wait, so Epic, am I wrong about that? I think that's something that I heard from Dylan. Actually, I think Anna also mentioned something about that too. About like, you know, maybe we might be willing to draft our 18 to 24-year-olds if you guys actually like gave us more shit. Like if we actually had like good equipment to give them instead of no, Spider, the situation in Ukraine is not cooked. It is a stalemate right now. And also Elon Musk dealt Russia a I'd say probably a pretty big blow, although Epic, you can tell me if I'm exaggerating this, by shutting off their Starlink access. But yeah, it's complicated. At the moment, from what I've been told and from what I'm learning about this, basically, it's possible that tomorrow the front line could potentially collapse on either side. I don't think it will have. Oh, you don't think it will have a major impact on the war? Do you think it might have a short-term impact? Maybe. I doubt that it would be long-term. You know, but it's something for the influencers to talk about right now. Okay. I mean, did you think? Oh, okay. Not even because right now it looks like Ukraine's trying to take advantage of it. By like doing some advances like Preston Stewart was talking about in that video. Apparently also one of the things that what they were learning is that it looks like the Russian line is actually pretty thin in their advancements in some of these areas. Like they don't actually have a lot of people who are pushing forward in a bunch of spaces. Are they about to make advances? I mean, they're trying, but I don't know if they've been able to or if they'll be able to hold it. Isn't most of the territory covered in mines? I don't, well, no, like they want to, I don't know if it would be because you mean occupied territory? I mean, potentially, although I think they have ways that they get around that. There's just like spots that I think the mines just limit where you can move. But if Russia mined like their own occupied territory, then they would have to, then they also would risk walking. Yeah, I think that it's, isn't it like you have to stay on the road and you can't walk through, like, don't walk in any fields or you're probably going to step on a mine or something like that. I think that's how it works. I mean, maybe, does Preston get briefings from Ukrainian general staff or is he making assumptions? Because most offensives take weeks or months of planning. Mine's slow forward maneuver, which creates kill zones. Okay. No, he was, he gets his information by reading various reports from like I think what he was reading was actually from Russian military bloggers, and like stuff that they were saying about like this isn't like a huge offensive epic that they were doing. It's just like I think some units managed to like move in and take some stuff. Like they were just trying to take advantage of the Starlink being down essentially, but it wasn't a big thing. They managed to in some areas to get like their units to go in and take like small amounts of territory. How would Russian military bloggers have insight into the intentions of Ukrainian war plan? No, it wasn't that. It was what they were reporting from on the ground, from things that they had seen that the Ukrainians were already doing. Yeah. That's what they like. It's like it was reporting from military bloggers. It was saying that like oh no, the Ukrainians are advancing over here. And yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, it is an assumption that they were doing that to take advantage of the Starlink out, like the loss of Starlink by Russia. That they were like, oh, hey, their logistics are fucked. Let's go. But it wasn't like a big thing. No. Anyway, I'm sorry. We're watching this.
Reasons to tank Donald Trump.
Although I kind of hope they get onto something else besides the Epstein shit. Oh yeah, no. I think Preston Stewart's generally pretty good. But obviously, yeah, like he just reports what he sees on the maps and like the stuff that various military bloggers and other such things, like things that people who are reporting say or whatever. And I like William Spaniel too. I'm going to hazard a guess that Starlink is not in the top 20 considerations for those offensive, and that they were initially ordered weeks ago. Yeah, very possibly. You know what? You might be right. I got no fucking idea. That I think Preston thought that because that was what the military bloggers were saying, that they were thinking that. I posted Daisy new pup in pet pics. She has a fluffy Barnadoodle. Oh, she's a fluffy Barnadoodle. Ooh, Barnadoodle. Ooh.
Chances of winning.
And the question is, what does that look like? Hey, can you tell people to go release documents that are bad about Trump? Like, that is what your people, not you specifically, we're commenting on other people. I don't know if you guys have this opinion, but like, what does that communication from Biden look like? I want an answer to that question. What does that communication from White House to DOJ look like?
I think
just the perception. Oh, can I just add? Because like the perception is like, why was Trump impeached for the first time, right? It's like, oh, hey, give me specific documents that specifically implicate my political opponent, and I want to release these, and also I'm using my position of power to levy that, right?
Yes, that is the basis for the first impeachment.
Right. So it's like
not quite how that went, though.
I think just by
it was a phone call
up,
to an. I'm
sorry, go ahead.
Vadim, go ahead.
I know it's not the same.
I think that just by whipping up more and more discussion of the situation, there's still such a close proximity that he had. There's a lot that he clearly was in on. I think that at the very least,
I mean, who knows? I'm just guessing too. Only the general staff in Ukraine really know their intentions. Yeah, true. Also, the offensives are like small anyway, because because Ukraine's not going to have like a whole shitload to work. I think the front line is quite thin in places. It's not really good for, it's like, basically, I don't know. Let's just hope Ukraine can hold the line until November, or that something else might happen. I don't know.
would have just generated a lot more like terrible word of mouth and
But thanks Epic. Thanks for dashing my hopium about these potential offensives and the impact of the Starlink cutoff. I'm just kidding, but it's always good to stay like to be realistic. It's barely a cohesive line of contact anymore. Yeah, I mean, yeah, both sides are stretched way too thin. It's well, yeah, I mean, I don't even entirely understand what that, or do you mean like it's barely cohesive in the sense that like there are probably gaps in the line on both sides because they don't have enough shit. Yes, Spider. I mean, Epic was just saying the Starlink probably won't. It probably lasts 5 years. I'm gonna call it right now. I mean, opium is dumb. Always be pessimistic and then be happy when everything goes perfectly. True.
And just like shat on his reputation all the more in the lead up to.
Okay, right. These guys are talking about Epstein. I don't know. I think this is just more. Listen, the Epstein stuff is really bad. Okay, although I also feel like people are maybe making like way more of a big deal out of it than necessary. Wait, Duckburner, I see you in chat calling Hutch an R slur, but you're saying R slur. Did you? Ukraine should have just listen, Spider. It's easy for you to say that in hindsight. Those nukes were fucking expensive, and Ukraine didn't have a shitload of money to pay for maintaining them.
The election, so maybe it would not have had that desired consequence of like just providing a what's the like catching him red-handed, but still like I think it could have done a lot.
What's the communication, Vadim?
And then lastly, I think that like I find it really hard to believe, maybe I'm wrong, that he could not have found a way to cut through a significant amount of that red tape. And even if you take Donald Trump out of it, it's still this matter that involves so.
Okay, you know what? We're so far behind. I'm gonna skip forward because I just want to see like, do they get onto something else? Because I don't actually care that much about
opportunity, I think, is running into the lack of importance that this issue had in the 2024 election. And also, I think the fact that it would run up into the norms that we tend to respect in this country between
The nuke thing there is the dumbest. Oh my god, Jesus Epic, you are so savage. Oh wait, you were fighting with Spider before, I think. Actually, Sub-Zero IQ nonsense.
interference in the White House and the Department of Justice, or at least I hope we would respect.
Okay, fair enough. But just real quick, I just want to say that like I sort of feel like a little inadequate inside this conversation because there's so many aspects of this that I that you're speaking to that I would want to kind of look into before.
Yes, we know, Vadim. You don't actually pay attention to anything except for Israel shit. We understand. And even that you basically don't really pay attention to. You don't actually know anything about that. He's sleepy.
Having like a real conversation like this. So I'm not going to like, sit here and heavily dispute anything that you're saying. However, I will recommend if you guys are up for it, there is a really wonderful creator who's a good friend of mine.
I'm not saying Spider is stupid, but he is saying stupid things right now. Big difference. We all say stupid shit, myself included. You know what? That's fair. I also say stupid shit sometimes. Why shouldn't Ukraine have kept its nukes and built a nuclear alliance with the post-Soviet countries apart from Russia? Because that shit would have been insanely expensive to maintain, and Ukraine was not doing economically well. None of those countries were after the collapse of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union also wasn't really doing economically well. Yeah, like it just because they didn't want them. They didn't want to deal with it. They also, I don't even think, they also didn't really have the ability to set them off either. Like, I'm pretty sure those nukes were controlled from within Russia. They were just stationed there. I don't think that Ukraine could have kept them. And, like, Russia also wanted them back, and if they tried to keep them, that probably would have caused problems, or at least I'm pretty sure Russia wanted them back. Jesus Christ, that question. No, not even that. The maintenance was not even the big issue. Was it because that Russia, was it, they were not Ukrainian nuclear weapons. They were Russian. Okay, so yeah, Ukraine didn't have the ability to control those weapons. Yeah, the Russians had the warhead release codes. Okay, so it was the second thing that I said. Yeah. Yeah, Russia put them there. And yeah, the Ukrainians didn't have that. So Russia would have had to have given that shit to them. And there was no way Russia was going to do that. Pretty sure Russia, yeah, the Russians were threatening to invade if they did not give. Okay, yeah, all right. So the Russians, yeah, so they were like, give us back that shit. And Ukraine didn't have a military. Yeah.
Chill Goblin, he's a leftist, but he's done a lot of videos on Epstein and whatnot. And I'd be interested in seeing you guys have a conversation like that because he is someone who could definitely kind of not only come in with a very informed perspective about like all of the history and whatnot, he knows like crazy shit about it, but then also he would be able to come in with an informed.
No, Spider, Ukraine's not cooked. Listen, you know what, Epic? I think we should ignore Spider. I don't know. I feel like Spider is probably trolling to a certain degree. The bombers. Those nukes did not work without Russian launch authority or Russian missiles. They had to give Tu-160 and Tu-22 back to Russia. Huh. No, Spider, Ukraine was not cooked in the beginning. That's a big error at Budapest, not the airplanes. Oh, okay. Did Russia want those back? I wonder if they would have cared. Technically, Epic is wrong. They were Ukrainian-built nukes operated by Ukrainians. They weren't stationed there. It was their nukes. Moscow just had the launch codes. Well, I mean, yeah, but having the launch codes is kind of a big important thing. And I don't think that Ukraine really wanted to like go through. And yeah, also what Epic just said about how the Russians really wanted those fucking nukes back, and I think they probably Like they were not going to accept any of their former satellite states being being nuclear armed, because obviously they were probably thinking, hey, you know what? Maybe in the future we'll be able to take all these things back, or we want to be able to maintain our sphere of influence, and we don't want any of you guys to get too uppity, and you might be getting too uppity if you have nukes.
leftist perspective on this, which I don't have, and I think that probably Ogre has a little bit more than I do. So I'll let him say what he was right about to
Oh
go into right
God.
now.
I was just curious why it has to be the binary of attacking it from the purpose of, like, yeah, I agree. If you think it's going to be like a October surprise type thing, that's dumb. I'll concede that. That's not anything that I've been arguing. But the notion of, like I said, everybody thrives on
Yeah, it's fine. We don't. You guys don't have to time out Spider. Whatever. Spider brings content, I guess. The panel needs more drama. I am not satisfied so far. Well, yeah, I know, right? I agree. It's because they're arguing about something. Listen, I'm just gonna say it, okay? I think the Epstein stuff was really fucking bad, but I feel like people are looking for something there that's not really there. And I just don't know how much I care about it. Like, people really want it to be like some far-reaching, insane conspiracy, and it's kind of not. There's like a lot of stuff there that's really bad. But I do think it's a bit weird that the FBI, after presumably several years of investigations, didn't really feel like they found much to charge any of these, except for Epstein himself, and then he hung himself, so that was the end of that, and Maxwell, obviously. Although they are looking into Prince Andrew with at the like in the UK, so he might get hit with something because he's one of those people that we definitely know did stuff. But I don't know whether or not there's actually evidence that Epstein was doing anything with, or that any of that a lot of the other people in the files were like actually fucking kids. But I'm not sure. Oh, okay, wait, never mind. Now people are talking about leave Spider alone. You know what? I'm with Spider. How hard can it be to physically hack into a warhead to bypass the codes? What could possibly go wrong? Good one, short stack. Yeah. That's that. No, but like Ukraine didn't have an army, right? So. What do you mean hack into a nuke? Wait, Spider, are you actually suggesting that Ukraine should have hacked into their nukes? They should have just done it. Wait, Epic is just wrote true in chat. What was that in reference to? There's a new jailhouse angle of his cell, supposedly. Oh, really? Okay. Ukraine would have literally collapsed in a few days like Russia wanted if they invaded back then. Yeah, that is what would have, you know, because Ukraine didn't have an army. I don't think any of those states really had armies. Like I said in the beginning, Ukraine didn't have access to the Russian nukes. America didn't. Ukraine during 2014. Half the Ukrainian military went back to Russia, and the other half in Ukraine were not getting paid or trained. There was no choice for Ukraine to defend itself. They had no other option, and they did the only thing they could do. Yeah, there was also like arguments about the Black Sea Fleet too. That I saw when I was watching the Kyiv the documentary from the Kyiv Independent about Crimea. Like that there were arguments over like who was going to have control of all that and stuff. Or not like who, but like how much control other countries were going to have of that, and also other things related to that, which I thought was interesting too. So why didn't America force Russia to give up the launch codes? Only P, what do you mean? Why can't they do that? Because America couldn't force Russia to do anything, because those were Russia's nukes. The Black Sea Fleet and access to the naval yards at Crimea are a core Russian security interest. Yeah. Without Sevastopol, Russia cannot make cruisers or carriers anymore. Yeah. It's kind of funny that you know, it's a key component of them being a blue water naval force. Good thing Yanukovych signed that sweet lease deal that extended to like, I don't know, 2035 or something, so that, you know, Russia could have totally stayed in Crimea and things would have absolutely been chill with Sevastopol, and they didn't have to. Oh wait, never mind. They just fucking, yeah. I don't know. That's really. I don't know that Ukraine was even saying if there was even a threat at all of from Ukraine that they were going to cut off Sevastopol or like revoke that lease. All the Soviet Navy was built in Ukraine. The big cruiser Ukraine sunk, Moskva, was built in Ukraine. Oh, nice. Like the rest of Russia's Navy. Wait, is Epic talking about a hypothetical Russian invasion of Ukraine in the 90s? If he thinks the Ukraine would have collapsed in a few days, he has not read about Chechnya. No, yeah, but Chechnya is different though, isn't it? No, he's saying that Ukraine he's saying that if that Russia would have invaded Ukraine if Ukraine didn't give back the nukes. That's what he's saying. That like Russia wanted those nuclear weapons that they had stationed in Ukraine back, and if Ukraine refused to give them back, then Russia would have invaded them. And at the time, Ukraine basically didn't have an army. So yeah, I think Chechnya is probably a little bit different. Because that Chechnya is like Chechnya was also chomping at the bit to declare their independence from Russia, though. Like, and I'm not saying that Ukraine wasn't necessarily, but I mean, Russia had a lot more. I don't actually know like that much about the extent to which they're, comparing rebels in a city to a national military is fucking retarded. I don't know what else to tell you. I think the fact that Chechnya held out during the first war probably speaks to the state of the Russian army at the time too. Anyway, let's not fight when we can look at this absolutely adorable doggo. Look at the face. This dog is so cute. I mean, I could believe that the state of the Russian army in the 90s was not good. Soviet Union had just collapsed. Dagestan and Chechnya are in Russia. Ukraine is an international conflict. Listen, I understand that Dagestan and Chechnya are in Russia, Con Radical, but I agree that Chechnya should be independent from Russia. And the reason why I agree with that is because that Chechnya passes my bar. And my bar is the occupying power did genocide. Not once, but twice. My bar is that Russia has treated Chechnya as like shit for basically as long as they occupied them. And if you're doing that, if you're being treated like shit and denied rights and you're being literally fucking genocided, then I think that the country or that the region that is part of your country or whatever has every right to say, fuck this, we're out. No, in general, Spider, like all the way back in the beginning. These conversations I have here remind me of why we have a commissioning program for officers and don't trust enlisted men to make more important decisions. Good one. There's a major curse of knowledge going on. Oh yeah, no, well, yeah, Chechnya is now ruled by like there's been so much like Chechnya was where they were putting like gay people in fucking camps. That's what like Kadyrov and his regime was doing, and those guys are just Russian puppets. And like yeah, like Russia like brutally suppressed Chechnya. I think that Chechnya should be its own country. I guess I'll draw the distinction for the people here who struggle with these topics. When I say Ukraine would have collapsed, that means the nation state of Ukraine and its organized military forces. Not resistance in Ukraine, not rebels in cities, not paramilitary forces. I'm assuming that the Chechen the Chechen rebel forces were around for longer than like the collapse of like that they existed before the collapse of the Soviet Union, because that because it like I mean throughout the entirety of like the Russian Empire's occupation of Chechnya, they were like they were facing resistance there. Like nobody, like the Chechens did not want the Russians there. They did not want to be occupied. They fought against it, and that's why like so much shit that Russia treated them so badly. And then during the Soviet Union, a whole bunch of them got accused of working with the Nazis, even though they didn't. And lots of them actually fought in the Soviet army against the Nazis. And the Soviets fucking deported like 60% of them. If Russia went in the 90s and installed a new government loyal to Moscow and left, that would be bad. That would be a bad outcome, yes. They have been fighting Russia since 1785. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, basically. Like, I think that, saying, but much Chechnya is not a okay, yeah, because Chechnya had a different thing going on. They don't like, you know. Yeah, I think Chechnya deserves to be free from Russia. I don't really care if they have always been, or if they've been part of Russia since like 1785 or whatever. Just because Russia has always treated them like absolute crap. Yeah, it's been a while. Same with Ukraine. Makhno was around to fight the Whites and eventually the Reds. I want an FPV drone. Me too. We all want FPV drones. I don't actually know what the difference is between an FPV drone and a regular drone. I went for a walk one time and there was a kid that was out with his mom, and she was like, we're walking our drone, and they had like a drone that they were flying. Oh, first person view, okay. And he had like a remote control that was controlling it and shit. It's basically a really shitty drone that needs a human pilot. So are you saying that FPV drones are the kinds of drones that I could is the kind of drone that I could walk into my nearest Best Buy and purchase? I'm assuming that's the case because that Ukraine is getting a lot of drones from like online stores and shit.
Conspiracy theories, fucking Area 51, JFK, all this different shit. This was going to be something that people talked about probably for decades more to come in some capacity. Was it the thing that cost the election? No, but I don't really feel like anyone's serious, and I'll include the I've had it gals. I don't think you have to look at them as like serious in this particular.
So where's the
capacity.
negligence, Ogre? Where's the negligence?
Why even point at the Democrats as if they did anything wrong here? It's outrageous to me. It's that flowchart nonsense.
Why would you? If you had the ability to highlight a group of people that were involved in, even if it doesn't meet textbook, like we've run.
The main difference with Chechnya are also the fact that Russian under Yeltsin wasn't as willing to suffer hundreds of thousands of losses. Putin is different. Yeah, Putin don't give a fuck about Russian soldiers' lives.
We've run investigations and trials and et cetera, et cetera. Why not at least show that, like, for sake of highlighting people that are basically using the rules in their favor, flaunting their wealth to that degree, people that have that level of outreach to where if you gave a fuck, like the degree that Epstein was flaunting Palantir and shit like that to other.
But Ogre, what does that look like?
Of this is like,
seriously,
why would that,
Ogre, what does that look like for the Democrats' perspective? So I want you to follow that chain of logic. Okay, they should have revealed information, not necessarily just about Trump, but about all these actors using the rules, using the fact that Epstein talked to the Palantir people, that he talked to okay, whatever you want to say there. What does that look like? A Democratic strategist gets on the phone for Kamala for America, whatever the fucking the PAC is or the organization, says this is a really valuable opportunity. Now follow that communication line.
You're just
follow
it.
Follow it.
Same thing. I'm not saying do it as a campaign stunt.
So no. What the Department of Justice?
Yes, you can buy FPV drones at Walmart. Many of Ukraine's are off the shelf from China with weapons strapped to them. It's why it's absurd to look at as the future for the US. The ones who make said cheap ones. Oh, well, yeah. But I mean, like you said before, the only reason why drones are like this big thing in Ukraine is because that they've had to get creative in how they were fighting, and Russia has also like it's also doing like the same shit. It's because that both sides don't really have anything better.
Have a meeting say, how can we get Kamala elected? Starting wherever.
That and the cell phone, yeah.
You want to start it? How does this idea? No, Ogre, stop.
Why do you keep bringing that up again?
Ogre, you can start it wherever you want to start it. It can start in the halls of the Department of Justice. It can start in the White House. It can start at a super PAC. Where does the idea take hold? And now follow it to the action. That's what I want you to do.
You already started off earlier. You conceded.
Does Israel and Turkey use FPV drones though, or do they use like good drones? Makov's kind of Makovshchina. It looks like that. The Ukrainian anarchist movement. Yeah, maybe Con Radical. I've got lots of stuff. Yeah, I know FPV just means it has a camera. I understand that. We've had drone warfare for I know we've had drone warfare for over a decade now. That was controversy under Obama. Yeah. No, they use autonomous drones that can operate without a human pilot and do the same job, which is just better in every way, really. Well, yeah. We've had drones since 1917, not over a decade. The first use of a strike drone in 1917 was in 1917 in World War I. Wait, what the fuck did that look like? I'm curious. I'll have to look that up.
You said it was not a bad idea, or it's a very true thing that a lot of times, especially for something related to like the JFK assassination, that there can be this thing that captures the public imagination, and therefore it's something that's kind of beneficial to answer a lot of questions and put people's mind at ease.
Beneficial in what way? What do you mean beneficial?
Why do you think people want to know what happened in the JFK assassination?
I'm just asking you to put it. I'm just asking you to put it
your
away.
own, like intellectual like
I'm asking you what you mean when you say beneficial.
No, it's asking you what you mean.
It's restoring faith and transparency about these things that people are curious about that are happening at that level. When there's the
one way you do that is not one way you do that is you don't interfere in what the DOJ is doing. Okay, you're saying you're not saying that. You're saying don't do that. And so your response to how does this idea take hold that you can use is you should have already been doing stuff anyway, right? That's what you're saying.
The sudden obsession with drones now only is because that everyone is talking about them as being like a huge deal in the Ukraine war, when really it's just because that's just the kind of war that both sides are fighting. It's because that's what's like, that's the shit that they have available to them, and it's easy and it's cheap, and they have to be creative because that they are lacking other types of more expensive, better equipment. So this is what we get. Basic info on in your stream suggestions. Thanks.
Did you say that?
I mean, basically, sure.
Okay, so they were doing some stuff. They were prosecuting Ghislaine Maxwell. They were undergoing an investigation, which at least alleged. So
well, hold on.
Who decides? Hey, let's release information.
At bare minimum, if the Democrats released it first, doesn't that take away something that Trump's using as his big campaign thing?
Sorry. I just want to be very clear about what I'm asking here. I'm asking the way in which the idea comes to light and how it gets channeled for the Department of Justice to do a thing. That's what I'm asking. Not would it have been helpful if X. I'm asking you to provide us with a plausible way in which the idea takes hold, it takes root, and then it gets enacted into action such that it would call into question democratic negligence, that kind of stuff. So please tell us.
But also just to piggyback off what OgreBoy just said, why would it even enter Merrick Garland's mind to try to take away a potential political thing from Donald Trump? That's not the Attorney General's job. He's not thinking about how do I help Democrats win elections.
Right. That's not the DOJ we want.
There could have been something more along the lines of a mass call out for the release of those files on behalf of the Democrats.
Shanks saying the government should tell the truth about 9/11 made me think none of these people actually care. As though they believe the government. They didn't the first time. Yeah, true. Hold on. Kettering aerial torpedo bug. Oh, it's like a plane. Oh, cool. Charles F. Kettering of Dayton, Ohio, invented the unmanned Kettering aerial torpedo, nicknamed the Bug, launched from a four-wheel dolly that ran down a portable track. The Bug's system of internal preset pneumatic and electrical controls stabilized and guided it towards the target. After a predetermined length of time, a control closed an electrical circuit which shut off the engine. Then the wings were released, causing the Bug to plunge to the earth, where its 180 pounds of explosives detonated on impact. Oh, that's neat. Damn. American battlefield innovation, yet again. Yeah, of course autonomy came later on because you kind of got to have, you need a computer for that shit. Thank you for this. Thank you for this really cool history lesson. I did not know this, although I don't know too much about World War I. Other than that, apparently the tanks in World War I were not very good, but maybe I was lied to about that too. I don't know. Vadim is making me want to kill myself. Okay, hold on. Are they still talking about Epstein?
Years ago.
You're seeing now with ICE, when they go out on the streets, they have these cameras. They scan the crowd. They're mapping people's faces. The policing industry wanted body cameras. They wanted them so badly that before they got public funding for them, they were getting private donations from people like Steven Spielberg because they were so desperate to get these cameras.
Oh, having a tank was better than not having a tank. Yeah, okay, fair. I guess I guess compared to newer tanks, which is not a good comparison, because obviously the first tanks were not going to be good. Tanks were a lot less reliable, mobile, or lethal back then. Yeah.
Now, there's probably a lot more here that is worth reading, but it goes on for several paragraphs, and unfortunately I haven't read through it. But I think that just from that alone, we're starting to see this expert's very clear opinion that these conditions that they're holding out for are, according to him, like just meaningless and in many cases counterproductive.
Wait, what is he saying? People in the chat are saying he's saying like that body cams don't matter? What the fuck? Hold on.
Distracted by meaningless and counterproductive so-called reforms. Everybody.
Oh no, is he making stupid, is he gonna make a bunch of dumb points about the police?
Like, you're talking about administration that is completely lawless and shit. Yeah, no, I agree. Would it be better if you like mandated after every shooting all the body cam photos gets released? No doubt. Would I be okay with them arguing from that position? No doubt about that either. All I'm trying to say is this is good. This is what we want. And we want also the headline being Republicans bent to Democrats. Republicans saw that this was bad because guess what? That's blood in the water. That's blood in the water that invigorates us. That to know, for example, another example of this is when they left, quote unquote, left Minnesota. Even if they didn't, right? Even if they didn't, that headline by itself is fucking helpful. And so I have no problem whatsoever for us taking this W. I do think that, and you guys heard me, right? I was mad about Schumer, or it was Jeffries, about the whole citizenship thing. And so there are plenty of things I think you can fault Democrats in terms of negotiations, but not this, in my opinion.
Okay, guys, I have actually the transcript of the interview that I was talking about with, his name is Alex Karakan. I'm not going to try. Complicated last name. So I can read what he had to say here, and I think it's worth hearing. So here I go. If I have to say one thing in this moment, it is: do not become distracted by meaningless and counterproductive so-called reforms. Everybody who studies these questions understands that body cameras are not a reform to any form of police violence. There has been overwhelming research. There's so much research and overwhelming consensus on this question that even the federal government's own position for a decade or more has been that body cameras do not reduce police violence. Okay, that's a consensus.
I mean, no one's necessarily saying that they do, but it's having body cams is going to make it easier to hold cops accountable if you then put in systems that will allow them to be held accountable. What? Body cams are a good idea. They'll allow you to have a better picture of things. Also, body cams are what gives us YouTube cop slop, and isn't that fun content, you guys? He's bringing up that body cams don't matter, but he's missing the whole point of having, like, holding them accountable and bogging them down with lawfare. Well, yeah, I mean, basically that's what I just, like, the body cams would mean greater accountability, but you have to like implement rules with regards to that accountability. But the body cam is really helpful because it gives evidence.
So you have to ask yourself, in the wake of outrage over police violence, why are so many public officials, particularly Democrats, pushing body cameras? I mean, after all, the person who shot Renee Good filmed himself in that interaction. When what we know from all the data is that there was a moment.
Not every cop is going to fucking carry around a cell phone and film themselves.
When the police were so.
Okay, I'm not. No. No, that is what he's paying attention. That is what he's saying. Only Pete. He's saying. But that's not, is that not what he's saying? That we can't just not rely on body cam? No, he's saying that body cams don't reduce police violence, but he's acting like we should stop pushing for body cams then, I guess. I don't know. Let's hear the full of what he actually has to say, because hopefully he doesn't say that, because that would be really stupid.
desperate to get body cameras. So were prosecutors. They badly wanted them to dramatically increase their surveillance capabilities, to link facial recognition software. There was billions of dollars at stake in cloud computing contracts for the tech industry and the surveillance policing industry. The prosecutors wanted them so they could prosecute in higher volume, low-level cases against the most vulnerable people in our society. There were all these reasons that they wanted them. They wanted them for crowd control. You're seeing now with ICE, when they go out on the streets, they have these cameras. They scan the crowd. They're mapping people's faces. The policing industry wanted body cameras. They wanted them so badly that before they got public funding for them, they were getting private donations for people like Steven Spielberg because they were so desperate to get these cameras. Now, there's probably a lot more here that is worth reading, but it goes on for several paragraphs, and unfortunately I haven't read through it, but I think that just from that alone, we're starting to see this expert's very clear opinion that these conditions that they're holding out for are, according to him, like just meaningless and in many cases counterproductive. So I'm going to go with this gentleman's point of view because I think that he knows more than all of us combined.
What the fuck? Really? Is this the argument that you're like, no, body cams are not counterproductive. Body cams are a good thing. They'll allow you to hold cops accountable. Or if like the cop wasn't in the wrong, then they would show that too. It's good to have that. Like, it's not the only thing that you need. Body cams are not the answer to police brutality, but they are a thing that you should have. I would argue that they should be a mandatory requirement. Yeah, this sounds like body cams only work when there's an entire system that keeps them accountable. I mean, that doesn't seem to be like what he's saying, but it's also, maybe he's just doing a really shitty job of making the argument. Actually, it's very possible that the expert is saying that, but I don't know if Vadim understands that that's what I don't know. Vadim is on one right now. It's almost impressive. Conservative nonsense from a leftist.
This person. So like, I don't trust this person. You say you trust this person on the basis of his expertise. What is this expertise? Off the top of your head, do you know?
He's the
Oh yeah. These guys love doing the appeal to authority shit.
author of Propaganda.
Oh, propaganda. Oh boy, this person sounds like okay.
He is someone who speaks very often on myths about immigration, crime, and policing.
You're not talking about
and the last thing that I'll say also is that Democracy Now! I mean, like, I would like to be able to give you more in the moment.
Oh, all the leftist shit
about this particular person, but Democracy Now! Is excellent journalism. They like they are very discerning with the people that they have on and the experts that they choose to speak to on topics like this. So
he's bringing up the surveillance state. That's implying a system that doesn't keep them accountable. And in fact encourages nefarious actions to suppress dissent. I don't understand what that, like, do we not think that body cams are not a good thing? People are still going to film a whole bunch of shit on their cell phones. Yes, diluted Mel, propaganda is a term that leftists throw around. Any kind of movie that portrays police in like a light that's not terrible is propaganda. They will probably say that the movie Die Hard is propaganda. They'd say the television show Brooklyn Nine-Nine is propaganda, even though it was pro-police reform and generally pushed a progressive agenda. You know, like, I don't know. But I think, listen. Yeah, but the only thing is is that there are people who would say that that is propaganda. I'm sorry, like, maybe only P, maybe you and I are going to disagree on this, but I don't like the leftist view of cops. I think it's stupid. I think ACAB is stupid. I think defund the police is stupid. I think all of this shit is retarded. Okay? The answer is that you need, like, comprehensive reform of the police, and that means you have to give the police money. I don't know, like, exactly what your view is on this, but I feel like the person that Vadim is citing here, just based on what little he said, is like, it sounds like this person is probably like one of those weird anti-cop people, or I don't know. Like, when you start talking about propaganda, I immediately just kind of side-eye you. The only thing that I can think of that's like what the fuck is the only thing I can think of that I would ever label like propaganda, quote unquote, would be like fucking like I don't know, some sort of movie that was like, oh my god, guys, cops are awesome, serve and protect, you know, like that kind of shit. Not just like a show that has police officers in it who are the main characters and like doesn't portray cops in a bad light. I don't know. Paw Patrol is propaganda. It disparages public officials and portrays a privatized police force founded by a rich kid. is a solution to societal problems. Wait, does that sound like Cop Again? I don't know what Paw Patrol is, by the way.
I have an even better idea. I have an even better idea. Okay, this is what we'll do. Okay, we'll encourage all of our protesters not to take videos either. No one will take videos. Wait a second. Let me finish my thought.
Okay.
Well, okay. So no one will take videos, and because you agree, right? If people are like taking videos with their
Yeah, I'm sure there are actual shows that are like that, only P, okay? But I feel like that would be how I would define propaganda or whatever. But I've seen people define it way more broadly than that.
cameras, all these different angles,
Surveillance,
that's gonna be you know, these tech billionaires like fucking Elon Musk, they're gonna be able to use all of that data to put it into their Palantir systems, right? So we should encourage all the people not to record, correct?
No, because first of all,
why is the framing disingenuous, Ogre?
First of all, you're talking about average citizens versus the state, for one.
I know I'm talking about that. Why is the framing disingenuous? It's called the fucking comparison.
Well, Pisco, I think because they're not saying we shouldn't record. They're just saying this is lackluster compared to what they really want.
No. Sorry. Sorry. I just responded to a fear regarding tech surveillance and using facial identification, you know, to identify people related to crimes in these networks. That would be true both of body-worn camera footage and freely published imagery and videos from people who are recording on the scene. Correct. Soy pill. This is the soy pill. This is the soy pill.
Yeah,
that is correct. That is true of both examples. Okay.
In the Democracy Now! Interview, I think that was the closest that AJW got to implying that these people don't want body cams. But I think the overall point is what he's saying is, and what the Democratic politicians in that subsequent article that he posted that also disagreed with this point was not that body cams are bad. It's that body cams is a platitude in their opinion. This is not what I'm saying, but they say body cams are a platitude. It's a meaningless win if they can control what footage comes in and comes out, and if they're just using it to their advantage and not to your advantage.
But they can't. No, I'm speaking. So you wanted to zoom out. So I don't know why you want to zoom out. I'm talking about something specific, which is a particular fear. The particular fear being.
Did Pisco have a falling out with OgreBoy coming in hot against it? I don't think Pisco's ever been like super friendly towards OgreBoy. Like they still disagree. They're not, you know, like I said, like Hutch does argue against these people. And eventually, or sorry, not Hutch, Pisco. Eventually Pisco will do something where he will not pass these people's purity test and they'll get super mad at him and completely turn against him.
That this data actually gives a lot of weapons for the administration. And you know what, to be honest, it sometimes does give weapons to the administration. But it's overdetermined because people are freely publishing these
yes, Pisco does get rude very quickly, even
videos because they're on the scene. Notwithstanding that, our intuition isn't that we should stop doing that because we think that there's value in that being available.
My answer to what you're saying is that, like, yes, we should absolutely be concerned about that. We should be, as a society and also just political content creators on the internet, my opinion is that we should be speaking up about these issues so that hopefully mass surveillance doesn't get to the point where every single time that we shoot like some video, it's just going into the Palantir system. Now, we might get to that point, and even if we do get to that point, I would argue that it is still better for civilians to—
Hello, Vanaloven. Yes, indeed, Vadim is awake. My better question is, you're awake. Isn't it like the middle of the night for you? Also, hello, Noble Cactus. And hello, Vanaloven.
to be shooting people, because again, we have the matter of like, are the authorities going to actually be forthcoming with the footage that we want them to? No, of course not. So it is still a net win for people to be shooting what they can, because then they are kind of like more in a position where if shit goes pear-shaped, they can fucking do something.
What about Palantir? What about the threat?
Pisco, we got 30 minutes left, and I do want to take a step back and talk about, because Josiah actually had a perfect super chat to transition to this for the last half, because this is the main reason OgreBoy and Vadim are on. He said, definitive answer from both of you. Vadim, you can go first. Would the country be better under a Kamala presidency?
Oh, absolutely. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah.
Okay, OgreBoy, yes or no?
Both of you vote for Kamala?
Wait. Let Ogre.
Yeah. I was telling people prior to the election that they should be voting for her if that was something that, if they were coming to me for advice on electoral politics specifically, I laid out the issues and I still said ultimately that Kamala would have been better than Trump and that they should vote for Kamala.
Yeah, I mean, what I wanted to kind of learn.
Did Ogre vote for Kamala? I thought that he had a convo with Pisco where he like got him to admit that he should have voted for her. Maybe he didn't because I think he probably lives in California. He doesn't say where he lives, but I'm damn sure he lives in California. Because his time zone is PST. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Actually, well, maybe he lives in Washington, I guess. Those are like the two PST time zones, I think, or two PST states. Are there other states that are in that Pacific time zone? I don't know about the American geography.
Launch into before we kind of
real quick, super quick, Vadim. Is there something wrong with your eyes, Hutch? You seem to be blinking a lot.
I just emote a lot, I think.
Okay. I'm not used to that. Go ahead, Vadim.
Wait, that's a lie, right? Wait, hang on a second. That's a lie, isn't it? OgreBoy, you just lied?
Yes or no?
Wait, Ogre. I just want to be clear. Was that a lie? You just lied, right?
It was being hyperbolic and sarcastic. I, you know,
But
won't say
it
lie
doesn't answer.
for-
Did both of you vote for Kamala? I'm not trying to give you
Personally,
argument.
no,
I'm
I
just
didn't.
curious.
Yes, I did, but actually, I mean, you know, there was something that I kind of wanted to launch into in the remaining time that we have. Won't be able to get to everything, but we could get to one conversation that I very much wanted to have with all of you, and so did Ogre. That is just basically directly connected to that. So.
It's going to be Israel-Palestine, isn't it, you guys? It's going to be that. It's going to be something to do with the Democrats not passing whatever leftist purity test. But you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised and it won't have anything to do with that.
I was told from Soy Pill that I'd have like an opportunity to kind of like read a little something that I think kind of like is a springboard into that conversation.
Keep it
Is
brief,
that
you know,
okay?
not the whole manifesto, but like, yeah, your introduction to like
Well,
why
I
you
mean,
want to talk
this,
Let me know when OgreBoy ratio's hutch.
this is
Brevity is the soul of wit, as they
okay.
say.
Okay. Well, I think that this will. Here we go. Okay. I will just go ahead and read it. So. This was supposed to be said at the top. So, okay. So, I said a big part of what brought me here today is summed up in this Twitter exchange that recently popped off and sparked a wider conversation on Twitter. In response to several centrist libs voting in favor for ICE funding, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib tweeted the following out. She said, "Shame on every single House member, including the 7 Dems who voted to fund this killing mob, cold blood killing in our streets, some even clapping and cheering. I'm so sick of fake-ass people who say they uphold our Constitution. No, if you don't, no, you don't if you fund this madness." And that provoked political consultant Neera Tanden to quote tweet her and say, "A lot of people can criticize the members here, but the last person who should do that is a person who helped Trump win when she could have supported the Democrat."
Oh yeah, that's right. Rashida Tlaib never endorsed Kamala because Rashida Tlaib is fucking obsessed with Israel. I think she's like Palestinian American or something, but yeah, she's like super far left. She did that stream with Hassan. She's all on like all the genocide shit, you know, all those narratives. I put a thing today in stream suggestions just about how the U.S. district system heavily requires Dems to shoot for swinging Trump areas as opposed to appeasing more solidly D districts. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Oh yeah, she's got family in the West Bank. Okay. Like, listen, I understand like where she's coming from or whatever, but Jesus Christ, if you cannot think strategically and recognize that Kamala would have been better for on like Palestine than Trump, then you're just lost.
Presidential candidate. So here we go. And I just have like a few more paragraphs to read. I wanted to say that I personally think the purpose of a statement like this from Tanden is more or less akin to a thought terminating cliche.
I mean, it's an objectively true statement.
She's falsely attributing blame for Harris's election loss here. And just to provide necessary context for
like, if you want to say that, that's fine, but it's still not good that Rashida Tlaib did not endorse Kamala. And like, you know what? Who knows? Maybe her doing that may have had like some small tiny ass impacts. I don't know.
Everybody out there, in regards to Tlaib, she vigorously spoke out against Trump and the threat to democracy that he represented. But due to the ongoing genocide in Gaza, she decided to refuse to explicitly endorse Kamala Harris as a matter of principle, and also in the hopes that doing so, along with others, might have provoked Harris to do more for the situation. She was holding out for concessions. Now, I want to say that personally, I and OgreBoy as well encourage.
This becomes so crazy in like 4 minutes. Oh boy, I can't wait.
Others to vote for Kamala Harris in the lead up to the election, in spite of feeling the same way, in spite of believing that Harris was not acting on something such as in spite of believing that Harris not acting on something such as this would have inevitably helped to provoke a great disinterest and apathy amongst voters that spread far beyond that of leftists to potential voters of all stripes everywhere. And again, I encourage others to vote for her, but I absolutely, and I believe that Ogre did as well, but we absolutely respected those who held out for concessions because we knew their conscience, not only that their conscience would not allow them.
You were not going to get those fucking concessions, you fucking idiots. That was never going to fucking happen. Because they were not going to alienate independence by jumping on your insane maximalist bandwagon to like endorse go for like the most insane, ridiculous positions on Israel and risk alienating other people who are reliable Democratic voters. Jesus Christ.
To do otherwise, but also because it was a very worthwhile tactic that was attempting to coerce Harris to take necessary action in order to ensure a victory. This is almost over here. Anyhow, in my opinion, sorry, I miswrote here. Anyhow, in my opinion, Neera Tanden's sentiments here provides an excuse to just throw out not just what she was quote tweeting from Tlaib, but anything and everything she would ever have to say of political value, because if she's complaining about something, she's supposedly to blame for it. So fuck her. Now, obviously, this mirrors exchanges that
Listen, if you didn't endorse or vote, then like you don't get to fucking complain.
Are had all the time between tons of people like ourselves in all sorts of ways. So I'm hoping a productive conversation could be had with all of that as a springboard.
And scene.
There you go.
If I can, oftentimes in online politics, people will craft analogies. Let me try to craft an analogy here. Let's say that you have, a village of people. It's 2,000 people. The number doesn't matter, and they have some kind of a barricade around the village that they live in, and the barricade is somehow threatened by something. Let's say like water. Like let's say like the oceans rise, right? And it's established that the people that live in this village, they have to reinforce.
Oh, Oregon is north of California and south of. Oh, Oregon is also PST. Okay, Nevada is PST too. All right, fine. The net widens. OgreBoy could live in any of these fucking states. Who the fuck knows?
Of course, that wall. Otherwise, the ocean's going to come in and just like drown everybody and destroy the village. And let's say you have somebody that's in that village talking a lot about the threat of the ocean and the water and all that. It's just like, this is really bad. There's water coming.
I think at this point, the pro-Israel vote was severely overstated. A lot of the country either did not care or are not that pro-Israel. I mean, if you want to say that, Only P, that's fine, you can. But the problem is that like you were basically suggesting to Kamala that in order to appease a small group of people who weren't even necessarily going to be reliable voters for her, that meant that she needed to break from established foreign policy precedent that existed within her party for like the past, like, I don't know, 20 or 30 plus years. And I think that's an insane thing to expect of her over something that, as you said, a lot of people didn't necessarily care about. Why would she just take that risk when like that may have pissed off other groups or had like unintended side effects, especially if she was doing it for a group of people who, I just want to say, probably would have found some other excuse not to endorse her. And I don't just mean Rashida Tlaib. Like Rashida Tlaib probably would have endorsed her, but I'm saying that like even if she had changed her mind, I'm sure Hassan just would have been like, "Oh yeah, well she sucks on this other thing." Because that's what these people do. If they like, nothing is ever good enough for these people short of Kamala literally being a full-on socialist. The pro-Israel vote is overstated is technically true, but it's less overstated than the pro-Pally vote, and the objective truth is most Americans don't give a fuck. Yeah, I mean, that's true, they don't. And I don't think it's really worth it to like change your foreign policy in order to like appease this small group of people who you can't even guarantee we're going to vote for you anyway. Apparently, maintaining established foreign policy precedents did cause unintended. I mean, did it? Do you have proof? There's no proof that Kamala lost the election because that she didn't kowtow to these people on Israel. Kamala lost the election because of the economy. I don't think that those people that didn't vote for her over like Israel would have voted for her anyway. They would have found some other reason to not vote for her.
But then let's say that person doesn't help reinforce the wall. And then the wall,
okay, hold on.
The village. They have to reinforce the village that they live in.
Foreign policy is a bigger thing in the Senate anyways. Yeah, I can believe that. Didn't Stephen and Hassan debate Kamala Harris back in the 2016 elections? No, Conradical. That was in the 2018 primaries when Kamala was running. I guess the 2020 primaries, really. Yeah, that was when they had their divorce. They had like this big debate because that Destiny went through Hassan's video called "You Don't Want Kamala Harris," and he basically like looked up all the shit that he talked about, and then he debunked it because he found that a lot of it was just kind of bullshit. Obviously, she didn't lose the election over Israel, but she did lose some voters, and more broadly, that established policy has caused a big change since then. I don't think that change was as big of a thing or as like as obvious of a thing back then. And I know that like we're saying that it's become a big thing since then, but like you also don't necessarily know. Also, by the way, I'll just say that like the problem here too is that these people, I don't know if even just an arms embargo would have been good enough for these people. Like Hassan has literally tweeted, you should like fucking arms embargo Israel, and if Israel doesn't stop doing its genocide in Gaza, then you should like blockade them, and if that doesn't work, then invade them and take out their government. Like, I really doubt that America just dropping all support for Israel would suddenly mean that these people would stop giving a fuck about it. I don't think that's true. I mean, the question is if she would have lost more voters going the other way. I imagine that like some portion of the Jewish vote may have just not voted for her if she had gone and done that, if she'd just gone full insane anti-Israel. You know, and then like and then you would have also had like certain groups that would have been spending against her and spending in favor of Trump. And I don't know. I think it's a mistake to assume that people being anti-Israel or more anti-Israel now means that they support like the insane maximalist positions of people like OgreBoy, Hassan, and Vadim over here. I don't think it was a question of the Jewish vote. I was just backing up your point that they'd find another problem other than, oh yeah, no, they would have. I agree. It wasn't the Jewish vote. It was 99% of the Americans who don't give a fuck. Yeah. Like since Trump had won, the issue has hardened more along party lines. Also, again, there's other concerns with IR than just voters, like how our allies perceive these statements. Oh yeah, you're right. Jesus, I didn't even think of that. That's also true. America's been a longtime ally of Israel, and America's suddenly turning around and being like, we're going to arms embargo you. I mean, that probably doesn't necessarily look great. It looks like they're stabbing their ally in the back. Especially since the majority of people understand this is a complicated topic. Or I'm sorry, not the majority of people, but a lot of government leaders understand this is a complicated topic that's not as simple as Israel's the bad guy because they dropped lots of bombs on Gaza. Our partnership with Israel is through treaties ratified by the Senate. Ah, yes. Pro-Pally position argued aligned you with more with the cultural/academic elite, which is the unpopular side of the culture war. Yeah, I don't know. There's so much to this. Anyway, sorry, I'm going to shut up. I want to get, yeah.
1,000 people. The number doesn't matter. And they have some kind of a barricade around the village that they live in. And the barricade is somehow threatened by something. Let's say like water, you know, like let's say like the oceans rise, right? And it's established that the people that live in this village, they have to reinforce that wall. Otherwise, the ocean's going to come in and just like drown everybody and destroy the village. And let's say you have somebody that's in that village talking a lot about the threat of the ocean and the water and all that. It's just like, this is really bad. There's water coming. But then let's say that person doesn't help reinforce the wall. And then the wall collapses. Do you think that the person who didn't help potentially, or not potentially, do you think that the person who didn't help could have helped to like stop the water coming and killing everybody?
Ogre, you want to take that?
No, I asked you, Vadim.
I'd like to go over to Ogre because I just
can I actually jump in? I can already see. I can already see you guys.
Right
wait. I can already see you guys talking past each other. And what's going to happen is, tell me if this is wrong. Vadim and OgreBoy, this is my position, but tell me if this is a good steelman of what you guys are saying. The people that were holding out for concessions were not thinking that with their help they would have stopped Trump. Their thought is, if you don't listen to me and concede to my argument on Gaza, you will lose. So it would be. And it's
no, to be more specific, if you don't do the thing that I want you to do, I will help Donald Trump win.
No, sure, I understand the framing. I understand
no,
the framing.
No, that is not helping.
Yes.
They are already trying to do something about an apathy that is going to be there whether you like it or not. I very much like Ogre because I know OgreBoy has a lot to say about this, and I said a mouthful, and he can like talk very capably about this.
I thought, OgreBoy, I thought you changed your mind about like voting for Kamala, and you think that would have been the right thing to do. Didn't you tell me that?
The discussion in the moment is still the same. The idea of what a lot of people were trying to do in 2024, it was akin to yelling at the main character inside the movie theater while you're watching a horror movie, trying to tell somebody that
this was a United States representative who has a tremendous amount of influence in the state that she serves, which happened to be a battleground state, and she could have at any point.
Oh God, is Ogre pushing the weird ass narrative about like how the left or everybody was trying to warn that when he made that weird horror movie analogy about how you're yelling at the real
told her supporters in no uncertain terms, the threat of Donald Trump is real. He is going to probably be worse than the first term. Everything that they're threatening to do in Project 2025 sounds like it will do a lot of damage. It will kill a lot of people. We can get into the USAID cuts, but I feel like that point has been made 1,000 times. And nobody forced her. You say holding out for concessions. I don't know what that means. Like through the election? What does that even mean?
What do you mean you don't know what that means?
What does it mean to hold out? Was she hoping for a concession the day before the election? Was she hoping for a concession on the day of the election?
Looking for her to either do a weapons embargo or to
and that didn't happen.
Promise a ceasefire. Hopefully,
and that didn't happen. But
she did promise a ceasefire. That was literally something she fucking campaigned on, you fucking moron. She literally said, we need a ceasefire and to get a hostage deal done. And she talked about a Palestinian state. But that's not good enough for you motherfuckers because you want Israel to cease to exist.
So that was right. If she had done that,
10 million people are going to die from USAID cuts, and it's partly her fault. It's partly her fault. Yes.
Yeah,
It's-
Vadim, what
it is-
Vadim, what he's
it is
asking is,
Kamala
yes,
Harris.
holding out for
Yeah.
concessions is valid. He understands the concept of, hey, I don't really want to endorse until you do this. But once it becomes clear this is not going to happen 24 hours before, because she's not going to pass that in 24 hours, why not at that point then endorse?
Because it's a fucking genocide.
Is Donald Trump is he a
and-
fascist?
What's that?
Is Donald?
Oh my god. And then we get the fucking genocide truism, and then at that point it's like it's so thought terminating. It's just like, well, it's a genocide, and I can't convince you that it might not be a genocide. So I guess what the fuck am I supposed to say?
Donald Trump a fascist?
Donald Trump is a fascist, and that's
Is
why.
MAGA
and that's
a
why,
nascent-
as I said,
is MAGA a
she
nascent fascist
continually,
movement? Is there an emergent fascist?
throughout her campaigning, spoke to that constantly.
You're not. You seem to be just breezing past the responsibility that people have to use their influence.
People are
To use their influence to affect the best possible outcome. Okay, if you are a sitting representative,
the best possible
Vadim,
outcome.
you don't
would
need to
have been
interrupt
if
every time I
people
speak.
were-
Vadim,
Yeah, but you're speaking like.
let me speak. I am not long-winded like you. I can make my point in 10 seconds without
All right,
50,000
go
qualifiers.
ahead,
okay?
then Vadim respond. Okay.
You seem to be of the mind that people don't have a responsibility to use the influence they have to affect for the best possible outcome. You think that people
No,
get to
I'm
shut
saying
the
that this
fuck
is the
up,
way that
be
they are
quiet
using
for a
their
couple
influence.
seconds. You seem to think that people can just absolve themselves of any responsibility that they have.
No.
She's a United States representative.
Oh, thank you, Epic, for providing all of this information. It's good to know this stuff, that like the arms embargo shit was just not something that like Kamala would easily call for or whatever. And that's also not something that could easily be done because the US has like treaty obligations and other such shit to Israel, and you can't just like undo that shit magically.
No,
Okay, you
no,
cannot
that's not
tell
what I
me
think.
in one breath
That's
that
not
Donald Trump
what I
is a
think.
fascist, and then in the next breath tell me, but I'm going to stop
Don't
short
tell
of
me what
endorsing the
I
only
think.
person that could beat
Don't
her.
tell me what I think.
I'm telling you
Oh
what
my
you're telling me,
god,
bro.
Vadim is losing his mind.
You're saying that she didn't have any responsibility.
You can say it's genocide if you apply that standard to everything. At least I'd be able to respect that perspective. Oh yeah, that's true. You're right, because like these people are like just very selectively saying, "Oh my god, it's a genocide." But I doubt they'd say that about Ukraine. If they're following Hassan's lead, they sure as fuck wouldn't say that about what China's doing to the Uyghurs. Like, yeah, it's just stupid. There are only 42 Dems in the entire Senate. True. Not just not easy. You need 60. Oh, you need 60 votes in the Senate in order to like. I assume this would involve revoking a treaty that they signed with Israel in order to even be able to do this. So the statement would only do optical harm with no chance of success. Yeah.
Does,
Okay,
does
let Vadim
Rashida
respond.
Tlaib-
You know, you shaved your head, and I think maybe you have like some sort of
Don't-
like
let's not do this.
Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there.
Jesus.
It's beneath
confidence
you.
that
It's beneath you.
that like
Hate on
that
the
gives
bulb.
you like psychic
It's-
powers now.
it's
That the
beneath
lack
you.
of hair allows you to pierce my brain and
If
know
you
what's
need a
going on
nap,
inside
just
it.
say you need a
Okay,
nap.
wait,
You
hush,
need
hush,
a
let
nap.
him respond,
Just
let him
say you need a
respond.
nap.
Okay.
Let him tell you what he thinks.
Okay, let's go.
I think that they were using their influence to the best of the ability that they could by holding out in order to get something which they knew was the only thing that would win the election.
Wait, ZJM, Vadim seemed pretty awake in his in like the last convo that he had with Hutch, where like Loner and then Mudahar came in. But then he got real tired after he got annoyed because Mudahar was asking him good questions that he couldn't answer. Remember when Trump was impeached? That was for trying to deny Ukraine congressionally approved aid. The same laws that made that illegal make it illegal to block Israel. We have legal obligation. Yeah. And you don't want to like, yeah, like Kamala's not stupid. She's not gonna like fucking destroy America's reputation shit. Or like deal a blow to the US reputation.
Them kind of saying this scenario in which they kind of bit the bullet and did some sort of
no
like please vote for her, like I know like it's a genocide, and they've like completely ignored us. They didn't listen to us at the they kicked us out basically at the DNC, and they are just kind of like shitting on us by like funding a genocide of our community.
So wait, so you're saying that they deliberately caused Kamala to lose? I don't think that Rashida Tlaib deliberately caused Kamala to lose. I think a lot of these people just fucking hated, or that they just thought that Kamala was going to win, and so they didn't care. Now, that being said, based on what Mike from PA has said, Mike from PA has said verbatim that he thinks it's good, or that he's so happy that Kamala lost. So I think he is actually happy about that. And you know what? There's probably part of Hassan that's happy about it too, because that now he gets to like sit on his high horse and rewrite history and cry and whine about how the Dems like didn't listen to him.
please just go ahead and vote for her anyway. Yes, maybe in some cases that would have gotten a few more people out to vote, but that would not have created the sort of groundswell of support that would have occurred if they were successful.
Okay, I follow you. So if they don't have influence sufficient to make any kind of meaningful impact on the election, why were they making demands?
Well, because
pause on that for a second.
Okay.
What leverage did they have? You're saying, well, they couldn't have really made a difference. Then what doesn't that annihilate the very premise? Like, it's absurd that they would be holding out for concessions because what leverage do they have?
What other
Well,
options do they have
one,
other than trying
you
to appeal
act
to
as
the
there's
representatives?
also another aspect of this, which is just kind of like at a certain point, people do have certain kind of like principles that they like are going to like hold to, and that's I mean, is there no situation where you guys would like where you would respect someone who did the same? If like I mean, like
no, there are some situations. No, there are some situations. It's just they didn't present themselves.
Well, if there are some
Yeah, just not here because your opinions on this are a bunch of bullshit.
Like Vadim, for example,
why
I very
why
often
not
said,
of all things a genocide? What like
I'll tell you
if
why.
you're going to have
I'll tell you why.
if you're going to just last sentence, okay? If you're going to have the cutoff at some point, then like why is
You need 67 votes in the Senate, not 60. Wait, does the Constitution actually say you need to get 7 votes in the Senate? Hold on. Are you memeing Epic? No, I'm just kidding. I know I don't think you would do that. It's 67. That's so funny. You need a supermajority. Oh, you need 2/3. Okay. The Constitution says you need a 2/3 majority. Okay, in order to revoke a treaty. And that's why Trump cannot leave NATO. Otherwise, it's very possible that he may have actually tried to do it. We have 42 Dems in the Senate, so goodly. Yeah, no Republicans voting for that, and there's at least some good portion of Dems who aren't going to vote for that either.
is like a genocide not the point where you start doing that?
Well, I give this example a lot. Wait, I want to respond to this because Vadim, I give the example a lot of like I know people who have family in Gaza that were killed by Israel. Okay, like I understand their line of reasoning of like, wow, it's very hard for me to hold my nose and go say, yeah, the person who helped that happen, I'm going to go vote for you. But it's our job as content creators and politicians as well, especially so, to say, hey, just because this thing is happening and is awful, there are more things that are going to happen. And because both of you acknowledge Trump is just demonstrably worse, we need to do everything we can to stop that. It doesn't matter if you
won the election. There's no like scenario.
No, wait, I agree with that.
Are these people under the delusion that Kamala lost the election because she didn't do what they wanted on like Gaza? I really hope not. Although they honestly might be.
Wait, I agree. I agree with your take that the Gaza issue didn't swing the election. That's why I think it's so ridiculous sometimes for people to claim credit that, oh, if they had just, Tosh's point, if they had just listened to us, they would have won the election. I think that the loss had to do more with prices or whatever. But that's not what people are pointing at and why they're upset. Yeah, this quote tweet isn't directly responsive to the issue related to whatever, these 7 representatives who I condemned for their vote, including whatever, Glusen Perez, etc. What people are upset about isn't, well, we know they would have had a statistical effect on the election. It is the priorities of these people and what they view as the existential nature of the threat or that Trump imposes. The fact that we are all on this plane together and we're all going to fucking die if we don't gather forces and do what it takes for the benefit not just of ourselves, but for millions of other people in other places, including the people being slaughtered in Gaza. And on every score of that, there's a frustration not to be lectured to by these people. I'm not saying that it's directly responsive to what these people are saying, but you should at least understand where it's coming from. It's being sick of it. It's being sick of this kind of talking down to people who wouldn't even do the bare minimum.
No, okay, go ahead. OgreBoy has
There's a couple different things here, and the first one is essentially one of the arguments, or at least the attempt to try to make this make sense, is that it's not a matter of what we as a group or the people sitting on Politics Nerd Island that spend all day reading and listening to commentators and public speakers and all this different shit. It was an attempt to try to like get some kind of message across to normies and have normies hear what comes out of the candidate's specific mouth.
It's true. Aircrafts are sexy.
To say what they were willing to do. She had the opportunity sitting across from Dana Bash to say, what are you going to do different? And she said that she wasn't going to do anything different.
But play it out, Ogre. Can I just say, play it out? So for example, let's say that we're in your world of political sort of analysis. Kamala Harris says, you know what? I'm going to announce for the first time here, Jake, whoever's doing the fucking debate, what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. And I'm immediately resigning. Because that's what she would have to do, wouldn't she? That's what she would have to do if she were the vice president of an administration that is a party to a genocide in that respect. The way you're saying is she can't be a party to it. She has to resign. How the fuck can she declare it as a genocide from her position as vice president, part of that administration?
I'm not
Talk me through it, Ogre. What should she have done then that she didn't do?
You're picking the maximalist position in the other direction to try to turn it
so you don't hold it. You don't hold it against her. You're right. So you don't hold it against her. So now let's play another.
All she had to do
let's just do the other scenarios.
Can we fucking talk? What's happening here? Only thing that she had to do was say, yes, under my administration, if evidence comes across my desk that the Leahy Act or the Foreign Assistance Act, 620I, I believe, that when and if these things are being violated, I'll look into it. That's it.
Yeah.
That would have been enough to get a lot of the grassroots activists. Why would you ask me if that's what I feel is necessary when I'm telling you what I think is necessary?
By the way, even if she had said that, I don't think I disagree. It wouldn't have been enough for like quite a lot of these people.
okay, so what you just produced, right, is you're saying, I'm not asking her for the sun and moon. I just want some sort of token gesture that she would look into her boss and everyone that she works with for violations of the Leahy Act. Okay, but that's
the person.
And then what's the Ogre? Let me finish. What is the next question after she says, I think that we should look into violations of the Leahy Act? What's the next question? You produce it. What's the next question? Go.
Why hasn't Biden done that?
That's a great question.
Do you feel, or how about number 2? Do you feel the Leahy Act has been violated under administration?
Can you let me talk for 5 fucking seconds? This is so exhausting.
Maybe our administration is violating its obligations with respect to genocides. And so,
so if we go back to what I
that's
actually
a good
said,
political strategy.
Can I go back to what I actually said as opposed to what you tried to make me say? I said all she had to say was essentially, if information comes across my desk that there's violations of the Leahy Act and the Foreign Assistance Act, I'm willing to look into it.
That would have appeased a lot of the leftovers.
And also, bottom line, here, let me ask this, because this is one of the things that I wanted to get at. Do you guys even fucking continue to read articles or stay up to date?
Oh, yes, Vanloven. This is my cat cam. It's basically just my phone that is wirelessly talking to OBS. That's what this is. Imagine what the other non-NATO allies would think if they saw that all it takes is the US changing its mind and it will cut you off. No one would trust us ever again. It's the same damage Trump is doing right now with his nonsense about Greenland and all that. Yeah. Really? It does? Okay.
On any news whatsoever to any of this shit?
Why is that relevant? Why is that? Hang on. So first of all, why did you just bring that up?
Why did I just bring that up?
Yeah, so you're like, are you studying your Gaza? You know, so, and why is that relevant exactly?
Because there was 2 articles that came out in November specifically about how the Biden administration knew in December of 2023 that they were already
He is obsessed with this shit.
Committing war crimes in Gaza.
No, you're getting into the substance. You're getting into the substance of the argument. That's not what we're talking about.
I haven't forbid I touch on substance.
No.
Also, I'm actually genuinely curious about like the Leahy Act and how that, although that wouldn't involve doing an arms embargo tape. I think what does the Leahy Act say, that you just can't give arms to your allies if you're committing war crimes or something?
But you know that's not what we're talking about. Do you want us to actually have a conversation about whether or not they have violated Leahy Act or whether or not is that what you think we're talking about, Ogre?
I'm talking about a failure on their behalf to do what's right in order to actually.
You don't think we're talking about the Leahy Act, do you?
Not only to be on the right side of history, but to also simultaneously save the potential for the fucking election. Yes.
Okay, no. So let me jump in here.
If they are violating the law, okay. I mean, I don't think that they knew that there were violations. I think there was concerns about violations of the Leahy Act, was what I recall in those articles. I don't think that it was like, oh yeah, we knew 100% that they were doing that. Petition to rename it the Leahy Act. They believed it was possible. Yeah. Like maybe they didn't want to look too hard into it. I don't know, but it.
There's a couple things I want to point out. Okay, there have been multiple independent organizations that have done their own estimates about the projected death toll from USAID cuts globally over the. You can
don't
moralize to me about Gaza.
2025.
No. Don't moralize to me about.
This is actually very funny that like these people just don't care about that at all. Because it just goes and then they're just gonna immediately turn back around and be like, the genocide, bro.
Gaza and imply that I don't give a fuck about like people dying or whatever. If you're gonna poo-poo and hand wave the current
projections, you dude, you, all right, you don't even think it's genocide.
Oh my god. Biden uses presidential drawdown authority to pause shipments. He could do it for up to 180 days. Trump unpaused the shipments on his first day back in office. Oh yeah, that's right. It's true. He did. I think he paused like the 2,000-pound bombs. Hi, Stuart. What are you doing? Why are you laying on the laptop like that? Look at him.
Don't speak. You told him to speak. But the current projections.
Hutch. I muted them. Start over, and then
the current projections right now, and I'm gonna make my other point. The current projections now are that 200,000 kids on the low end of the estimate have died just in the last year from USAID cuts. That number is expected to swell to over 1 million. So you have no leg to stand on. You have no leg to stand on, moralizing as though your red line of Gaza was some kind of justification to allow the Trump administration to come in and do what he did. I want to make my second point that I think is much broader, which is that you guys need to stop treating these elections like it's a fucking game that don't have real consequences. Okay, these are real. People are living and dying because of these things. The outcome of the election is so enormous.
A week ago, listening to both you
don't get to tell me. You don't get to tell me that it's. Hold on. Let me. I wasn't quite done. I wasn't quite done. Stop using the threat of helping
just gonna work the
Republicans
clock?
win.
You are
Stop.
reversing this whole
Listen to
fucking
me.
thing.
Stop
Dude,
using
you
a
are
strategy
far
of
more-
I'm going to
people
help.
like
Oh my god, he's so triggered.
Republicans
you are
win.
far
This is
more-
pathetic.
Vadim,
This
please,
is
just for a moment.
Vadim.
You
This
are
is
far
pathetic.
more to blame
Don't ask
for
your
this
soldier
situation.
boy
gonna
to
keep
jump in and
working
take
the
over for you and then jump in with this
You
belligerent
are
nonsense.
yourself. You
Do I
are
look scared,
someone
Ogre Boy?
who still to
Do
this
you two
day-
intimidate
Whoa.
me?
still
Okay, wait,
to
Hutch,
this
let him
day-
respond.
No, I was
still
not.
to this
Let me
day.
make my last point.
What the
Okay,
fuck?
You
let him
guys,
respond.
can you mute that for a second? Mute that for a second. I'm serious.
Well,
This
Hutch, I might
belligerent
need you-
clown.
you let him respond.
Let him respond. He cut me off, bro. He's been screaming the whole time. It is.
Yeah, because I'm fucking
Vadim.
disgusted by what you're saying, and I need to.
You told
cut in.
Ogre Boy to jump
No,
in because you don't know how to collect
Oh my god, the moral outrage.
your thoughts, and then I start
No, I
speaking,
know
and you jump in and
exactly
start
what I
yelling.
want to
No, you
say. I know
don't.
exactly what I want to say.
I'm muting all three of you. Okay, Hutch.
Wow.
I think your point was almost done, but you did make a lot of points there, and clearly Vadim wants to have a little response to this. So let's let Vadim get a word in, then OgreBoy can respond, and then you can all scream at each other again. Okay, 3, 2, 1,
God damn
go.
it, soy pill.
Okay, so it's my turn now. Is that what's
Yeah, go
happening?
ahead. Go ahead and respond.
Jesus Christ.
Bro, you are far more to fucking blame for this situation. So you're someone who every step of the way has denied that there is in fact a fucking genocide going.
Are you fucking serious? How is he to blame? Is Vadim? Oh my god, he is, isn't he? He's one of those fucking delusional people who actually thinks that this issue fucking cost Kamala the election. Please tell me that that's not true. Oh, well, you see, Diluted Mel, it's because that Hutch didn't like immediately say, "Oh my god, there's a genocide," or "There's going to be a genocide on October 8th." That's why he's to blame. By the way, Hutch now thinks that it's a genocide. Although I honestly, I don't even feel like he should have granted that. Because these people don't give a fuck. Like, it's not even that. Like, it doesn't matter whether or not Hutch says it's a genocide. The problem is that Hutch is critical of Hamas, and that Hutch doesn't think Israel is a cartoon villain like Vadim and OgreBoy do.
On to begin with. So like I'm not like going to be like lectured by someone who actively helped create a status quo with the situation that is the reason why we lost the election, because fucking the Dems and principally Biden and Harris did not do not only what was a moral imperative, but what was an imperative to.
He actually thinks that. Oh my god, why? How is he so stupid?
Get people out to vote, to create a groundswell of like just like a feeling that they were going to actively be different than Biden, and you have to start from like, in order for me to like vaguely respect anything you're fucking saying, you have to like actually acknowledge all of the experts and like the massive amount of data that we have that points to it actually being a genocide before you try and
Vadim,
guilt trip us about this bullshit.
Did you
Go ahead,
did
guys.
you see the exit polls, Vadim? Like that issue was nowhere near the top of why people voted.
Well, there
But
are
I've already
lots.
put in front of Hutch before, like a aggregate of 34 different polls that show that it would have meant winning in the swing states for Kamala. And the first name on that.
That really, I would love to see these polls, because that like we found other polling data that showed some shit that seemed to suggest that nothing would have made the people who didn't vote for Kamala actually vote for her, that they were just overall apathetic. Linda, do you know who Dirk Moses is? He's an anti-Zionist scholar of genocide who rejects the Genocide Convention, who was being psychotic towards Omar Bartov. I'll put messages in stream suggestions. Oh, okay. I mean, that's the other thing too, right? Is that there are quite a few people who just who don't like the current definition of genocide because they want it to be way broader than it is. They revealed their hand when they started calling Mamdani a Zionist for condemning a swastika being spray painted on a Jewish school, and by saying globalize the Intifada is cringe. Yeah, I know. Like, nothing's good enough for these people. Like, these people are not mad at Hutch because, like, these people didn't forgive Hutch when he said, yeah, you know what, it is a genocide. I do think that's what's happening. Because Hutch is, like, anti-Hamas.
That list that put the first poll was Laksha Jain, your guys' fucking polling boy. Like, the information.
Our polling
was there.
boy?
Polling boy?
The guy
What
we
the
had on for
fuck?
podcast is our polling boy. So we
That you guys blaze. That's your boy. Hutch is your boy. This is your polling boy. What do
It
you
was
want?
inflation and immigration. Inflation and immigration.
I'm not talking
and
about
you're right,
nationwide.
Vadim.
I'm talking about in the swing states, which she lost. Wait, wasn't it all? It was all of them, right? Right. So
Yeah,
even
but
if
wait,
you guys nod in the
wait,
direction
just pause right there. Why did you say, oh, it was all of them, right? Are you like trying to dunk on the fact that she lost? Like, wow, like you're happy she lost? That's what it seemed like, but you can
No,
dispel
my
it, right?
name isn't Cenk
Why did
Uygur.
you? Wait, no, but why did you do that? Right there, you were like, all of them, right? All of them.
Because
Like you're
the
trying to twist the knife.
conversation is about
Why are you
trying
trying to twist the knife? I'm asking.
warn over
Are you trying to twist the knife when you
Because
do
there's
that?
also an absolute refusal to learn any fucking lessons from this whatsoever, and blindly, reflexively defend people that didn't want to win.
Okay. Can I jump?
She left. She
Can I jump in?
absolutely explicitly left votes on the table. And the real bitch of this is, I actually brought like a full 2 pages of fucking notes, clips. I got shit that I was going to use to make my fucking case.
Those analyses.
That was gonna
I had a
happen
conversation. I had a conversation with Prime about this stuff, and those analyses they only do like one part of it, which is like how many votes you would have gained. But you don't do the calculation of how many votes you would have lost, and that's what's so insane about this entire thing. You know,
But
any
that's
kind
my
of
point. You guys, listen. This is actually, to me, this is actually really important. There's an element here that you guys, in Hutch specifically, which the whole point of this was like, Vadim and OgreBoy confront Hutch. There's a whole cross-section of this information that you guys never present to your audience whatsoever. There's a half of this story that's completely missing, and then maybe they could come
No,
to
this is bullshit, Ogre, because you know I get a lot of shit because I am someone who thinks that like we shouldn't be doing this kind of like pivot to Manchin or whatever the fuck it is. I get a lot of shit for that kind of stuff. And when I say I don't think lefties cost them, Kamala the election, I'm basically saying that by and large the left came through for Kamala. That's my empirical conclusion based on the data that we have available. What you're suggesting is the left did cost Kamala the election. That is what you are suggesting.
Right?
No. So I'll ask you now. Did the left cost Kamala the election?
No.
Why not?
That's your missing
Virtue of what?
point. In virtue of what? The whole
Virtue of
point
what
was
he's
the loss
asking.
of the swing states. It was the loss of the normies, the ones that don't pay attention to politics the way that we fucking do.
They cared about Kamala's position, so the ones who are not read in on Israel-Palestine,
The
those
ones
are the
that
ones she
go
lost.
off of the bare minimum information that they have the ability to even pull their heads up from their lives and take a look at on a daily basis.
And they knew enough to know that Kamala.
And then when Kamala has the opportunity.
Wait, hold on. Does OgreBoy seriously want me to believe that those people cared more about foreign policy than I did about like the inflation or the economy, or rather their vibes about the economy or whatever the fuck, or like things that like cost of living and affordability and all that crap? Really? You actually think that those people voted based on a foreign policy issue?
To go on a national stage and say what the fuck she's going to do different, including Gaza, was basically she's not going to separate herself. Which
I mean, like Kamala saying that she didn't do, or that she should have like Kamala not separating herself from Biden enough was absolutely a mistake. But I don't think that the Gaza thing was really that big of a part of it. Yeah, the economy does matter the most. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Kamala abandoned her entire economic plan after the DNC. I mean, it's wild how the decisive issue in every U.S. election happens to always be the hyperfixation of the online leftists all the time. In 2016, it was apparently Medicare for all, and in 2024, IP. Wild how that works. It's almost like there is some projection going on. I mean, yeah, no, Epic, you're right. There is this, but it's not just them, right? Like everybody does this. Sam, I believe Sam Harris said that Kamala lost the election because of woke issues. There were other people who were saying that she lost the election because that she was too crazy on trans stuff. So it's like everybody was just like, Kamala lost the election because of insert my pet issue here. Yeah. I don't think anyone does this, to be honest. Just most of the influencers. Well, yeah, not everyone. But yes, it's the influencer class on like the left and the right. Yeah. I think most of the DNC is scratching their heads still about how to go forward. Yeah. Potentially. I mean, like, Johan, you may have, yeah, maybe it's possible. People may have been doing that. I don't know. But
I understand how insane
lied
that is.
about during her book tour.
You're suggesting that the
She
least
could've
informed
just
among us.
Guys. She could have just fucking lied. Politicians do it all the time. She could have just lied. And
she had her people.
And
then
say what? And say what?
And say that she was going to implement an arms embargo.
oh my God, there it is. She couldn't have done that, as we've already gone over.
Or force a ceasefire. She could.
All right. What's the question?
She said that she was going to push for a ceasefire. This was a thing that she said.
Vadim, first of all, I mean, that's not going to be. People are going to be upset that she lied or whatever.
I don't want her to lie, but I'm just saying to like.
Imagine she said this. Imagine she says this. I believe that there should be an arms embargo on Israel.
Yeah.
What do you think is the problem with the sitting vice president coming out and saying that?
I don't know, but it was the right thing for her to do.
It undercuts Biden in the course of the negotiations that they're actually having, where he was actually trying to push for a ceasefire near the end.
Yeah,
His vice president over there talking genocide, talking arms embargo, talking all that stuff. These are sensitive international conversations, just so you're aware.
People wanted there to be a, like, they were...
Okay, oh yeah, Pisco also just made a really good point. Good job, Pisco. Unfortunately, nobody else knows actually the thing about the treaties or whatever. But yeah, where is the arms embargo button on the Oval Office desk? Is it by the lever that changes gas prices? Yeah, it is. It's also right next to the make inflation go down button.
Getting sick as fuck as
All right.
Biden, and so they wanted a departure.
And
Wait,
number
wait,
two,
wait, wait,
and
hold on, wait, wait.
number, let me, I just want to finish. And number two, she looks weak. It'll make her look weak. So I'm not saying that I don't agree with the policy. I don't think that we should be. I don't think we should be giving funds to Israel. But the political, but the political.
And then Pisco, yeah. None of these people know that. I gotta look up those treaties and read more about that, and then like present this information to a bunch of people because that's like a really good fucking point that I guess nobody knows because people don't know how the U.S. government works or something.
No. It makes her look weak. It makes her look weak.
It does not make her look weak.
Okay, all right.
There's nothing strong about capitulating to like your boss. Like just asserting yourself and doing something different, which the whole country wanted her to do, would have protected strength.
Can I agree with you, Vadim? And just say briefly, I agree with you that Kamala did not do a good enough job separating herself from Biden and showing how she would be different. I don't think it would have mattered on the issue of Gaza. I think it had way more to do with inflation and what she would do for this country and make people's lives better.
Well, hold on.
Okay, well,
to be fair, can
I
I play off that for just a moment?
Go for it.
So, first of all, no, that wasn't the singular thing, but it would have been an indicator that she was willing to start branching off in a different direction or a slightly different direction from Biden.
Why would you pick that issue? Also, apparently behind the scenes, Biden was kind of like holding her to not like saying anything to him or saying anything bad about him, but I don't know if that's actually true or not. It might have also just been because that Kamala really respected Biden. Who the fuck knows? But obviously she should have differentiated herself from him and been willing to criticize his record in some areas or whatever. I feel like that probably would have helped her a lot. But didn't need to be on this issue. This is like the hardest of all the issues to do that on.
That you're correct in that. It wasn't the only thing, but there would have been enough there to, I think, especially if it had happened earlier, that could have gotten a lot more grassroots attention and pushed her campaign farther than what it had. And I still, like I said,
why are we even fucking? Can I ask? Why are we even talking about this? This is a deflection because the difference is we are willing to acknowledge that there were mistakes. Let me finish.
Oh yeah, Kamala was not a good candidate. She also she lacked charisma, and it's. Problem is also she didn't bring up anything good Biden did. Oh yeah, you're right. That's true. She didn't. Jesus, the Democrats need to get better at saying, look at me, look at us, we did all this fucking amazing shit. And now Trump is out there taking credit for a lot of the good shit that Biden did.
We were willing to acknowledge, and Harris herself is willing to acknowledge, there were mistakes in the campaign. What you guys, crucially, are unable to acknowledge is that every voter who stayed home because of Gaza did a disservice to this country and should be ashamed of themselves, including you, Ogre. You tried to slide in and say, well, I told other people to vote. You did not vote for Harris, and so you have to reconcile with your own shame, which you have not done. You should have shame. You should have shame. You should have shame.
Because the other half I was going to say to IRI's point was that she lied about knowing the importance of separating herself. After the election, her people went on Pod Save America and said that they knew they needed to, but they didn't know a way. She goes on her book tour in front of the fucking View and says, I didn't understand that it was that important to even do it. All of this, so much of this shit is fucking cope. It's insane.
We have had so many conversations on this podcast.
No, he didn't vote. I believe that his cope is that, and that he's not ashamed of it, and his cope is that he lives in a blue state, so it doesn't matter. So I'm assuming that Kamala won the state that he was in. Yeah. So that means that he lives in one of the Pacific time zone states that is blue, California or Washington. The DCCC and DNC kind of suck, but we don't really get to those convos because of these fuckers. Yeah, well, you know. I mean, they had a few months to figure it out on the fly, and people criticizing have hindsight. Yeah, I know. That's also the other thing, too, right? Like, they couldn't just do a primary. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you know who's really to blame for all this shit? It's Biden. Biden should have fucking not run for a second term. Okay? He should have said, I'm not going to run, and then they should have just had a goddamn primary.
About how Kamala Harris could have run a better campaign. To my knowledge, liberals do not shy away from these kinds of conversations. They happen all the time. So that's fine. We can dive into that topic if we want to. I want to dive into something different. I want to respond to something specifically that Vadim said. You said, or implied, right? And tell me if I got you wrong, that Kamala had a moral imperative is the word that you used. A moral imperative to do everything she could to get out the vote to beat Trump, right? You said that. You just said that.
I said that she had a moral imperative to. I actually didn't say moral imperative in relation to her, but
yes, you did.
No, I didn't. But I'll go ahead and kind of say that I think she did. Yes, I think that any candidate should have a moral imperative to.
I mean, I don't, Jordan. I don't know that a female candidate is going to happen or not. I'm not sure America's ready for a woman president yet. I think that whoever gets run in 2028 should be like the safest candidate possible that has the best chance of winning.
Right, so she had a moral imperative, right?
Get
So
our funding out of the fucking genocide. Yes.
no. I'm saying she had a moral imperative to do everything she could to beat Donald Trump. Do you agree with that?
So
But
by
Vadim's
doing the
saying
arms
that by
embargo,
yes,
she would
yeah.
have. And that
I
would
understand
have
that you keep going to that topic. I'm just asking you in generalities. You know.
Yeah, he said yes.
Oh yeah, I mean you can take risks in a populist era. I'm not saying that. It just depends on like how you're going about it. Also, I think that populism is something that you need to be careful with. I don't think that the Democrats should go full retarded Trump levels of populism or like fucking leftist retarded levels of populism. I think America is ready for a rep woman candidate and maybe president. Oh, you mean a Republican woman candidate? Hello. Newsonianism will save us all. Unfortunately, right now Kamala is polling high. Do you think the modern Republicans are real populists? No, but I don't think that matters because I think populism is bullshit. It's a stupid reductionist ideology that oversimplifies everything. And I don't think that like populism ever works because once populists get into office, they don't really ever get to do any of their shit because they find out, holy shit, oh my god, things are actually way more complicated than we said that they are. When we were running, oh my god, I can't just blame everything on rich people and like fix it by like somehow trying to find ways of getting rid of rich people. Holy shit, that alone isn't going to fix the economy. I can't just blame all of our problems on the elites. I can't just promise simple answers to complicated questions. Yeah, populism's stupid.
Moral imperative that performing this action would have won her the election. I believe that, and I can explain why.
No, I'm past. Okay, listen. Why did she have a moral imperative to beat Donald Trump, specifically Donald Trump?
Dude, I don't know where you're going with this. This is
just walk with me.
You're in this moment. You're kind of acting as though.
Why won't you answer my question, bro? Come on. What are you doing here? I'm just asking a simple question. Why did she? Why did
like fucking mind games? And you're not accepting the simple fact that.
Okay, let me jump to the point. I just spare me, please. I just want to get. I've been very patient. You guys have been speaking. You're not engaging with me in good faith. I'm asking you good faith questions. You're not engaging with my questions. You don't want to do it. Fine. I'll just arrive at the point. You did say that she had a moral imperative to do everything that she could to beat Donald Trump. Yes. I agree. I think the reason why she had a moral imperative was because Donald Trump is uniquely dangerous, and him ascending to the office of the presidency was inevitably going to lead to mass suffering. Okay. What I put to you right now is that the moral imperative does not just rest with politicians. We are a democracy. We have a vote. And people with positions of influence, like politicians or even influencers, they also have voters. They also have a moral imperative, if they care about these issues and can see Trump for what he is, to do everything that they could to prevent that from happening. You only want to talk about the moral imperative of Kamala Harris, and you don't want to put any responsibility on people that are in a democracy and have a vote and have a say. The second point that I want to make, shut up, bro.
Wait.
Stop.
Dude,
wait. I gotta be.
Wait, did Vadim just mention Hassan? Why? I'm not sure populism is just people love simple. I mean, it kind of is though, because the entire point of populism is it's this notion that like, you know, the elites and the system have fucked you over, and like we need to fix it by changing things, and it's the establishment that's bad. And I mean, in its current modern incarnation, the elites is like billionaires and rich people. So it's like blaming everything on them. Trump also will blame things on like the or like not just Trump, but really like MAGA in general. Instead of like yeah, people they'll blame the billionaires, although Trump won't do that. But yeah, populism is literally when you make a small group of perceived elites to blame for all of the world's problems. To blame all the world's problems on and use that anger for political power. Yeah, thank you, Epic. You like said it better than me. Yeah. And there can be answers to make sense that the people support. Could be billionaire, could be immigrants. Yeah, it's this weird us versus them oversimplification scapegoaty shit. Populism, by the way, is also an important component of fascism, at least before fascism takes power. And then after that, like at least like a lot of parts of it go away. Not all of it, but any part of it that says that like these bad people had control of the government. Can't have government for people, of the people, by the people, but where the people take zero responsibility. Populism was part of fascism in Italy and Germany, but not Japan. Ah, interesting. It's essentialism for ascribing political and economic problems to a particular group. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. I think populism is best described as when kitchen table talk invades the way our representatives talk about politics too much. Yeah, it's not, I don't know. I just hate it. Well, so is corporatism and elitism. Japan had a weird version of mental illness compared to the others.
Because this is what was going to happen. You're talking about each other. Hutch, your analogy of the thing of like they're not helping build the wall, right? Wait, Hutch, please, Hutch. I want you to listen to me, please. Hutch, the idea that tell me if this is wrong with Vadim and OgreBoy is that they're saying, hey, you need to build this wall out of concrete, and you stack. If I help you stack up mud, it's not going to matter. And then they didn't build it out of concrete, and then the fucking ocean destroyed the village or whatever, right? So like, can you engage with like they think?
Yeah,
this is
Johan, I understand. I know that right now we're in a populist age. I'm not against like candidates using populist rhetoric. I just don't want them to go full retarded populist. I just don't want them to like go all the way with it and like be fucking stupid about it. Like, I think that Democrats doing things like talking about affordability is using populism in like a good way, because that you're not like fully going full populism, you know? Yeah, never go full retard, exactly. Like, you don't need to go all the way. Partial retard can sometimes be useful, true.
only thing that would have won the election. I don't agree with this, but you're talking past both of them.
I don't need you to translate for them and be like an intermediary, okay? He's a big boy. He's an adult. He's a grown-up, okay? You say that I was responsible, going back to what you just said, you say that I was responsible for Israel's genocide because you said that I was partly responsible for Israel's genocide because I talked about the issue on my stream and expressed skepticism about particular language. You think that I am complicit in genocide? You said directly, you said I am directly complicit.
No, Hutch, oh my god, you didn't praise Hamas and say they were fucking based, and you like actually, you know, have a complex, nuanced view of this issue. That's not allowed here. Don't you fucking understand?
In genocide, but you don't think Rashida Tlaib was directly complicit in Donald Trump winning because she refused to endorse? What is that logic? How does that make any sense, bro?
And he has made too many points for me to effectively hit, okay?
Maybe you should have been taking notes then, dumbass. Gun crime in the US, that's the FSB, obviously. More money for Kyiv. This is the way. Good populism based. Actually, you know what? I support this form of populism. We need to blame all of the problems on Russia so that we can give Ukraine more money.
Is the idea supposed to be
What?
as long as the party?
Shut the fuck up, dude!
I made 2 points. How can you not keep that in your mind? I understand you're tired. I made 2 points, bro. How do you not keep that in your mind?
Oh no.
OgreBoy, go ahead.
Is the idea supposed to be that if the party just waits out the person that's wanting the concession, that they can go ahead and do?
No, that's not the
whatever
point.
thing is anyway?
No, that's not the point. The point is on Vadim's view. If it's the case that Hutch is morally responsible for a genocide, that on that same view, right? Someone like, for example, Rashida Tlaib, or for example, Zoran Mamdani. By the way, I don't even grant this view. But if that is your view, by your own logic, they're responsible for Trump in some sense. And I even see you guys claiming responsibility in a causal sense, given that you think that it was a but-for sort of condition to her losing. And so that's the point. The point is an inconsistent standard that you only apply to like Hutch for the genocide.
Guys,
That's
no,
wild.
no. I need to explain what I am saying. That like because I don't really like if I'm gonna like really play the blame game, I'm gonna be talking about the shit that both Biden and
But the Kremlin was linked to Epstein and he was linked to the Uniparty. True. But like if we look at a well-known populist argument, protectionism, establishment Dems belittled the protectionist left in the 90s for having simple beliefs, but most of their worries became true. I mean, like, I guess, but the thing about that, though, is that I don't think that would, yeah, sure, that might have been a populist argument, but protectionism is not good, though. I don't, like, it's not... Protectionism is a belief that sometimes populists might make, but I don't think that yeah, like actually no. The populist version of that argument would just be like it would be something about blaming all of that on the billionaires or something. Also, sorry. Just a sec. We gotta take just like a small break here because I want to show you guys this funny thing. Okay, I love all the funny shit that Deep State math or that Deep State does. Okay, so here we have Kyiv. Okay, and if you click on the little trident thing, then this airplane comes out. Look at it. It's like a bomber. All right, and you can make it fly over different things. There's lots of cute little icons on this map here, right? So here's the Crimean Bridge. So if I click on it, then then the little plane comes by and it fucking makes it blow up. Ooh, Minsk. And then if I click on it, oh, we can make the, can we send the plane to bomb Moscow? Yes, yes, we can. We can send the plane to bomb Budapest because Orban's pro-Russia regime is there. Looks like an MQ-9, hard to tell. Can I, oh, if I zoom in on it, it just gets smaller. I thought that was so cute. And then there's this. I don't know what this is supposed to represent. Maybe the Moskva. But then if you send it over there, it'll blow it up. I fucking love this thing. This is how Kalinda starts playing Hearts of Iron 4. These guys are so fucking cheeky though. Look at this. They've got God damn it. Come on. They've got like parts of Finland that Russia took over, and they're marking it as like occupied. And they've also got Kaliningrad, which they've marked as occupied by Russia. Oh, it was like down here. There was like a little thingy here that looked like a sink ship. I want to see the cruiser that has been promoted to submarine. Here, let me refresh it so it comes back. Cute little war crimes. True. It's this. I don't know exactly what that is. If you click on it, then for some reason it brings up little baby Yoda emoji over here. Are you telling me that Russia is occupying NATO/Finnish territories? I mean, that's what the deep state people say. This is like a Ukrainian website, and they're very cheeky. But I think that's supposed to represent the Moskva. I'm legitimately not sure because it doesn't say what the fuck this is. It just has its coordinates. That's Moskva. Yeah, she was sunk there. Okay. Largest warship sunk since World War II. RIP. Yeah. I think Russia accidentally denied that they or accidentally admitted that Ukraine actually did sink that ship. Slava class guided missile cruiser, big boy, not many. Oh yeah. Do we even know what sank that? I'm guessing that it was that Russia sunk it somehow, but I don't know exactly how. Isn't Moscow? Oh, Moskva is now claimed as a cultural heritage site by Ukraine. In the future, they're gonna have ships that'll be able to go underwater and like look at the wreckage. It was sunk by a Neptune cruise missile. Oh, okay, cool. Anyway, back to this.
And Kamala did primarily. But if we are going to do some sort of hierarchy of blame, then absolutely, I am going to blame people like
Yes,
Hutch,
it was built in Ukraine.
who never took the idea that there even was a genocide seriously in the first place, ignored the statements of so many human rights organizations.
So it was the left's fault then, right?
And historians.
So it was the left's fault then, right? That's what you're saying?
If she would have rescinded her it is you more than anybody else inside
Really?
that situation.
But the left could have prevented Trump from winning, but they didn't because of the genocide. That's what you're saying, right?
No. What I'm saying is that if the wishes of okay, I need to kind of like chill.
Take a break.
To kind of
take a breath
properly.
Hey, take a breath, bro. Oh fuck! Epic said something funnier up here. It was where was it? Oh, the Russians are turning young American boys into globalist Muscovites, and it needs to be stopped. True.
Can I just say, while you gather your thoughts, there's nothing Kamala could have said or done that would have been sufficient. The goalposts are on wheels. No, it doesn't matter.
Spaced our IRI. True.
It doesn't matter what she said. She could have said it's a genocide. To hell with Israel. I'm going to wipe them off the map if I get in there. It would have never, ever been good enough.
Did you
Let's
watch
not kid
Biden's farewell
ourselves.
tour?
Come on.
Did you watch Biden's farewell tour?
What does that? Yeah, some of it. Why?
One of his final comments when he talked about the secret to his success was saying that sometimes you have to know like the thing that's worth losing for. Like there's always going to be something that it's like, well, we can't do that because we might lose. Well, they lost anyway and still didn't do the thing that was probably worth standing on the right side.
We don't grant that. We don't grant that. What we're examining right now is the culpability, the relative culpabilities. And by this logic, I think you guys have to grant that Bernie Sanders is culpable for genocide because he didn't call it a genocide until September 2025.
He's also
I'm just gonna ask the question. So I'm just gonna ask the question. So I'm just gonna ask the question. So I'm just going to ask the question on the view that Hutch is culpable for the genocide. Bernie Sanders is correct.
No, this
Why?
is where I disagree from Vadim, but I think his mentality is very indicative of
He can speak
kinda
for
why
himself,
we're
right?
fucked as a country.
Wait, Vadim, do you think it's bad that OgreBoy has a genocide enabler poster behind him?
It's bad. Yeah, I mean, he's
It
enabling
actually
genocide.
Bernie's not his refusal to use a specific piece of language, to be certain, he is still farther into the correct category of withholding arms to Israel, speaking out about what's happening over there, and he finally got on a page that not even Hutch is willing to get on. So
I think that if you are willing to use dead Palestinians in a political debate in the cynical way that
Yes,
you guys...
yes, Short Fat Otaku, we are enjoying it. This is very funny. Vadim has been crashing out super hard, and it's absolutely hilarious.
do, I question if you actually give a fuck about those people, to be honest with you.
True.
Yeah, I just think that this is like.
I don't think you actually care about them.
This is just manipulation, dude. You're the one.
I don't think you care about them. I think you use them as pawns in political debates.
Wait, let him respond. Let him respond.
No, hang on. These two constantly.
I mean, Vadim and Ogre also don't care about Palestinians anyway. They're not pro-Palestine. They're just anti-Israel.
Being complicit in a genocide.
Yeah,
it is a disgusting smear. I spent my stream talking about how Israel was very likely committing international war crimes with respect to proportionality. I never co-signed the total blanket bombing campaign that they embarked on.
Yeah, but
Vadim, people like you, people like Vadim, people like Vadim, get on there and then smear me and lie and accuse me of supporting genocide. You couldn't possibly do that if you actually gave a fuck about this.
I mean, that's what these people do every time. You can't argue with these people, honestly, because they'll just immediately, they don't want to argue with you on any of your points, and instead what they're going to do is they're just going to turn around and call you a fucking genocide supporter. I mean, at the very least, I guess OgreBoy doesn't do that, although he has done it to Loner. He has bad faithfully misrepresented Loner. He never did it to me, but I think maybe that's just was for the sake of the conversation. I don't know. Although he did seem really surprised when I told him that no, I would in fact not support Israel not letting the Palestinians who leave Gaza come back. I do think they should let them come back if they he had so much surprise in his voice when I told him that I was not okay. I don't honestly, when you grow up with this conflict all your life, it's really hard to engage how earnest these new people are. Yeah, I know. I've spoken to OgreBoy exactly once on Wix, and he seemed like he has 90 IQ. I mean, wait, what was that? Was that during the Hutch the Team Hutch versus Team Pisco panel? Because I if I recall, I remember Dev, you were in there lurking.
Not have to make pawns.
Also, everyone, welcome Dev to the chat. Say hello to Dev, the fellow racist. And presumably Russia hater. I know Marucci isn't here, but that joke is funny, so.
Or political fight. It's virtue signaling nonsense.
Here's a political fight and ending who said this?
Support?
No, his virtue signaling. It's nonsense.
I know, but let him respond to that, though.
Yeah, who said this, Hutch? You do not have to make absurd comparisons to Dachau in order to make the case that Palestinians in Gaza are suffering. Regardless, if Biden was actually wanting to genocide that population, he's currently doing a really terrible job of it.
I was speaking to the death count compared to the birth rate.
I mean, he's right. He's objectively right. That's why the fucking genocide argument is so stupid. Israel has enough weapons that if they wanted to just level Gaza, if they didn't care at all about civilian casualties, instead of caring about them not nearly as much as they should, then they could have just done that. But then, of course, OgreBoy, if he were here, would say some bullshit about how that means that they couldn't have, because then the whole world would have been super mad at them or something. Even in the U.S., I grew up during the Second Intifada, and it was everywhere and part of security and drills and stuff like that at our school. Oh yeah, because you went to a Jewish school, yeah.
Talking about the proposition that Israel, if we're talking about the proposition that Israel was trying to exterminate Palestinians entirely from Gaza, then
if
they
the IDF wanted to carpet bomb Gaza, they would have on October 8th. Yeah, they would have, yeah.
That's going to take a pretty long time at the current rate. Was my point.
Okay.
And it is absurd to compare it to Dachau. Yes,
you know what?
it's
You know
absurd.
what? This is actually. I'm glad that we're at this moment.
Yeah, we got to the point where you get to moralize and virtue signal like you actually give a fuck about these people.
Very important thing to bring up here. Okay, so I came out on,
and yes, it is absurd to compare it to the Holocaust. Yes, thank you, Hutch.
Came here to have this conversation. I'm not monetizing this. I'm not even.
Oh my
God!
God!
I went out of my way to do this, and I would like you. As a gesture of
I told you he was going to do this, so I told him.
Of course I am.
I told you.
You watched Chris Kunzler and Overzealous.
Are you doing like a tag team thing?
And what's that? Are
you doing like a tag team thing?
I am.
No, he thinks you're going to Sam Cedar him.
He is. That's why I told you he was going to do this.
Oh.
I told you. I told you he was going to do this. I don't know this person. I don't know this
person.
Did he
just run?
If they want to talk on like a Discord, a call or something, that's fine. I fucking told you he was going to do this. He's such a silly person.
Oh, good, he came back.
Me out? What the
No,
hell
no,
is
it
going on?
looked like you just left.
So of course I'm going to do this. Of course I'm going to do this. You watch their podcast. You strawman them. You said all sorts of bullshit facts, and no, you did. And in order to continue having.
Wait, whose podcast? What? Which podcast is he talking about? Then again, these people probably think that carpet bombing is when JDAM with MK84 warhead. I mean, yeah. Well, no, actually, I think they probably did. No, they do think that that genocide or that Gaza was carpet bombed. JDAM called on. Oh, Chris Kunz. Oh, that fucking god awful podcast, the one that I watched and also like fucking tore into. Except I only watched the section where they talked about the Holocaust. I need to upload that segment, by the way. I actually have to like come back to it and finish editing it. The one where I read out the Holocaust memoir in order to like fucking horrify everybody. In order to like drill it into people's heads that no, these two things are not the same, and anybody who says they are is supremely fucking retarded. The Dumb Bomb Discord is how I got into this community, by the way. Hearing people talking about bomb accuracy and IDF strikes is why I joined Loner Cord. I was having a stroke. Oh, the Dumb Bomb Discourse. Okay.
This conversation that we're having right now.
Get to the point. You can say it in like 5 words, man.
Will you or won't you have a conversation with Chris Kunzler, who you have talked about?
Oh, God. That's it. He just wants to make him talk to fucking Kunzler. No, I don't think that Hutch should talk to Chris Kunzler because Chris Kunzler knows like a whole bunch of shit and he's just going to overwhelm Hutch with it. Like, obviously, Chris Kunzler is the shit that he knows is like he's like one of those people who sort of weaponizes the knowledge that he has in order to push his agenda, but he does have knowledge. Yeah, like Hutch would need to like learn a whole bunch of shit about the history of this conflict if he was going to talk to Chris Kunzler.
You have strawman.
I don't remember. Who is this person?
He's the
You watched
Vadim,
that over...
do you
wait,
know-
Vadim, on what though?
No
On what?
Politic Here. He's the co-host of the No
Vadim.
Politic Here podcast, and you watch.
Is this what you do? Is this what you
on
do?
Israel?
And he asked you.
Vadim,
He
is
asked
this what,
you.
do you go on debates and then say, "Oh, here's my
Bro,
friend"?
you are coping.
This is
so
what you
hard
do.
right now. Why are
That's
you
literally
afraid?
what you're doing.
Wait,
I
wait,
don't
Vadim,
know
Vadim,
this,
what-
man.
Vadim.
What am I supposed to be afraid of, bro?
What are you
I have no
proposing,
idea.
Vadim?
Oh yeah, and also he yells a lot and he has a British accent.
Pussy.
But Vadim, what are you proposing?
Who is
Proposing
this person?
You're proposing a conversation between this person and Hutch on Israel and whether it's a genocide. Is that the conversation you want to propose?
I would like a conversation both on whatever Kunzler would like to talk
Why
about.
don't you show up to debates prepared to debate? Why do you always have to pack people in?
did show
What is
up
this? No,
prepared
you
to
didn't. You
debate.
deflected to some guy who wrote propaganda, and you asked
Open
OgreBoy to jump in when you feel
right
overwhelmed,
now.
and now you're doing this
Dude,
weird thing
such
that I
a-
said you were going to do.
This is so embarrassing. Just you're not going to do
For
it. You're not
me?
gonna do it.
All right.
You're a pussy.
Wait. Conversation. Is it the conversation about whatever he wants to have a conversation about? I don't understand how.
I think it would one be over the clip that Hutch watched, which he.
I'll tell you what. I will debate. I will have a conversation with this person. I will have a conversation with this person if you agree to go on H3H3's podcast.
Absolutely, sure.
Oh God, Hutch, don't do it. It's a trap. If you're going to talk to somebody like Kunzler, you need to like actually be incredibly prepared because otherwise he's just going to overwhelm you with a bunch of like fucking historical shit that you're not going to know about.
I
Tell him to reach out to me. When you do that, I'll have a conversation with this person.
Okay. I am going to be working on a.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with what we're talking about? None of this
Hutch better talk to Loner and get prepared before he talks to Chris.
has anything to do with what we're talking about. I thought what we were talking about.
I don't care.
Okay.
Oh no, the reason why it has something to do with what we're talking about
Does the Mossad make propaganda? True. Good question.
he started making certain talking about things having to do with Gaza and the genocide and whatnot that I know that Chris Kunzler would be so much more capable of handling. And
he's accused you of not caring about it. He said this is just a virtue signal. You don't really care about the lives of the Palestinians. I'm interested in your response to that.
I mean, I don't really think that it's like.
It's true. It's called Fauda. No, Fauda is like the opposite of that because in Fauda, I often felt more sorry for the goddamn terrorists than I did for the Israeli people.
Sort of like, when Hutch was watching JD Vance interviewed about, he was talking about fucking Hassan and the Collargate thing. Hutch said the most absurd fucking thing. One, he did not hold JD Vance
what does this have to do with?
I'm lost. Wait, the Collargate stuff? I just want, can you repeat that again? Sorry, I'm genuinely lost. What is the Collargate and JD Vance? I missed it.
I'm saying
no.
that, like, in that situation where he was watching JD Vance talk about Collargate, JD Vance said like the most ridiculous things about it.
Wait, what's on me, Insomniac? Oh yeah, I mean, I guess it is kind of on me. No, I'm just kidding. I really did like all the characters in that. I did. But I mean, I think that that's the thing, though. I think that there was like some of those people. I don't know. Like, I felt like a lot of them were quite likable. Some of them were like slightly hateable, but not really. I'm not even sure if any of the terrorist people were like super hateable. A lot of them, like, I just felt bad for, because so many of them had this sort of tragic background, which I feel like was kind of the whole point of one of the things that the show was trying to push, is the extent to which like what it was that motivated these people to wind up where they were. For the record, I never got into Fauda besides the first episode. I see. I thought that it was a good show. It's very silly at times, but it's good.
He said, like, you know, this is the type of thing that serial killers do. And Hutch's reaction there was like, why didn't you address his points? And the reason for that is that, like, why you shouldn't is because they're just bad faith arguments. They're bullshit. Sometimes you don't want.
So you're gonna come on the podcast and not engage in the stuff that I asked you?
Wait, Hutch, did you say serial killers use the electro collars?
I probably said some bullshit.
No,
I don't know.
JD Vance said that.
JD
Vance said that. Well, what does this have to do with anything, Vadim?
Nothing. It has nothing to do with anything.
Because that was a situation in which he thought that Hassan should be obligated to speak to a manipulative like tactic, and I feel the same way here. I just I don't feel like I have to prove that I care about Palestine.
Oh, okay, I see.
That's,
no, I would prefer us not to have the conversation about
it,
genuineness, but like I would rather just get to the issue. It just does feel like it's an inconsistent standard to like blame Hutch substantively for genocide.
No, what I'm saying is not that that I would never go out of my way to blame him, but if I'm going to create some sort of hierarchy of blame.
I get more blame for the genocide than Rashida Tlaib gets for Kamala losing?
Yes, because of the fact that you manufactured consent, that you
Oh Jesus.
You contributed to the
yes, Hutch and his 780 viewers at his highest, like before the election or whatever, he was totally manufacturing consent for the genocide, the quote unquote the genocide that you guys.
That did not take it seriously.
Really?
On that view, you're responsible for the election too, right? I mean, on that view, you guys manufactured a consent for a situation which you think is directly related to the reason that Kamala lost the election, the reason we're in this
when
place.
you're telling people to still go vote for Kamala anyway.
Wait a second.
OgreBoy,
that's not what happened.
Would you vote for Kamala if you could do it after 1 year of Trump and what you've seen?
Don't take it back now. You already said you changed your mind.
No, I appreciate if you take I appreciate if you take it back. I mean, I think that's good. Like I want to make sure that there's like a common understanding.
I meant like he told me that you convinced him that he should have voted for Kamala, and now he's like heditating because he's afraid of getting gotcha. I don't know what it is.
Wait, hold on. Say that again, because you got cut off.
Now that you've seen 1 year of Trump,
shut up. Hutch specifically, what the fuck did you just say?
You told me that Pisco convinced you that you should have voted for Kamala, and then IRI asked you, should you have voted for Kamala, or do you wish you would have? And now you're like hesitating. Why?
No, I said yes after 1 year. Sure. Yeah.
So,
No, he's hesitating because I think he's hesitating because like we're all of us are like attacking them. So I mean, I understand. I just think you should own it. I think you should own it, OgreBoy, and I think that's fine to do.
But that's not the argument. That's not the argument.
What do you mean?
There's this overwhelming urge to try to put it off on anybody but the fucking candidate. That
No, that's not us.
everybody else has.
Everybody did put it on Kamala. The Democrats spent so much time asking, why did we lose? And like fucking self-reflecting. This happened.
Oh my God, mute the fuck out of me into oblivion, or I'm going to finish my fucking statement.
All right, finish. Sorry.
This constant thing, and especially, this was one of the...
All of you have attenuated responsibility for my HVAC going boom. The candidate, Kamala Harris, Tuckman.
I don't have a big interest, believe it or not, and everybody across the internet and lib circles is about to scoff. I don't have some big desire to necessarily defend Hassan when it comes to the specific argument that you, Soypill, tried to make a couple of weeks ago. This notion that like he should be doing everything in his power to get her elected when my argument is, and on another night, maybe with somebody else, I can maybe have this conversation, is that she didn't do everything in her power to get fucking elected. That is always going to be my point.
I mean, you can say that if you want to, and like that's fair. Like, yeah, sure, you want to point to like the problems with the candidate, but at the end of the day, none of that should have mattered when you look at what the alternative was, which was a fucking fascist.
And the thing I want to see is a fucking Democrat that's actually going to try to do everything in their power to get fucking elected.
OgreBoy, I'm the most on your side of being able to steelman your argument that you think that if she had done this, she would have got more votes. But Hassan is completely aware. He's a big boy and can say, hey, she's not going to change. It's 2 days before the election. I should tell millions of people to go vote for her.
What good does that do? At that point, what the fuck does that do?
What good does it do? It gets them to fucking vote for her. What do you mean?
After that much time, hold on, no.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know about that. I feel like he should have been way more clear about it. I think if he had just like immediately turned around and started telling people that, I imagine a lot of his audience probably would have just turned on him and not listened. I think that this is a much deeper problem than that. Hassan's audience is full of like anti-electoral losers that are completely apathetic to the political system because they think both parties are the same.
Why do you think politicians?
Is Hassan a big boy though? You know, honestly, I wonder that sometimes.
After that much time of watching the candidate not respond to things that everybody else can see with their fucking eyes if they're being in good faith, then suddenly they're just going to go, fuck it, let's do it anyway, after that they've been ignored on so many different options?
That's not
Okay.
Ogre, you understand that's not a good thing to
If
say.
you really think that Hassan not telling his people to go vote for Kamala would not have done anything, then I guess why even
For
bother listening
over
to
a
him about
fucking year,
anything?
he said that Trump was going to be worse. He educated his audience about the fucking the effects of the Abraham Accords. He pointed out what was in 2025 in regards.
This
what
is
the
not
fuck
enough.
do you mean
It's
it's
like-
not enough?
yeah, it's like, all right,
I can't
you
even get
understand-
He
do you
did more to
expect every
educate
single one
about
of
the
your
dangers of
audience
Trump than
to
your fucking
deduce-
bald ass did.
You're bald, bro. Take your hat off. Take your hat off. Take your hat off. Take his hat. Tell him to take his hat off, or he gets kicked off the call.
Hold on,
Hold on, hold on,
Biden.
Take your hat off.
Wait,
Take your hat off.
let's not do it. Hang on.
No. Come on. Take your
Okay,
hat
yeah,
off, bro.
that's-
Take your hat off.
Oh shit! Does OgreBoy have the same problem that Tim Pool does? Is he always wearing that hat? I think his small head created an illusion. Oh yeah, you're right. Hassan does have a small head. True.
If
Take it
you're
out,
gonna
bro.
call Hutch bald, I think you have to take the hat off.
Take the hat off.
No, I'm good.
Wow.
I don't hate your
let's
audience
not
that
do
much.
this.
Oh my God, bro.
Let's put the bullshit aside. Listen. I think that the question is like, is there blame for the candidate? Absolutely. Everyone has their pet critique of Kamala. We've had it. We've had entire conversations about it. Is there blame for people who did not support the candidate? There has to be, right? Of course there is. How can there not be? And we just want to see a consistent approach. And so I don't think that the left cost Kamala the election. That's my view based on the data. I don't think that I'm not convinced that it was this withholding a vote. I think it has to do with what IRI said. It's people perception of Biden's age. It's the prices. It's the fucking economy, stupid. It's that kind of shit. All right. That's my view. But the anger comes when certain people try to like moralize and talk down who never ever signaled that they were going to vote for Kamala or said that they ought to vote for Kamala. That gets people upset.
I think it comes down to. I think it comes down to.
You're vote shaming. That's
Also, the fucking rewriting of history, where they're all like, "We tried to warn you, you fucking libs," even though they absolutely didn't.
Hold on, let's
Wait, no, that would be fine. Wait, that's fine. We're vote shaming. But what's wrong with vote shaming? If you voted for Trump, like we would vote shame, right?
Yeah, but in a situation in which people are actively doing something that, I mean, like, again, if they had actually responded in this way, she would have won. I can
Pisco's
explain
hair looks fine.
why I think that. It's not because of the fact that I think that like that issue alone necessarily would have like enthused everybody to go to the polls, but it's like I said before, they wanted to see some like huge assertion of her individuality to separate herself from fucking Biden, and doing something that like that one.
Yeah,
really
or she could have done something else related to an issue that people actually gave a shit about.
have like created a lot more like
we agree with
positive momentum,
with
and
this
then
already.
you would
This
have
whole
had-
podcast
and then you
agrees
would
that
have
she
had-
could have
and
done
then
better.
you would have had you would have had lots of people who are influencers who would be like genuinely excited rather than like saying like, oh, you know, like I know things suck right now, and
but
it
it
is
doesn't matter.
These are the
Doesn't
same
matter.
people that hyperfixate on Liz Cheney being the reason why the oh yeah, it's true, they are.
please, no, pretty please. Instead of that, they
You don't need to use that tone. You don't need to. You don't need to go pretty please. All you. You can very simply.
Yeah, but she didn't. That's what. Yeah, no. You know what? Only if I think that is an entirely fair criticism of Kamala. I do. I just don't like the fact that these people obsess over it being about fucking Gaza. I think that's silly. I don't think that really would have made that much of a difference. I think the difference would have been she should have been more willing to like own maybe the fact that like or like be understanding of people's concerns about like the way things currently work. She should have talked more about affordability. You know, she should have distanced herself from Biden more, probably on like economic shit. And she should have taken credit for like the Biden administration's victories and talked about things that they did that were good. Reminder, most of these nothing burger issues touted by the apathetic left are manufactured by right wingers. Oh, well, yeah, that's the issues she could have needed to do that on would also have these people crazy. Yeah, probably. Like, that's what I mean. Like, these people would have just moved the goalposts because nothing ever satisfies these people. She needed to propose a more hard line on immigration, honestly. Unfortunately, yeah, even though that's bullshit, she probably did need to maybe appeal to that a little bit more, or I guess admit that Biden could have done better on immigration, which is fucking stupid, but she had an economic plan early on. She immediately abandoned it after the convention and listened to the consultant. I mean, yeah, like, okay, you could say that was a mistake that she made. I don't know as much about that, but I'll take your word for it and say that, yeah, it's like, Like it was the economy. That was it. And she should have had better messaging on that. The grossest one I see crop up now and again is, why should I care about Ukraine? It's full of white people. Oh, Jesus. Of course they moved the goalposts. It was ceasefire now until Biden and Harris called for a ceasefire, and then it became arms embargo now. Yeah, and if they were to ever call for an arms embargo, then it would be something else. Except that's obviously not going to happen for the reasons discussed previously. If we did an arms embargo, they would be asking for her to abolish capitalism. That's true. Well, no, if they did an arms embargo, then they'd be the next step would be, but Israel's not stopping, so now you need to do a blockade, and then it would have been invade Israel or something stupid like that. And also, yes, abolish capitalism or Medicare for all or something like that, you know.
Just
what you are.
just accurately. No. I've never asked for that. No. All I ask is that people tell the truth, Vadim. Just tell the truth. Donald Trump is uniquely.
They did that.
Vadim,
Vadim,
is Donald
Rashida Tlaib did that.
Vadim,
Up in
is Donald Trump? Let's go down this thread one more time here.
Insistence that he didn't is bullshit.
I did let you speak. Let's go down. Let's go down this thread again. Let's go down this thread again. Is Donald Trump a fascist, and is MAGA a nascent, emergent fascist movement in this country?
Absolutely, which is why she had an
All
imperative.
right. You made your point. You made your point. Let me try to make my point. Okay. What does that word mean to you? So, like, what is the threat of fascism in America? What's the worst that could play out?
This is just going to end the same way that it always does.
Why don't you just answer my questions, bro? All right, forget it.
To do this thing.
That's fine.
We
Yeah.
saw
We're gonna pass. It's fine.
and we knew the way to avoid it.
I'm done.
What would it take? Can I ask a question then? What would it take for y'all to regret the?
The U.S. military says it struck an alleged drug trafficking boat in the Eastern Pacific Ocean, killing 2 people and leaving 1 survivor. Oh boy, here we go. More war crimes. Yay. The big problem most leftists had was Harris has no policies, and that makes it a little harder to tell people to support her. I mean, it doesn't though. All you got to do is say, hey, she's not Donald Trump, and therefore she's a better option. You should vote for her to stop Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is an exceedingly dangerous fascist candidate who tried to steal an election. But yeah, she messaged terribly on the policy proposals that she did have.
The posture here, or what would it take for y'all to be on our side? Like, if it were the case that Trump, for example, as he's planning to do, starts a full blown, or at least some people say he's planning to do a full scale war with Iran. If Trump, for example, really is able to institute an authoritarian state fully, such that there's no more elections, at what point, what amount of bad?
Yeah, she did. Although the thing is, Epic too, is that a lot of people will say that. I mean, it's weird. Some people will say, hey, I wanted to hear more about policies, but then it seems like most people don't give a fuck about policy. So I don't know.
Would it take for you to be like, maybe this?
What am I supposed to have done?
Is there any
ridiculous
other than what I've already admitted to?
How is this a ridiculous question?
All right, wait. So
how is this a ridiculous question?
It's a ridiculous question because I obviously do not. I don't. It kind of presupposes that I'm.
That people have a responsibility.
That I'm not.
It presupposes that people have a responsibility to do everything in their power to stop fascists from winning.
Yeah,
because if you understand the word fascism,
what they did, that
because if you understand what the word fascism means and what the historical examples of it wrought upon this planet, then you would have to agree that people do have an individual responsibility to do everything in their power to try to prevent that from happening. And you undercut the label of fascism. I don't think you actually believe he's a fascist, because if you did, you would do anything to stop him from winning, right?
You will not.
These guys. The thing that these guys don't admit is that they thought Kamala was going to win, and so therefore they just didn't care, and they couldn't fathom the possibility of Trump not winning, because they had, I guess, like they were like, you know what? Yeah, she's probably going to win. That is like, that seems to have been the lefty narrative, at least based on like what I saw. It seems like that they thought she was going to win, and they kind of just went that way.
Not accept that I believe that by holding out for concessions, they were actually actively doing something.
Donald Trump won.
Is as important as
holding out for concessions. Never mind.
Donald Trump won. Great.
Yeah. That happens sometimes when you hold out.
Oh, that happens sometimes. Fascism happens sometimes.
Wait.
Oh no. Hold on, guys. Oh wait, somebody did pay for catnip, didn't they? Although I don't know if that person is here anymore. Hey, if the person who paid for catnip is still here, then let me know in the chat, and I'll give Stuart some catnip. If not, then I'll definitely do it tomorrow or whenever I stream next. I have to figure out a new time. I don't know if I support free speech anymore, to be honest. This is testing it. I feel that way sometimes. I feel that way.
No, wait, hold on. Fascism happens sometimes? Is this like a normal thing that just happens sometimes?
No. Fascism.
So this was extraordinary. So this was extraordinary, right?
Morons like yourself did not take the fact that we were
No, you
engaging in a genocide seriously.
Ah!
To this day, don't take it seriously.
Another
And
pathetic deflection.
You, my friend,
drugging your cat for money. Shame. Hey, man, he likes it, and he seems to be having fun with it. Yeah, I know, right? It's just also like you can tell that for Vadim, it's not specifically about Harris didn't differentiate herself from Biden. It's specifically that Harris didn't differentiate herself from Biden on this particular issue. He cares way more about this, you know? Like at least like OgreBoy recognizes that she could have done it on like other issues too, and that. I mean, I would hope that he would admit.
Why I say you don't care about these people?
Although I could be wrong. I don't know. I support drug use generally. True.
They're an ornament to you. Their dead bodies are an ornament to you.
We are in. You contributed far more to the position that we are in than those who like.
But no one's disagreeing that we can't hold our politicians' feet to the fire and say, hey, you guys really need to change up on that. Like, let's say you were right. Let's say Gaza would have won the election. We can say, hey, I can see the wave coming. You guys have to acknowledge this, or you're not going to win. But you got to understand that we can criticize these things and also say. Okay,
but
go ahead.
There's a difference when you spend 24/7 with a scope purely on Twitter leftists versus pointing out the failures of the.
He's talking about.
Hutch isn't doing that either. Jesus Christ, this is so stupid. I support drug use. They should put Adderall in the water supply and cocaine back in Coca-Cola and meth back in soldiers. Oh my god.
Now, the difference here is we have talked at great length on this podcast and me on my own stream about all the myriad ways that I think Kamala Harris could have done a better job in that campaign. That's the difference. No, it goes way beyond that.
That's based encapsulation.
Then he can correct. Then let Hutch correct me. He's a big boy.
We have gone down this road many times. Okay, the difference between you and me is like I'm willing to have that conversation about Kamala. Anytime I talk about individual responsibility on the part of politicians like Rashida Tlaib or influencers like Hassan Piker, you guys want to deflect the conversation. Yes, you want to deflect the conversation to Kamala, and you don't want to engage in that. In your minds, they have no responsibility, even though in your own words, we face a fascist threat.
He was doing a responsible thing by taking the tactic that he did. That
was responsible. That was responsible.
From here, I've said this a million times. We're just going in circles, and you guys are trying to like.
You think, but just to clarify, you think
I want to hear more.
Just to clarify,
him a lot today, and
you are so fucking pathetic, bro. You are so pathetic. This is so pathetic. No, come on, bro. Baby him. Every time you get overwhelmed, you deflect somebody else. It is the saddest thing I have ever seen in all of my years covering politics.
You go like 5 minutes without trying to bait.
I'm not baiting anything, bro. I'm not baiting anything. If you tell me that we face a fascist threat, it is totally incoherent.
You're a coward. You can't eat.
Okay, great. Yes.
You cannot eat.
Yes. I get it.
Wait. He just agreed. No. Wait. He agreed to talk to him, conditioned on you doing the thing with Ethan.
All right. That's fine. That's fine.
But you act as though he's unwilling. He gave you the condition, and you said that was okay, and you guys agreed to it. So you're going back to it.
You're right. Okay. I rescind the. Okay, but let me ask one more question.
I mean, I was making a point, and then you just decided to interject.
Recently, you made another video about Collargate, and you and I had a back and forth where you said that I was insane for thinking that Hassan did not, in fact, shock. So I want to ask you, what happened literally 3 minutes after the point that you say that he shocked Kaya? What happened?
I don't know.
Kaya got up and walked out of the fucking room.
What?
And?
That's crazy.
And
that changes everything. Never mind. I take it back.
No,
he didn't tape up the back of his collar.
I'm sorry. Do you really think that he would?
That's a smoking gun, bro. You got it.
And then just let her go the next. It makes no sense.
Sure.
Wait, come on.
Oh my god. These people. This weird like obsession about this fucking. Wait, what? Viagra came from the Navy? Oh my god. Why are we talking about Kyra? Well, because ZJM, it's probably easier for Vadim to talk about drama slop than it is for him to because he was struggling with the fact that, like, you know, Hutch was kind of pinning him down on that whole responsibility shit. It was supposed to help blood flow for high G maneuvers, and then pilots all said it helped down there. It did help blood flow, and the company relabeled it. That's so funny. So what you're saying is that Viagra was an accident? That it was supposed to do something, It was supposed to do one thing, but then it did something else that was related to the thing it was supposed to do, just not in that way. That's funny. Yeah, most meds are accidents, though, I think. As far as I know, it's actually common. Honestly, I could believe that. That's actually probably true. Most drugs are accidents.
Come on, you know the response to that. You know the response to that, Vadim, which is regardless of whether or not you think it's responsible to shock or buzz or whatever it is he did.
No, he didn't do it.
The reason so there are multiple reasons why he might not, in virtue of the of her walking off and letting her go off. One is because he realized that he had already done it in a very obvious way and didn't want to attract more attention to it. Another is he didn't realize that he was walking off. There are multiple plausible reasons, but you have to contend, I think, with the video evidence.
Bro, are you like seriously, Pisco? Are you just like trying to like?
No, listen, I haven't made a single video about Colorgate. No, stop. This is crazy.
Are you knowingly lawyering me right now?
No.
I don't believe you actually believe it.
No, you can't accuse me. So listen,
you're backing up your boy.
Are you serious?
No, you don't watch the podcast if you think
this is such horseshit. Like, so
I just want to say it has been refreshing. It's very refreshing to have like Hutch and Pisco on the same team here. But also because and I feel like this should make it pretty clear to most people. Pisco is very much against this like black pill leftist bullshit where these people are like justifying not voting for Kamala or not voting for the Democrat in order to stop Trump from getting elected. And I appreciate him for that, regardless of whatever other problems one might have with him. A lot of artificial sweeteners. Did they really turn this into a Colorgate convo? Well, you see, Bad Bearing, that was Vadim that did it, because Vadim, at the end of the day, is a drama slop lover. And Hutch was pinning him down on the judging people for their vote shit, and so he decided to pivot to this. The fact this is coming back to the shot color thing is proof that neither of these two losers give a fuck about Palestinians. True!
my very last stream, I was calling out people for, I think, misstating what Hassan said in a podcast with Ethan and about settler babies or whatever, and I still hold to that. I want to be clear about that. And so any idea, notion that I'm doing this to curry favor with Hutch is so laughable. If you look at the communities and how much conversations we have, and all I'm talking about here is
Hutch is your boy, though, right? Hutch is your boy.
No, he's my
Yes
boy.
or no? Hutch is your boy.
Then it's a rare L for you, where you're just like completely not seeing the forest for the trees. It's like it's just like, I mean, is it within the realm of possibility that it, but it's just no. It's
Bro, get off Hassan's dick! Holy fuck! You don't need to defend literally every single thing that he does. Ah! I just want to know if pilots still take Viagra. I mean, obviously not only, or at least I'm assuming that they don't. I don't know. I mean, maybe some of them do.
Doesn't he take lessons with it? Doesn't he do this for why are you granting that it would be a bad thing if he buzzed him? Like, I don't even understand. Like, what is the problem if he's taking lessons to?
No, we just have to go and no go pills now. But they cannot order you to take pills. It's voluntary. Oh, okay. Go pills are meth, and they help you stay awake. Oh, based. You can take them for flights over 8 hours for safety reasons. Ah, yes, of course. Wait, okay. Listen, I'm revealing the fact that I don't know fucking anything about flying or whatever, because I literally don't. Do your jets have autopilot on them? Obviously, you still need to stay awake. You can't, like, fucking fall asleep or whatever. But, yeah. Or dextroamphetamine. Are the Go pills blue, perchance? Do jets stay up for over 8 hours? Kinda. Autopilot refers to multiple systems. The main thing is altitude hold, which will hold your plane's nose angle relative to the Earth's horizon. So if you turn on altitude hold to a 10 degrees nose down altitude, it will stay 10 degrees nose up until you say otherwise. But it will not avoid mid-air collisions or bad weather or any of that. Oh, yeah, all right, obviously. You still need to monitor the airplane, yeah, of course. True. And I guess your co-pilot can't fly the plane if you were to accidentally fall asleep, because I'm assuming the controls are at the front and the controls that the other person has access to can't fly the plane. Because I'm assuming they have a different set of controls, so you cannot just snap. No. For commercial planes or bombers, they have more than one crew and they rotate. Ah, okay. B-52 has bunk beds. Based. For us in the Strike Eagle, the guy in the back can fly. Yes. Okay.
Do this kind of training, which I think he's a.
So they can't. Okay. I just fell asleep on Hebron once. That's interesting.
Admitted he did. What would be wrong with that? Why would you say that? Oh, he didn't do it in this instance, especially when
Why
it
would
looks
he-
like he did.
Well, it is terrible reasoning just because all that we saw was he just like reached over for a second at the same exact moment that she happened to move around.
Let me ask you a question.
There's all sorts of fucking things.
Okay, let me
that
ask you.
People reach out.
Accidentally, the yeshiva boys caught me. What? Van Loven, I'm assuming that. Are you. What? Are you like outside right now? It's the middle of the night. I'm confused. Do you live in? Did you go to Hebron for vacation, or are you just fucking with me? What are you talking? There was a UN observation post right across the street from my guard post. Oh, okay. Oh, you just fell. Okay, you're talking about. I assume you mean in the past. Okay, that's actually funny. Actually, no. Okay. Oh, you were there as a soldier. Okay, yeah. F-15E, my favorite. Why the fuck are they talking about this? Epic flies the F-15E. That's his plane.
Hold on, wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question. I'm
Epic fail is tear gas, conradical.
Right now, because I have a theory that a lot of the people that were backing up Hassan kind of went out of their way to not look at some of the other videos that were uncovered. Are you aware that there's like a supercut video where there's like, it's like a Brady bunch, like 9 different boxes of other instances of Hassan like reaching for something and then Kyle like getting back on the map? Have you seen this? Yeah. So like, you don't find that at all like a little bit suspicious?
When you have like a billion DGGers,
Oh my god!
No, but you're dodging the point.
It's DGG, the DGG Boogeyman guys. It was totally them that were doing it, and not like H3 fans. Like it wasn't like a combination of both groups. Actually, honestly, more likely, I suspect that probably a lot of the people that were doing it, either it was Dan, or it was Dan's like squad of like Hassan haters or whatever. You know, Dan has like a special loyalist group of like highly trained autists who come from DGG, but they are like super loyal to him. And I bet that it was probably those people that probably did that shit.
Specifically for those things, you're gonna find lots of moments where that just happens to happen in like fucking.
Can somebody help me find that video and we can put it up? Actually, can somebody help me find it? There's a video. There's a video where it's like a bunch of.
We don't have. You know what we don't have? Curiously, we don't have any other situations where Kaya is yelping like she did that one time. Why doesn't she yelp? Can you guys
help
me
find
the video? Stream chat. There's a video with like a supercut.
Wait, Vadim, what do you think happened? I mean, you don't doubt that he has a color, which would make that possible, right? And
look.
Why is Hutch continuing the Vadim, the Hassan Gate bullshit? We all know Ogre and Vadim's take. For fuck's sakes. Probably because that Hutch thinks it's ridiculous that these people are denying that that like a shot caller even potentially exists. I guess I don't know, or at least it seems like they are. It is very funny the extent to which that these people like will just go bend over backwards and like accept whatever it is that Hassan gives to them. Oh wait, this actually is turning into a Collargate discussion. How long ago was this? This is from tonight, Van Loven. This was live. I don't know if they're still going. 1,000 watching now. Oh, I guess they are still going. We were like 40 minutes behind. Jesus Christ. How are these people still going? Should I 2x it to pick no, Van. Oh, how long ago was the caller? Oh, the caller was I believe the caller actually was on October 7th, 2025.
Why is there electrical tape on the collar?
You guys are
2x, 1.8, 1.5. It's already at 1.5.
Just kind of going to something else. I'm talking about this.
You brought up Collargate, bro.
You did. You brought it up.
October 7th. True. Yeah. You couldn't even tell, Epic, that it's a. Yeah, I know. Sometimes I still get like, I'll listen to shit at 1.5 a lot. Thanks, Destiny. Especially if it's old people that talk real slow. All right, you know what? Let's try it. We'll see if I can still hear it.
But I'm trying to keep it on this one specific time that you swore.
I want to talk about all the other times that he reached from the side of his desk and the dog got back on the mat.
He's going to go through the trouble of supposedly shocking her in order
Okay,
to.
but we can cut through that.
And then 3 minutes later, it's just fine for her to get around it.
Okay. Can we get past this? So do you think it's an unreasonable position that someone would have looking at it? Do you think it would be unreasonable for someone to conclude based on that that's a good?
By the way, if anybody wants to give me money to like slow it down to 1.5 or 1.75, then I will do that. Or I guess speed it up. Although that's a bit much. Anytime I bring up 1.5x podcasts to anyone, they'd look at me like I'm crazy. Sir, a second caller has hit the Arizona. Dogtober 7th goes hard. As both a Pearl Harbor and October 7th meme to me. Yeah, I respect the creative monetization pushes. Thanks. 1.5. All right, fine. Oh my god, $7.77 fucking based. Now you're playing the game. Yes, I am. I will listen. I will change the speed in exchange for cold hard cash. Thank you for the dono.
He shocked the caller or buzzed it.
I
Is it
think
unreasonable to conclude that?
in the one piece of,
By the way, I think Lonerbox may have been the one who came up with Dogtober 7th because he put it in his stream title, and like the memes were really fucking good. Like there was like from the floor to the chair, Kaya will be free or something like that, and yeah.
a video that I saw where she yelps. She also simultaneously her paw goes limp.
Oh my god!
And I've seen like if you see
It does not go limp.
No, it
not.
absolutely
No, it
does.
does
If you watch the super
No.
version of it,
Okay,
it goes limp.
But
It
the
goes
question
limp.
is it like, do you think that the reason we believe this, because I believe it too, and I'm not even like a mega Hassan hater like some people, all right? I think it looks like it's conclusive. Are we being unreasonable, or are we being controlled by like
Haters? Is this like haters?
I think that the point where it gets unreasonable is if you are actually kind of alleging that there is genuine abuse going on inside.
That's not no. That's making it broader, right? Because the question was there abuse going on in the dynamic? The question is simply and only did the shock or buzz the dog in that context?
Okay,
and the question before you is would someone necessarily be unreasonable for looking at that and thinking that there was a shock?
This conversation predictably went to like Alex Jones collar game.
You brought it up.
You brought it up. Wait,
I was speaking about it in terms of this. Why can't you guys speak to this one situation and admit that?
Pisco gave you alternatives as to like why that could be the case.
Yeah. Okay. I'll respond. So I'm going to list them so you can respond to them individually. One.
Isn't this podcast meant to be about current events and what libs should do? Yes, only Fee. That is what it should be about. But fucking Vadim decided to make it be about fucking drama slop because that's actually where he lives. Boeing is like half of my retirement. Oh hell yeah, fucking base. What about Lockheed? Oh, the other half is Kawasaki. Nice.
Possible or plausible that perhaps he didn't go to shock the dog because he realized that she had yelped already and he noticed it would have looked bad. Is that a plausible explanation for why he would refrain from shocking the second time?
I wonder if SDA owns any Lockheed. I think that I think maybe he might have he bought like some sort of stock thingy that consisted of defense shit, but I don't remember. They are on the downward trend in the next few years. Interesting. I might buy them if they drop down under 250 though. Oh damn! If Lockheed drops down low, then maybe I'll buy some too. I like buying the dip.
No,
is it an unreasonable thing?
Hold on. I didn't even want to fucking participate in this aspect of it, but I'll say this. He said later on that he felt bad for how that played out and that it was like 5 minutes later he went back to check on Kaya. So the idea that he knew that he gave her the fucking jolt of a lifetime and then didn't want to give a second fucking zapparoonie is kind of silly under those circumstances.
Wait, no, that's assuming. Wait, no, that's begging the question. The whole question is that he's at first, right? So you're begging the question by assuming he didn't, right? The question is, does it disprove that he shocked the fact that she walked away the second time? And the answer is no. And the answer is there are other plausible explanations.
I think you're a little confused about the what's going on here. I'm not talking about the infamous one time that like she yelped. I'm talking about recently, a few weeks ago, after everything died down.
He did that shit
made
again.
Another video where he insisted that
he did it again, dude. He did. I wouldn't bet my life on it.
This is a separate thing? Is this a separate thing?
He did it again, bro. I don't know what to tell you. He did
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, Epic, who is making the Rusty Dagger? Is it Boeing or Lockheed? Or is it being made by somebody else? I think it might actually be mentioned in that thing that you said, like or that you were sending me, which company was sending me. No, it's neither. One sec, let me find that. Okay, I think it might be in the you may have given it to me in the in like all the big stuff that you sent me.
No. So wait, no. So I don't. So wait. So Vadim is right. So hang on. So Vadim is right. I thought you were talking about the first instance. So is there like a second instance that you're talking about?
Yes, here, put it up on the screen.
Why? Who the fuck cares about this shit? Oh my god.
True. I don't care about Collargate.
Do it. Show the video.
All right.
Collargate was funny for like 5 minutes. Or not for 5. Like, it was funny for like the first day. It was really funny. It was entertaining. Like, there were a lot of good memes or whatever. The principal contractors will be Zone 5 Technologies and Co-Aspire for ERAM. Oh, okay. I haven't heard of either one of those, but cool.
The video.
I'm putting it on screen. We're watching.
What does this look like to you guys? IRI and peace. What does it look like?
Well, I'm not seeing it.
I know. Hold on, yeah.
Settler fairs that are taking place in a synagogue are actually the bad ones.
Back up a little bit.
God, I can't believe the protesters that are protesting against
Oh,
settler
okay.
fairs.
Yeah, that
doing
looks
there?
like he pauses his
What's he
stream
doing
of
there?
thought to
You might
reach
as
for
well
something
punch
and get her
him in the
back
face.
onto the thing.
What's he doing there, guys?
Yeah, and then 3 minutes
closed.
later, he just allows the dog.
What did that look like to
Why
you?
didn't he do it a second time when she got up?
What did that look like to you?
Holy fuck! She responds to being told place. It was an expectation of probably being told to get back on the spot that she was on.
Why is he reaching his arm? Why is he reaching his arm in the same way that he was doing before, bro?
Motherfucker, why did you blank your camera to act like you were jerking off to soy pill the other day? There's a
I was
number
jerking
of
off.
reasons
He
why
was
you
jerking
don't
off
care
to
who
me.
knows it.
That was a funny meme, by the way.
I just want to say, I think it's possible he's reaching for something else. To me, it's not as conclusive as the first time. It looks like he's doing place training, right? He's doing place training or something. And I just don't understand, why is there this like back and forth about these equivocal videos about did he or did he not? Why is this so important to you, Vadim, that shows Hutch's? I don't know what's going on with Hutch.
That Hutch is just so like.
I'm a big poo caca pee head, right?
I mean, let's be real about this. He needs to kind of talk about shit like this because he doesn't have anything like really substantial of real value that people take seriously.
What? Oh god, look at this pivot.
When it comes to, yeah, absolutely.
Do you need OgreBoy to finish this thought too?
We were going
to get ready. OgreBoy, get ready. He's going to tag you into it.
This was supposed
You'll
to
let me talk.
Be ready, OgreBoy. He's gonna.
Yeah, OgreBoy, go ahead.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Go ahead, Ogre.
No. Okay. All right. I was just joshing, but if you're gonna walk right into that, all right, go ahead. Let's go.
I've
OgreBoy.
said before,
Tag
when it
in.
comes down to it, there's a lot that you can't touch when it comes to him having something more of an aspirational message and you telling people specifically, lower your expectations, expect less, good things are not possible.
Unironically,
At the end of the day,
not that last part. I mean, we can get it. Like I wanted to
at the
say.
end of the day, do you
All right,
want to
go
play
ahead,
clips? I have that
go
clip.
No,
The bottom line is, when it comes down to it, you need to do something to do some manner of like character assassination and milk shit for that long to try to tell people in turn not to listen to Hassan about Gaza, not to listen to Hassan about Medicare for all,
don't think you should
not to
listen
listen
to
to Hassan about a number of political.
I mean, yeah, don't listen to Hassan. Hassan just encourages voter apathy by pushing for people to like want things that are like fucking insane. Hassan just wants everybody to want socialism, and nothing less than that will suffice. And he only wants you to vote for the most like hard left candidates that he can find. Oh, Evic says USAF wants to issue contracts to a more diverse group of contractors now to expand the diversity of the defense industrial base and reduce reliance on, in particular, Lockheed, who has made some major fuck-ups lately and has caused some serious headaches. Oof, shit. Rip. That's why you see so many defense startups right now. What aspirational message does Hassan provide? I mean, he really doesn't. Hassan just asks for things that aren't ever going to happen. He just pushes for like insane radical shit. And he also just pushes for things that are, and on foreign policy, all of his takes are absolutely awful and just wrong.
issues because your political takes, by and large, everybody that has any rationale to them whatsoever knows you're like politically wrong for a living, basically.
Really? Was it not just like 3 weeks ago that Hassan predicted that Trump would not invade Venezuela, and then Trump invaded Venezuela like hours later? Wasn't that just like 3 weeks
even
ago?
Broken Clock's wrong twice a day.
Really?
What about when he said that there was no way Russia was going to invade Ukraine, and also he justified Russia taking Crimea? What about that one?
Every time.
Hassan's a broken clock.
You got it. You got it. Something that I wanted to say.
Or like the things that he was wrong about when it came to like Israel, his insistence that the hospital bombing was absolutely done by Israel when like we still don't have anything. Oh my God, that one was so funny because it was like not even a question for Russia and Ukraine. Yeah, I think everybody knew it. Also, it wasn't it in that case that the U.S. was literally warning Zelensky they're going to do it. And I think Zelensky probably knew that they were going to do it, but it felt like he was maybe pushing somewhat of a different message publicly.
I'll be brief about this, and I just want to explain like my philosophical difference between with you guys, with Vadim, with OgreBoy, with Hassan. Your first order kind of principle seems to be to change the Democratic Party into a more leftist kind of thing.
No,
and that seems to be like the highest. Well, I'll just speak for Hassan. That's my perspective of him. And below that, he prioritizes beating Republicans. He only opines and throws his weight behind candidates who he personally likes.
So we're finally at the heart of something that's important.
Hang on, I'm almost done. He is not interested in actually like building out a coalition that is best positioned to take majorities away from Republicans and beat them in elections. He is only interested, and he talked about this on his stream just like yesterday. I reacted to a clip from it earlier today. He's very open about like what he wants. Me and him are not. We don't have the same priorities. To me, when I say when Vadim says fascism, I agree. I think Donald Trump and his movement represent a fascist threat. When I think of fascism, I think of the historical examples of fascism. It's not terribly difficult for me to imagine that potentially happening in the United States. And so to me, that represents such a profound danger that I have to, in order to focus on like triage, I have to prioritize just building out the biggest coalition possible. And yes, that includes like throwing my weight behind center-left politicians.
Hold on, no, holy shit, holy fuck, no. The issue with what you're doing, is because you're putting the fucking cart before the.
Oh, Zelensky did not believe it would happen. Zelensky was more of a peace guy. Oh yeah, he was. Yeah. His chief of staff, Zolhany, he actually ordered the Ukrainian Air Force to hit the air and disperse without Zelensky giving the order, which was kind of illegal. And that order came 8 hours before the war began, and it's part of why Ukraine exists still. I'm assuming that this is probably something that I need to watch. I think William Spaniel made like an 1.5 hour long video about the Battle of Kyiv. They're arguing about like the difference between Hutch and Hassan right now, Chase. I'm surprised you haven't been here the whole time, although it's fine if you listen to it elsewhere. I've been Annieing a lot and talking about other things, although I'm also still talking about this, so. But, yeah. As far as I know, he did not, but he did, but I have not seen it. Okay, yeah, I want to watch that, like the one about the Battle of Kyiv. It's probably pretty useful for most people, I'd imagine, yeah. Has Pisco... No, Pisco hasn't done mental gymnastics. Pisco has been on Hutch's side for, I would say, the entirety of this debate.
Horse. You constantly point back to FDR, but the reality is FDR had a bold vision that we don't have the bold candidate. We don't have the bold vision. You want to start from the place of already conceding to right-wing Democrats. You want to create a permission structure. Yes, you do. That's the reason that you said the shit about segregationists. It's the reason that you said even in red states that already have really good abortion laws on the books.
You missed the point of it entirely.
I don't know whether or not this wasn't loud enough before, or maybe OgreBoy's mic is just really quiet compared to all of these other people.
Not even done. The idea
point of it, the Ezra thing, he was not making
interrupting. Holy shit!
You jump in and tell me to let them.
Okay,
finish.
just let him finish. You can respond.
The bottom line is, when it comes down to it, you are mad. You are mad in your soul that fucking Manchin got bullied. You in turn want the party to create a permission structure to put their arms around right-wing Democrats because you think that just inflates the numbers. But you don't have the bold candidate. You don't have the bold policy. You just want to create the same sort of fucking roadblocks that we have on the Skulls,
even if you grant
Is it too loud for everyone else now, guys? Because I pressed this this lovely button here that increased the volume.
You granted that, even if you granted that, right? Let's just grant that he wants to make these kinds of political alliances because he views it more.
Yeah, I do think that OgreBoy is too quiet.
Morally feasible. Even if you granted that with the right wing, isn't that no more or less than what you're proposing? You're basically saying that you should walk arm and foot. I don't know what the fucking phrase is. That we should walk with more left wing candidates, and that's more politically feasible. And so,
no,
I don't think you can attack him.
No, I want decent fucking public servants that are going to listen to what the fuck their people and their constituency actually want, and then move forward with that. That's it. That's that simple.
And you think Hutch doesn't, right? And you think Hutch doesn't? And you think Hutch doesn't?
No, he doesn't care about the policy. He just wants to make sure that there's more people, even if it is a fucking Republican that
It's not true that I don't care about policy.
You've already said this.
No.
You've already said this on your stream.
But you're
turned around and said
you did say you would vote for Epstein. You did say you would vote for Epstein.
I did, and I stand by that. But you're wrong. You're wrong.
Mike from PA responded. He's like, Hutch said he would vote for Epstein. I'm like, what? And then I remember he did.
Re-registered on a Monday, and on Wednesday registered as a Democrat, changed none of his positions whatsoever, and still would have ended up being a obstructionist element. Would you support that person by virtue of the fact that they're a Democrat? And you said yes.
Ogre, you can't get mad at Hutch saying that you are.
Now you're interrupting me. It's fine.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Whatever. Everybody can just fucking punch down on me. Just bald.
No, I was going to defend you.
The context means everything right now. When I say that I would welcome even a center-right Democrat, I'm obviously talking about in districts that would make them competitive. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying
political pressure to be able to apply to those candidates.
Hang on. I'm not saying that we should replace the entire party with Joe Manchin's. It's so dishonest.
Ogre, let him.
What are you talking about? It's so dishonest to suggest that my ultimate vision is to turn the Democratic Party into a conservative party. First of all, the Democratic Party of today is wildly to the left of the Democratic Party that existed when I was growing up. Any kind of suggestion that they've broadly moved right is just nonsense. And going back to your previous point, you keep bringing up FDR. You always ignore the fact that FDR was able to do what he was able to do because he was springboarding off of a Great Depression. And he had super majorities in Congress, and a third of those super majorities were racist segregationists. According to you, though, my current electoral strategy is evil, so I assume you would have opposed FDR forming a coalition with those segregationists.
What did I say 5 minutes ago? I said you're lacking the bold president is willing to move forward. You're rephrasing something I didn't say.
But you're comparing FDR, who had 85% control of the Congress, to Joe Biden, who had
the wrong direction.
The Senate, bro. It's not an appropriate comparison. It doesn't make any sense.
Vadim, you raised your hand when Hutch said that this wasn't the most left the Democrats have been. I think that's true. So do you disagree?
I have two things. Yes, I disagree. But I really, more than anything, I want to point out that Hutch, you are not an ally of the little guy. You identify yourself as an abundance liberal. Abundance is overwhelmingly funded by Koch brothers affiliated.
What is abundance? What does it mean to you?
What do you mean? What
is the philosophy of abundance?
It's also
you heard it here first, folks. You can only be for the little guy if you're a fucking socialist. That's pretty much what Vadim means. Clearly,
they are fundamentally.
What is abundance?
Dude, let me speak.
I want public servants who will listen to what people actually want, says the guy pretending people want things they don't want. Yeah, true. The public servants comment does matter more after Senate Dems betrayed the people and ended the healthcare shutdown battle for no reason. Only P, it wasn't for no reason, but I do agree that they shouldn't have done that. I think they should have held out for longer. But eventually they probably would have had to have done it. But it wasn't for no reason. They were worried about SNAP and stuff. But yeah, I think they should have kept fighting.
Okay,
at least for a little while. There would have been a limit to it. Eventually it reaches a point where it just becomes fucking insane to just kill it, or to just keep going as people aren't able to get their food stamps and their SNAP benefits and stuff, or the air traffic control system. Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, people were You don't have any idea what happened to the NAS? For same reason the Reagan admin had to reopen the government. Yeah. I think that this current partial shutdown is going to be way easier for them to maintain until the Republicans negotiate or whatever. National Aerospace System, or NAS, yeah. I forgot about that actually, because that was something that I heard about. Everybody was talking about the SNAP benefits and the food stamps, but what you just said, Evan, was probably a way bigger concern.
The abundance is also the people who fund it are also overwhelmingly anti-union. And lastly, just recently, Barry Weiss
funded abundance.
When she
funded abundance. What are you talking about?
When Barry Weiss recently appointed 18 new bullshit artists for to CBS. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about the way that she has completely wrecked CBS. She chose not Ezra Klein, but I forget his name, Derek Thompson. He is joining all of these COVID deniers and just the absolute not COVID deniers. I'm sorry. Vaccine deniers and whatnot, and that's
kind of a guilt by association argument.
Derek Thompson, the whole book is about how much he likes COVID vaccines, right? He thought it was amazing.
Yeah, there was a whole section.
His chapter specifically. So by the way, Derek Thompson's chapter specifically were about
you is the kiss of death. There is no.
Wait, hold on, Vadim, did you read it? Did you read the book?
I'm not going to.
Of course not.
go into
you read the
that.
book?
I have another
What do you mean you're not gonna go into that? Did you read
Like, I haven't read the book either, but I don't have like a strong opinion on it. From what I've heard, it sounds like there were some good ideas in there, in part because you know what, YIMBYism is based, and fuck NIMBYs.
Derek Thompson's chapters. Derek Thompson's chapters.
I've listened to a lot of people who I think are far more.
Why don't you read the book before opining?
Oh yeah, he listened to a whole bunch of people, a whole bunch of like fucking leftists shitting on it. Yes.
On it.
Expecting it than you. And by the way, like,
You're deflecting to other people again, by the way.
You should.
Other people can make your arguments for you, apparently.
Call into. I'm not an abundance expert, so I'm not going to go into.
But Dean, if you're going to call, because I consider myself pro abundance. If you say abundance is like, oh, we're not for the little guy. I mean, like, I think the arguments are pretty salient, and to say that we somehow are like anti-small people because, but you haven't, like, you don't understand what the arguments of abundance
I think that you are attaching yourself to a movement that
you don't even know what the movement is. You really don't. What is abundance? What is it all about?
Dude, I'm not going to get into
what is abundance?
If
you're saying it's bad, what is it?
The very sensible fact.
You're saying it's bad. What is it? What is abundance?
Not just the kiss of death. It's the kiss of oblivion to be funded.
No. I mean, that's not true. Hang on.
To be funded, but anyway, I have another point that is more.
I want to address this. There's some interesting things you brought out. Some of which is true. Yes, it's true that there are some sort of like people who are pushing abundance and who are like, wow, it's a great idea. Who are like unsavory people who are just deregulation bros. I mean, that's true. And we don't deny that at all. But there's just like a need to drill down on specifically what aspects of the perspectives that you disagree with. So for Derek Thompson's chapter specifically, he emphasizes how awesome it was the COVID vaccine as a way to sort of stress the importance of public funding for new technologies, et cetera, et cetera. And that seems like a good idea. That seems like totally in line with an AOC type vision, with a socialist type vision to put public dollars, for research and that kind of stuff.
Some things inside of it that are
correct
in there too.
I know. So you started this. So wait, let me just. This will be the last thing. The last sentence, I'll let you talk. Last sentence, I'll let you talk. You started this whole thing about thought terminating cliches, and I'm like, yeah, I don't like thought terminating cliches. One thought terminating cliche is abundance. Oh, just fucking Koch brothers. I think that's a thought terminating cliche.
That's fine. I think that what I brought up is more than understandable to like just kind of as like a huge red flag. How about this, guys? Since I do not feel at all competent to talk about this, I could write Sam Cedar, right? Like we.
He's doing it again. By the way, Sam Cedar's arguments against abundance were absolute garbage. Like I think he talked to Ezra Klein, and his arguments were stupid. It was literally he was just like he just wanted to blame everything on rich people. In terms of like all the other shit that people were saying. Pumpernickel bread, true.
To talk about it.
I would love that.
Talk to Sam about abundance. I saw stuff that's fine, but I guess the point is, I don't like if you call Hutch or me, because I am an abundance person for the most part, to say like we don't care about the little guy when it's like.
I think that you are. I mean, I think probably you very much think that you're helping the little guy, but I think you're attaching yourself to a movement that at the end of the day,
you can't even tell me what the movement is, Vadim. You don't know what it is.
I didn't say it in order to have.
What do you mean?
Oh my God, Ogre! What the fuck?
Wait, you don't think Sam Cedar, you don't think he read it, Epic? Are you wait, on which panel? You mean the one that you mean the thing where he talked to Ezra Klein? I think he talked to Ezra Klein about it, but I don't remember. He talked to somebody about it.
Wait, that's the stupidest response I've heard all day, Ogre. You're like, the problem with the book is no one knows what it's about.
Well, by and large, any interview that Klein's done on it, the idea of trying to drill down on a boogeyman across the board about what the movement is trying to attack, he's never specific on.
Well, no, it's not a policy. It's not a policy book.
Exactly.
No, but it's not trying to be. It's not trying to be a policy
enough
prescription.
People that are trying to treat it like it is a policy prescription and overall movement. It is the thing that.
He admitted that he didn't rip. They're bringing up the Funders of Abundance conference, not affiliated by the authors. Oh, he said he read parts of it. God damn it.
Well, the more concerned about more than anything else is the idea of the deregulation piece, because it always seems to go in one direction.
Well, listen, I have my critique. I'm not full on abundance, but I'm like 70% on some of the stuff. Like, I don't agree, for example, some of the critiques of the BEAD funding that was done in some of these interviews afterwards. I think some of these are unfair critiques at Biden. And I think that some of the, I'm skeptical of some of the anti-environmental regulations on some fronts, especially in a world where Trump,
you know, it is possible to have a nuanced view and like, you know, recognize that sometimes some regulations are bad without like assuming that anyone talking about like deregulating stuff automatically means that they think that all regulations are bad.
It doesn't have many guardrails. I'm concerned sometimes that the streamlining might have a negative consequence when it comes to authoritarianism. So there are some critiques I have of it. And okay, but in general, I don't think it's enough. And I don't think it's good analysis to just be like guilt by association. That would be like saying you have to dismiss everything Hassan says because he has some like insane friends who say some insane shit, and you wouldn't accept that. You shouldn't accept this either.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I think it's salient and good to be skeptical of like why would the Koch brothers fund this? And it could be because of some malicious, like, Machiavellian plan to just destroy like the left wing, but it also could be because they would make money off of housing, which, is I don't like that the Koch brothers make money off of that, but I'm fine if it means that more people get more affordable housing. And I do think that is a condition of something that would happen. And just to be clear, like as someone who lives in the Bay Area, like I don't like the idea of regulations just being stripped away willy-nilly, but there's definitely a problem over regulation to the degree that it doesn't allow us to build housing in San Francisco. And it sucks, and I wish we had a way around it.
The issue with that becomes it really is something that needs to be judged on a case-by-case basis. There isn't a single
right, like
defined
Mamdani
rule
is citing
that you
abundance
can go
too.
across with.
Mamdani's
Yes, I
abundance build.
agree.
Yeah, okay, cool.
But in the number one salesman of the abundance mindset, the one big debate that he had with Sam, when you pause the video and actually look
Yeah, but only P. I understand that, but does Sam Cedar agree with that, for example? Do you think Vadim agrees with that? Because I feel like for some of these people, they don't even want to admit that supply and demand is a thing that's like real and that it drives like housing prices up because that there's not enough houses. And part of the reason why there's not enough houses is because zoning reforms are needed. Because like at the end of the day, if you build more shit, then it'll drive prices down because there'll be more stuff available. But some fucking leftists like seem to just want to deny that this is real. See what I mean about the Bay Area? Soypill lives there. He would be a centrist here, basically. Yeah. Lithium-ion pillow. True. Stuart loves to lay on things, and I'm like, how are you comfortable, good sir?
to each one. And yes, I am psychotic enough to have done that.
No.
He misrepresented every single
No, Ezra had some big fuck ups when he was critiquing Biden. And I actually
actually, you know what, Conradical? It may have been Emma who was making that claim. Actually, I think it might have been. I can't remember if she was part of that conversation or not, but yeah. But I know that there are definitely there are some leftists who actually like legitimately think that like economics is just fake voodoo science. Like fucking Second Thought. He did a whole video about how economics isn't real or how it's all just like a tool of capitalists or whatever. It's ridiculous. I know that's not most leftists, I assume, but most leftist econ arguments are dumb anyway, so.
think Sam
No,
Cedar.
hold on. No,
what?
before you go down that road, that's not what I'm talking about at all. All of the different examples where he was talking, with the exception of one, which he still misrepresented, but the different examples where he was talking about the Sunshine Movement suing to stop solar panels in Maine. Well, there was a story behind that too. They wanted to make the project take a little bit longer to make sure that the deforestation that was going to happen actually was what was required for the moment, that it wasn't something that was bigger than what it needed to be. A lot of these circumstances actually have a story behind it, but the idea of vilifying all of it across the board is really fucking stupid. When the overarching backbone of how it's pitched is to try to make sure that developers can get the most profit out of something,
Well,
that's always something that's going to throw up a red flag.
So what do you make of the China glazing from so many people in the online left space? I'm just curious. Do you think it's appropriate to like glaze them for their infrastructure?
I mean, there's always something that we can take away from other people. That's one of the reasons that this country is supposed to be great, right?
Well, why do you think they can do all that infrastructure?
Bro, there's tons of countries that are not China that have good infrastructure. Why don't you just be like, hey, you know what? We should have a public transit system like Germany does. Germany's public transit system, I speak as somebody who experienced it. I'm assuming it's still just as good as it was many years ago. Their public transit system is fucking based. Oh, China also doesn't have good infrastructure. Oh, okay, well then. Or Japan. Jesus Christ. Like, make bullet trains. Talk about how cool that would be. Japan has the best transit on Earth, and it's right there. True. Yeah, Japan probably has better transit than Germany. Ignoring the fact that America is a huge-ass country, so these comparisons maybe might not work fully. Germany's also a very small country, and that's also part of why they can have such good public transit. And why you can take like a train that goes all the way across the country or whatever. But America could totally do that. The Japanese are helping us build our bullet train in California. Hell yeah, based.
You're more open to fucking Chinese, great whatever theories as opposed to abundance. Like you're more like, oh, we can take this and that and then whatever. And
I think the over reliance on like public-private partnerships and the willingness to just step forward and say fuck it, and we're going to build something even if it's by the government themselves, I think is fine.
Wait, no, but Ezra says in Abundance that he wants. One of the examples he uses is these situations where it's pure public funding. You would hope that those would be like the best examples of government. So it's not the case that he wants to abandon public funded projects. In fact, it's the opposite. At least if you read the book.
And also, I don't know how much I haven't investigated this deeply, but my understanding is that Chinese regulations are way more relaxed than ours, and that's why you see a lot of fucking buildings collapse over there and stuff like that. No, I don't want to be that much like China, but I think that we don't have to be as strict as we are.
I want something that works for us, but it's not to say that the principal factor needs to be something where we put the concerns about profits for.
Also, all the China glazing is not even like that's not the issue. If you just wanted to say, oh hey, look, China's got cool trains or whatever, then okay, I guess. But like, why not just make that comparison to another country? Why does it have to be fucking communist, authoritarian, no free speech, absolutely insanely repressive China?
developers first and foremost.
Ogre,
That's not
Ogre,
the overall.
I'm
that's
so
not the
glad you said
entirety of the
something,
book,
Ogre.
but that's also something that Klein uses to sell the idea of the book.
Wait, one of the things that he points to is China's abilities. And so when you say, yeah, there's some things that we can look at China for, Ezra agrees with that. Ezra agrees with that. In fact, the fact that like they price in fraud or some amount of, people who are going to take advantage into the overall scheme is something that someone like Ezra would say, yeah, that's worth it if it gets to the actual goal. So the whole point, I think, of bringing up the China example, maybe this was Hutch's point, was to how you frame who you look to, whether it's China or whether it's abundance, is doing a lot in terms of how sympathetic you are to hearing the argument out. And I think that is a little bit telling. It's telling that the association seems to be doing a lot of the work here.
I'm just going off of the examples that Klein himself gave. When he turns around and says that I don't like it if people's apartments give them asthma, but I do need people to have apartments, it's a virtue signal to basically say that like we should be considering the desires of the profitability of developers over like the little guys' actual
No,
needs.
he's not at all implying that it's like, well, if they get asthma, it's fine as
No,
long as they have
yeah,
housing.
yeah.
Like,
That's
not
a
even
direct
close to what he
quote.
says in the
That's
book.
a direct
No,
quote.
I know, but the implication of that quote is not, I guess asthma is fine. He's saying there are obviously concerns on either end of this, and yes, we have to consider the health of people, but if you have all of these regulations and everyone's stepping over each other to be like, well, the steps need to be this high, and you can't hurt this bird nest, unfortunately, projects never get created, so you have to look, and he's talking about not stripping regulation completely, but going through with a comb and saying, which of these things are absolutely
I'd say that it's the fifth circle of hell, Phineas.
necessary, and which of these things are actually preventing housing from being built. I think last year, like halfway through the year, 15 new homes were built in San Francisco. It was fucking atrocious, and that's the reason no one can afford
And
anything
Mamdani-
anywhere.
Okay, good. This is actually over. That's good.
Mamdani talks about this shit when he is going on the street and saying, "Isn't this crazy that these fucking people who are selling halal
Taxi
food,
medallions.
whatever,
Oh,
right?"
that's-
Like, yeah. He has a bunch of these examples. Like Mamdani, I think has been brilliant in terms of his rhetoric and how he frames it. But there's nothing inherently wrong with it. And what I hate is the kind of reflexive, let's just dismiss it because it's Hassan, or let's just dismiss it because it's
I'm honestly half tempted to end this now and then finish it tomorrow. Or like next time I stream instead of like continuing with this. I don't know. I would, to be honest. Yeah. Were I you? Because it's like in 10 minutes it's gonna be 11 o'clock, and I kind of wanted to not be up until 1:30. Although honestly, last night I was up till fucking 1:30 in the morning. Yeah, but Insomniac, you can say that it won't last longer, but here's the thing. Is that it probably will though, in the set, because that I will be pausing, in order to continue it or whatever. Yeah. It's 5:51 p.m., ma'am. Yes, for you it is, in your fucking cheater time zone, but it's not for me. I'm off here. Have a great night. All. It's movie time. Have a good one, Carpal. I'm just gonna call you that. It's not that early. It's Newsom in Newsom meantime. True. Oh, hello. Hi. Aw. He loves the chin rubs. Oh. Now he's purring. Hi, buddy. Aww. He's just being a sweetie. It's almost 11, but the puppy is asleep on my lap, and girl is asleep on my arm. So I'm kind of stuck. Rip. Is he a chonker though? Is he? I mean, I guess he is, but he's also like, even if he weighed less, he's still just a big cat. I pick up Juju, but he's still gray from rolling in the dirt. Oh no. I can see that shape. Yeah. He's a really large boy. Like he's got like his paws are huge. I mean like he's got much bigger paws than I think a lot of cats do. And he had those when he was a kitten too, so we knew that he was going to be like a big kitty. Even before he weighed a lot, like he weighs 12 pounds now, but I think that he probably would have weighed or like even if he weighed like I don't know, like 10 pounds or whatever, he'd still be a big boy. And I think for him 10 pounds would be a good weight. That's kind of like what the vet mentioned. Odin is up to 92 pounds based. Yeah, Odin's a big dog. I think Maruzzi's dog weighs 70 pounds. One of my cats is round and the other is long. Yeah, like he's just a big boy, right? Although, yes, he could stand to lose some weight, but like, yeah, he's just very large. Is that with or without his Kevlar onesie? Wait, does he actually have that? Would actually be based if you had a Kevlar onesie. Oh, the Kevlar is for hiking. Hell yeah. You should take a picture of him in it. Oh, sweet. A picture. Aww. Oh, you're so cute. So much purr. Oh, Nappy Hens apprehends shoplifters as his daily exercise, I thought. Aw. I love you, Stuart. Hi. Big purr. You're so loud. I need to trim your nails. Check pet pics. Okay, hold on. Pet pics. Oh. Oh my god, look. Look at it. That's so cool. It's a Kevlar onesie. You owe him my 5 scritches. Oh, I did. I've been giving him. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is what it looks like. That is the Kevlar onesie dog inventory. True. Ah. Ah. Oh shit. The cat walked on the keyboard. Cat. No, no, I don't want to do that. What level armor is it? Does it say press? Oh yeah. Remember when Hassan put a fucking press vest on Kaya? I put his waters and treats in there for hikes. That's good. Yeah, I like that with the once he's big enough, he can upgrade to heavy armor barding, which grants an additional +2 AC and another three slots of inventory space. Hell yeah. Aw. Oh. He's so cute. Look at his face. Stu's got a lemur tail. Yeah, he kind of does. I'm going to die. Aw. You can see the vest better now. I like how it's got like a handle on the back too. Wait, is it also like a harness? He is a very cute dog. Like, I mean, okay, yeah, you would attach the leash to it. Yeah, it's also a harness for the leash. Yeah, cool. Does he pull when you walk? Does he pull when you walk him a lot, or? That way when he pulls uphill, he doesn't choke. Oh, okay, good. Even your dog looks like they work for the government. He likes to help go up hills. Cool. Absolutely fucking adorable. Yes, he does look like a very sweet baby. Oh my god, people are posting screenshots of Vadim. There's like so many fucking stickers that you can make of Vadim's face when he was crashing out during this debate. Oh, yep, somebody's already proposing it. Vadim was in rare form tonight. Still just as sleepy, but he was cranky sleepy. I have yet to get a photo of him. Oh yeah, his tail's wagging. Yeah, look at it. He's a very happy boy. Look at that motion. His name's Odin, Conradical. Caller, I'm going to bed. Gotta wake up these fools. Good night. Good night, Conradical. Aw, alright, guys. This was a good palate cleanser. The cuteness. Oh my god. Some sleep, Kalinda. See y'all tomorrow. I think we would all trust Odin with our lives. Alright. I will, yeah. Okay. Anyway. A lot of working dogs do. My Roddy love to pull things. Oh, Rottweilers are so cute. I love them. He was a giant derpy boy, though. He always wanted to sit on people's laps, and he was 100 plus pounds. They always like underestimate their size. Big dogs seem to like they forget that they're not puppies, and they just want to like get into your lap, which is very funny to me. All right, guys. Have a good night, everybody. I need to feed this guy, so I'm gonna go do that. And yeah. Anyway, bye.